A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Jane Ace is really getting places with her boy protege called Caruso, the 17-year-old orphan with the beautiful tenor voice. She took him to a radio station yesterday, and after hearing him sing, the radio people are putting him on. Tonight's the night, and this episode is in alternating scenes between the Aces' bungalow and the radio studio. But first to the Aces, where we find Jane, Mr. Ace, and Marge. Jane is passing out slips of paper. Listen.
Here's one for you, dear. And this is yours, Marge.
What is it?
Just a minute, I'll tell you. You take this one, Marge.
What's this about, Jane?
Just a minute, I'll explain it. Just read it first.
Read it. Oh, that was certainly a great voice.
No, read it to yourself first, then I'll explain it.
Oh, that was certainly a great voice.
Are you reading it, Marge?
Yes, but I don't understand it.
Well, here's what it is. After we hear him sing tonight, we're all going to keep calling the radio station and tell them how much we enjoyed it.
Oh,
I get it now. This is the little speech I'm supposed to give over the phone, is that it?
Yes, see? Do you get it, dear?
Oh, yes.
Good, huh?
Marvelous. Did you think of it?
Uh-huh. Because they told me up there yesterday that they wanted to see how many people called up or wrote in. We're all going to write in, too.
Well, here are 3 phone calls your boy Wonder's going to get.
Oh, this is more than 3. After we all call and read these, then we change papers and call again and read those. Then we change again and vice versa, and so-so and so-so. See?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds quite complicated, but I think I get the general idea.
Little woman, you're having a busy night, aren't you?
Yes, well, I'm his manager. I have to think of things like this.
Yes, this is your idea of a quiet evening at home listening to the radio, isn't
Hey,
it?
how about tuning in now? It's 20 after, and he goes on at 7:30, doesn't he?
Yes, we better turn it on. Now, you all know what you're supposed to do.
Yes, Jane, we all know.
The minute the program is over, we call up. I'll call first, then you, Marge, then you, dear, then me again, then you, Marge, then you, dear, then me again, and so-so and so-so. And we keep changing papers.
Wait a minute, Jen. I was just looking this little speech over. How do I know he's 17 years old?
What?
It says, for a 17-year-old boy, he has the most beautiful voice I ever heard. How would I know he's 17 years old?
Oh, yes. Well, just that make that for a boy. He has the most beautiful voice I ever heard. How's that?
Well, you're the boss.
Thanks, Marge. Yes, I am. I never thought of that.
And I'm supposed to say that was certainly a great voice I just heard over your radio station. I was sitting here reading my paper, not paying attention to the radio, when suddenly I heard him sing, and I just couldn't help but call you up to say how much I loved it and hope he will be on every day.
Well, you've got quite a little talk there.
Yes, there should be slides with a lecture like this.
Just a minute, dear. Can't you read that a little better?
Better? How do you mean?
Well, that part at the finish. And I hope he will be on every day. See?
Well, didn't I say that?
Yes, but say it like I did, like you mean it, you know, and I
hope...
hope...
yes, and I hope he will be on every day.
Yes, and spirit.
Thanks.
Now I'll remind you.
Oh.
Who is that marvelous boy I just heard sing on your radio station? Can I have his picture? I have a book in which I paste all my favorite radio stars' pictures, and I would certainly like to paste him.
Well, you'd like to paste him?
Yes, his picture.
Well, you better say it that way. I'd like to paste his.
Paste his? Well, it's the same thing.
Well, no.
How about this radio? It's getting close to the time, isn't
Oh,
it?
yes, I'll do it there. QMA, that's around 82, isn't it?
I think so, yes.
82, or is it 83?
Somewhere around there, Jen.
Well, let me see. 82, 83, 84, 85.
Sold to the American Tobacco Company. Yes.
You know, I'm really getting excited about hearing him sing, aren't you?
Yes, I'm wondering how you'll come over, too.
Oh, what is the matter with this radio?
Oh, you better let me do that, Jane.
It lights up, but I can't hear anything. Can you?
I can hear something, but I don't think that's our boy.
Oh, I hope there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I hope not. Is there any?
I don't know. I'll see what I can do. We don't play this often enough to keep it in shape.
What was that?
I don't know, but don't run out in the street. Don't be frightened, Jane.
Well, I am, but we're not going to be able to hear him.
We will. Just leave it to me. Let me take a look at these tubes.
Well, now, don't break it, dear.
Break it. I'm trying to fix it. If you'll please leave me alone for a minute.
Yes, let him do it, Jane. It's 5 minutes before he goes on. It'll be fixed.
I hope so.
La vita mia per te è sempre unita nel mio cor per te non ti scordar di me.
That was better, Mr. Harvey. That was the best rehearsal we've had. Now, on those last few bars, I'd like to have you...
You the boy who's filling in the sustaining spot from 7:30 to 7:45?
I beg your pardon?
Are you supposed to go on at 7:30?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's been a last-minute booking just come in. Special broadcast from the coast. We're going to have to give them your spot.
I don't understand.
I'm trying to tell you that you're not going on.
Not going on? But they told me that...
I know. They just sent me in to tell you that you're not going on tonight. Not right away, anyhow. If you want to hang around and wait, they might have a spot a little later in the evening.
I don't understand it.
Now, look, young fellow, I don't try to understand this racket either. Now, you're not a commercial program, you're a fill-in. To use the vernacular of the studio, you're a sustaining. Sustaining programs have no priority rights. Now, they've just gotten word that a program's coming in from the coast, so you're canceled.
Oh, I see.
But they also told me to tell you that you can hang around if you like, and they might shove you in a little later in the evening.
Well, all right. Of course, I'd like to go on.
That's the spirit. Oh, yes, if they don't put you on tonight, you're to go on tomorrow night at the same time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can we go on rehearsing?
Sure, they won't be using this studio tonight, I don't suppose.
Thank you. I can stand some more rehearsing.
That's the spirit. If they decide to put you on later, I'll let you know in plenty of time.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Harvey, I'd like to run over the Italian song again, please.
But, dear, it's already 20 minutes to 8. He's almost through.
I'm doing the best I can.
You should never start monkeying with those two.
Well, it wasn't working, was
Well,
it?
it might have if you hadn't decided to spread these things out all over the floor.
Where does this wire go?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is it's 20 minutes to 8.
Is this the aerial, do you think,
That's
here?
a fine question for a mechanic to ask.
I'm no mechanic. I'm only trying to... Out. There you see what you made me do. Will you please leave me alone? Oh, I'm going to turn this noise off. There. Maybe I can think now.
Isn't this terrible? It's his first radio program. What'll he think?
I don't care what he thinks. I was anxious to hear him for my own entertainment. Jane, why didn't you think of having this radio looked over today? You were home all day.
Oh, I didn't even think of it. I had all these speeches to write and everything. Oh, and our speeches. Now we won't be able to call up and say how much we liked it.
Well, hope it was a great success. How are you coming there, Marconi?
Marconi. Oh, I'm coming fine. We'll get the next World Series in great shape, I think. Don't worry about that.
That's what I thought.
She'd have thought of calling up a radio man earlier today, but wouldn't have had this trouble.
Oh, I know what. What? I just thought of something.
Well, it's a fine time to be calling for one now.
What good is it now, Jane? The program's over. It's 7:45.
Don't bother me, Marge. I've got to hurry.
But the program's all over. Why didn't you think of that all day? You sit around here making up speeches for us to read over the telephone. That's why we didn't hear him. If you'd only...
Hello, is this station QMA?
What?
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, who was that marvelous boy I just heard sing on your station? Can I have his picture? I have a book in which I paste all my favorite radio stars' pictures, and I would certainly like to paste him.
What
now,
is?
you, Marge.
Jane, you didn't wait for your answer.
What answer?
The boy's name. Didn't you ask for it?
Oh, yes. Well, I was so excited I didn't say.
What's going on there anyhow? What are you doing?
We're going to call up anyhow. They don't know we didn't hear him.
Oh, I see.
They don't
Now,
know.
you, Marge, hurry.
Okay, anything for a friend.
Then when you're through, hurry and hang up. Then you, dear.
Oh, I think this is ridiculous.
Now, listen, Macaroni. You spoiled enough things things around here tonight fixing that radio. Now, you do what I say for a change.
Oh, I suppose I'm going to get blamed for this whole thing now. The radio wasn't working in the first place.
Hello, Q&A.
Hurry, Mars. Come on, dear. Get ready.
Oh.
I just wanted to say that young fellow who just sang had the most beautiful voice I ever heard. I'd like to hear him some more sometime.
Mars, what? That isn't what I wrote out for you.
I know, Jane, but it'll do.
Well, if you're going to start making up
Okay,
things.
you're next.
This is the silliest thing I think I ever...
Hurry, dear, and read this just like I wrote it. Don't make up things.
Yes, Jane, yes.
Let me see. When he's through, then I'll do it again, only this time I'll read yours, Mars. Oh, but you didn't read yours. This is getting mixed
What
up.
difference does it make, Jane? The idea was there, wasn't it?
Yes, but I had everything planned just so, and...
Hello, QMA. Certainly enjoyed the kid that just sang. You need more voices like his on your program. There.
Dear, that's not the speech.
Oh.
Did you read this? That was certainly a great voice I just heard over your radio station. I was sitting here reading my paper, not
But, Jane, that doesn't matter. He
No.
told them, didn't he?
Yes, but if he'd say that was a great voice I
Well, now,
heard.
can I go back to my toys now, Jane?
No, you wait. We're making some more calls, aren't we, Jane?
Well, I wanted to, but the way you two bawled everything out.
Well, go ahead and call up. You can read those speeches yourself.
Well, all right. Oh, there it is. Hello, QMA.
What?
That was certainly a great voice I just heard over your radio station.
Jane.
I was sitting here reading my paper. Who?
What?
Oh, hello, Caruso.
Uh-oh.
You what?
What happened?
You didn't sing tonight.
He did.
Well, we just called up and told him how wonderful you were. What?
Well, it was a good idea anyhow. And maybe Jane will get it to work tomorrow night as her boy wonder goes on his first radio program when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Casey, did you see where my niece got engaged last week?
Oh, is her name Princess Elizabeth?
No, her name's Jane.
Then I didn't see it.
How do you like that? If you're not royalty, no one knows what happens to you.
You don't have to be royalty, Ethelbert. You just got to be famous.
Sure, like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Self-Made Hero. Casey, like most news cameramen, has a radio in his automobile that he keeps tuned to police calls. Tonight, as he and reporter Ann Williams drive leisurely toward the Express building after covering a routine assignment.
Calling car 55. Car 55. Come in, car 55. Car 55, Sergeant Brannon.
Brannon? Hey, we know Sergeant
Proceed
Brannon.
to
He's a good pal of mine, Annie. I didn't know they had him on prowl car duty.
Frisco. Report of shooting there. Proceed to
shooting?
alleyway on...
Hey, wait a minute. It'll be repeated. Listen.
Clark and Frisco. Report of shooting there. No further details. That is all.
Oh, more Casey, like we're only a few blocks from there. Maybe there's a story.
With pictures.
Next stop, 12th Street.
Between Clark and Frisco.
Oh, usual crowds collected, Casey.
And there comes a police car, Annie. We're getting here a jump ahead of Brannon. Get out. Come on.
Okay.
All right, get back, you people. Get back. This ain't no
Oh,
circus.
there's a patrolman over there,
The young
Casey.
fellow beside him must have had something to do with the shooting.
Why, he's just a tall, lanky boy,
I said
Casey.
get back, everybody. That means you and this lady, mister.
And we're press officers.
Oh, you're pressed, huh? Where's the car?
Here comes your sergeant. He knows us. Hello there, Brannon.
Oh, hiya, Casey. Hello, Miss Williams.
Hello, Sergeant.
What's the trouble, Johnson? Why, this young fella here, Sergeant, he says someone took a couple of pot shots at him back in that alleyway.
I didn't call for assistance, officer, until I'd done everything possible to help myself.
Well, let's get inside this cigar store, then they can tell me what happened. Come on, Casey.
All right, move back there. Let us through, will you? Come on, one side. Now then, let's have your story, Bud. What's your name?
The name is Wellington Cliffside. Only one S in Cliffside. At present employed as junior pharmacist at Black's 10th Street Drugstore.
Uh-huh.
I see you carry a camera, Mr. Casey.
Yeah.
Well, anytime you say. I believe in cooperating with the newspapers.
Now, wait a minute. I'm only a cop, but I still want to know what this shooting was about.
Oh, certainly, Sergeant. Well, as I've already told Officer Johnson, during the past month I became suspicious of two men who've been making telephone calls from the drugstore.
Mm-hmm.
I made it my business to overhear parts of their conversation. And what I heard, Sergeant, convinced me that they are spies.
Spies?
Foreign agents. Well, they must have become suspicious of my suspicions. For tonight, they acted.
Acted?
Yes, sir. A few minutes ago, I was standing there at the corner waiting for a young lady of my acquaintance when these two men passed me.
The two men have been making the mysterious phone calls, huh?
Yes, sir. I saw them go into the dark, deserted alley back of us. I followed them. Now I know they meant to lure me to my death. For when I entered the alley...
He says they grabbed him, Sarge.
Let him tell the story, Johnson.
Well, they seized me, Sergeant. One of them slashed at me with a knife. Oh, look, you can see the tears he made in my overcoat.
There in the left sleeve, huh?
Mm-hmm. And here in the front.
The knife didn't get stuck into you yourself?
No, I broke away, and they ran, with me in hot pursuit.
Uh-huh.
Then they pulled guns and started shooting.
The bullets missed you?
I was lucky. I chased them to the end of the alley.
With them shooting?
Well, I considered it my duty, Sergeant.
Then what happened?
Then I found that they disappeared, probably into one of the buildings on this street. I knew I couldn't find them all by myself, so I yelled. I should say I shouted for assistance. This policeman came up and, well, he can tell you the rest.
There ain't no rest, Sarge. Except I couldn't find no mysterious strangers around like this young fella described.
Okay, Johnson. Did this guy show you where the shooting and stabbing took place in that alley?
Yes, I did, Sergeant. I'll show you.
You stay here. Roberts.
Yes, sir?
You keep Mr. Wellington Rockside company while I have a look around out here. Come on, Johnson, and show
it's
me.
Wellington Cliffside, Sergeant.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Well, Mr. Casey, I suppose you want to take some pictures of me for your newspaper.
Yeah, I think you're worth a couple of pictures, fellas. Now, hold up that overcoat sleeve to show the tear in it while I back off and get you in focus. All right.
That's a terribly phony story that he told, Casey.
Phonies can make good laugh copy, Annie. Kid's an amateur Dick Tracy.
I'll hold out the front of my overcoat, too, Mr. Casey, so you can get a picture of the knife cut there.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, Wellington, now hold it. Thank you.
Wellington, oh, let me through, please. Wellington.
Myrna.
Look at that girl, Casey.
Don't be such a
Oh,
kid.
Wellington, they told me how those awful men had tried to kill you. Oh, you're not hurt.
Oh, well, I got the best of them, Myrna. But you can see what they did to my coat.
Wellington. Oh, isn't it lucky you had on your old one?
Excuse me, Mr. Cliffside. Is this the young lady you were waiting for?
Oh, yes, Mr. Casey. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, this is Miss Myrna Adams. Mr. Casey is on a newspaper, Myrna. He's just been taking pictures of me.
Oh, how nice.
How do you do, Miss
I
Adams?
knew all about those spies Wellington was after, Mr. Casey. I was the only one he told about them. Oh, Wellington, you've been wonderful. If they'd hurt you, I don't know what I'd do.
Oh, gee, Myrna, it was...
Sergeant Brannon's coming back, Casey, and there's a woman with him.
Ah, Sergeant. Did you find any clues in the alley that might help us catch those spies?
Plenty, young fella. Is this the guy, Mrs. Levy?
That's him, Sergeant. That long string bean of a kid.
What?
This lady lives in the flat building next to the alley. She happened to be looking out of her window when you were cutting holes in your own coat with a penknife.
All the windows were dark in the alley. The alley was dark.
I got the kind of eyes what see good at night. And why should I burn electricity when I'm only looking out my window? I mind my own business. I wouldn't tell the cops if they hadn't come asking me if I saw something.
And she saw you fire those shots.
I didn't fire any shots.
No, but you set off some homemade firecrackers that sounded like shots. Here's pieces of them I found back there.
Sergeant, look.
I saw you light a match to those firecrackers, young man.
Firecrackers?
Myrna.
There weren't any spies. No one tried to kill you. This was all a bluff.
Myrna, look.
You cheater, you cheap rug cutter, you firecracker shooter, you faker.
You gotta listen to me.
I never want to see you again.
Don't go away, Myrna, don't.
Yeah, you stay here, mister.
Will you? I gotta explain to her. You gotta let me explain, Sergeant, please.
She's gone. You've got some explaining to do to the judge after I run you in. Hey, Roberts, make out your report on this guy, and we'll take him to the station.
Okay, Sarge. Come on.
All right.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah? What, Casey?
Don't run that kid in.
And why not?
Well, couldn't you see he was making a grandstand play for that Bobby Sox gal, and it flopped? Well, he's already taken one on the chin and hard.
Now, look, Casey, we cops have too much trouble with his kind of
I
police.
know, but do me a favor, will you, Brandon? I'll do one for you sometime.
I don't make trades. But I don't get any kick out of pinching goofy kids either. Look, Casey, you can have Wellington Brookside if you only take him away from here. If you don't, well, that mob out there has heard what's happened, and they'll kid him right.
I'll take him away.
Okay, thanks, Casey. I'll tell him to get in your car.
Hey, what's the idea, Casey?
I don't like to see a kid KO'd twice in one night, Annie. Look, and when you get to the office, kid, don't write this story, for laughs or otherwise. I'm forgetting the pictures I took.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
All right, come on. I'm going to drive the kid home, and I'll drop you on the way. Well, here you are, Annie.
Okay. So long, Casey. Goodbye, Wellington.
Goodbye, Miss Williams.
See you in a little while, Annie.
Okay.
Hey, kid, is that Wellington name, is that on the level?
My name is Jack.
Jack? Oh, it's mine. Okay, Jack.
I don't want to bother you, Mr. Casey.
It's no bother. Look, forget that Mr. stuff. Just plain Casey's all I rate. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks. I was too ashamed to open my mouth while Miss Williams was with us. Now I want you to know I think it was swell of you to talk to cops into letting me go.
Sergeant Brannon was only looking for an excuse not to run you in. He's a regular guy.
I deserve to be run in. I must have been crazy to think I could get away with what I tried to do.
Well, all of us are a little nutty at times, I guess. We get over it, though. Here's some matches for that cigarette.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
Pretty kid, Miss Adams.
Yeah.
You like to tell me about her? Often does a guy good to get things off his chest.
Yeah. Mr. Casey, I've got a bum back.
You got bum back?
I fell down a flight of stairs a couple of years ago, and now I've got to wear a steel corset to keep it in place.
Oh. Well, your bum back and the steel corset have anything to do
Everything.
with
You see, Myrna, Miss Adams admires guys who do things. You know, like Clark Gable and Gary Cooper in the movies.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, I told her about my bum back. But I said it got hurt while I was playing football. I said I'd been the star halfback in high school. Then she found out I've never been a good enough athlete to even get on a girls' softball team. And that I just stumbled over my own feet going downstairs. Since then, she hasn't believed anything I've told her. Except for maybe a minute tonight before the cops called my bluff. She thinks I am, well, just what I am. Big, skinny clown who can't do anything regular guys can do. That's out of my own imagination.
Maybe if somebody talked to Myrna, she might look at things a little differently. Miss Williams might do that.
No, Miss Williams is another girl. She couldn't do any good. Oh, you might, though.
Me?
Yeah, she respects old guys.
Old?
Well, I don't mean you're so very old, but you must be all of 30.
Yeah? Pretty ancient, huh?
And you're in the newspaper racket. You must know cops and murderers and... Gee, I bet you've even talked to G-men and movie stars. Oh, Myrna will think you're almost as important a guy as Clark Gable or even Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, now,
Oh, she'll listen to you, Casey. Will you go to her and explain that I'm not just a heel?
Now, listen, Jack,
Oh, please, Casey.
Well, okay, fella.
Oh, gee. Thanks.
It's no use, Mr. Casey. I think it's very fine of you to try to defend Mr. Cliffside, but I never want to hear his name again. I consider him a drip.
Oh, no. Don't be like that, Miss Adams. He's a nice kid. He's crazy about you.
No, Mr. Casey. He and I are through. Forever.
Sorry. There's nothing more I can say, so I'll shove off.
Oh, don't rush away. You've talked so much about Mr. Cliffside, I haven't heard a thing about you.
Me?
Uh-huh. You've rescued people from burning buildings and captured burglars single-handed, and you're a real hero.
Whoever told you that was having a pipe dream.
Oh, no, you're just being modest, like I think all men should be.
Say, look, where did I put my hat, Miss Adams?
Oh, come on. Please sit down, Mr. Casey.
No,
and let's get better acquainted. There. I've always wanted to meet a man like you.
We'll continue in just a moment. Good evening, Dorothy.
Hello, Tony. What's our subject tonight?
Pie plates.
Pie plates?
Mm-hmm. Pie plates. Not ordinary pie plates, but a new kind of pie plate. The biggest bargain in years.
Why, it's made of glass.
Well, this is the Anchor Hocking program, and this new Fire King oven glass pie plate is something special.
For instance?
It bakes pie you can be proud of, not once in a while, but every time. Crusts are light, fluffy, and well-browned and never scorched. And it comes clean almost instantly without scrubbing.
Well, you've sold me, Tony.
Yes, this big 9-inch Fire King oven glass pie plate with a 2-year guarantee against oven breakage is being featured tomorrow and Saturday at 5 and 10-cent stores and all stores that sell household glass at a special bargain price of only 25 cents, slightly more in distant cities. Look for the Fire King label. Ask for it by name. Not just an oven glass pie plate, but a Fire King oven glass pie plate. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Give me a cup of black coffee, Ethelbert.
Okay, Casey. You want one, Miss Williams?
No, thanks, Ethelbert.
Casey, you look like you got troubles.
I'll say he has, Ethelbert. In a neat red-headed package, trimmed with short skirts and a pair of bobby socks, a hero worship complex, and a very unbashful personality.
It isn't funny, Ann.
You're talking about a woman, huh?
Oh, not a woman, no. A goofy 17-year-old kid that ought to be spanked. Wish I had the nerve to do it.
She's developed a crush on Casey. Phones him at the office several times a day and waits for him on the street so she can gaze at him and sigh.
Casey, how did you get yourself into anything like that? You ain't no cradle snatcher.
Ethelbert, all I did was to call on her one afternoon last week in order to try and square something for somebody else.
She isn't the girl that Cliffside kid set off the firecrackers on account of.
That's who.
Huh?
But Cliffside doesn't know yet that Casey squared things so beautifully.
Will you get it, Walter?
I put off telling him that she won't listen to anything that I say in his favor because, well, he's miserable enough as it is. You know, he phones me a couple of times a day, too, Ethelbert, to ask how I'm making out with her. I can't stall him much longer. Oh, I must have been nuts to get myself mixed up in something like this.
Telephone for you, Mr. Casey.
Why, who is it?
Mr. Cliffside, sir.
I thought I was about due for my nightly call from him. He's probably been trying to get me at the office.
Well, since you can't help him, you better stop stalling and tell him the truth, Casey.
Oh, I can't, Annie. Excuse me.
You know, Miss Williams, Casey sure has a talent for getting himself into situations that ain't too easy to get out of.
Hello?
Casey?
Yeah, Jack, how are you, fella?
Casey, I just learned the truth
Huh?
about you and Myrna.
What do you mean?
I met her on the street a while ago. She told me nothing could ever be fixed up between her and me, and that she was in love with you.
Damn, now listen,
I
kid.
guess well stunned you, pulled. Kidding me into thinking you were my friend and then double-crossing me.
Listen to me,
I've
will
listened to you long enough. I called up now to let you know that what you've done is the last straw. When I leave this phone, I'm going to the river.
The river?
I don't want to live any longer, Casey. I'm going to end it all.
You young dope, where are you?
Never mind where I am.
Jack, I've got to meet you. I've got to talk to you.
You or no one else is ever going to talk to me again. I won't be in your way after tonight, Casey. You can have Myrna.
I don't want Myrna. Jack!
Goodbye, Casey.
Jack! Hey, kid! Hey! Operator!
This is the operator.
Look, what was the number that just called here?
You've been disconnected, sir.
I know that. Oh, never mind. Annie.
Yes, Casey?
Annie, that darn fool kid says he's going to throw himself in the river.
What?
The way he sounded, I don't think he's bluffing. We got to stop him, Annie.
You know where he is?
No, but there's only one place that kid had picked for a suicide, the cliff at Rocky Point.
You mean the place they call Lover's Leap?
Yes.
Oh, but Casey, that's way
I
out
know
on the...
how far it is, Annie. But he wasn't calling from around there because there isn't a public telephone within a mile of the place. He'll have to reach it by bus, but we've got a car. Look, Annie, I may need you to convince him that I'm not trying to steal his Myrna. Come on.
Casey, if that crazy kid has picked another spot on the river to throw himself in...
I'm not afraid of that, Annie. What I'm afraid of is we may not get there in time. If he does jump, Ann, I'll be responsible.
Now, don't talk like that.
It's such a mess of it.
No, you have not. It was that little fool of a girl who did that. No, I'd like to wring her neck.
There's no use blaming her.
No.
As far as we'd better go with the car. I'll run it off the road among the trees here and turn off the lights. If he saw it, he'd suspect I was after him. Maybe he'd get away. Because if he hasn't gotten here ahead of us
Well,
and
now
already...
stop thinking like that, Casey.
We'll get out of the car and come on, Annie.
All right.
We'll go out to the cliff through these trees. It's pretty bright. We'll be seen on the road.
This is a horrible, desolate place.
Yeah. Annie, we can see the edge of the cliff from here. And there's no one on it.
Well, that means he hasn't gotten here yet.
May mean he has gotten
Now, will
here.
you stop imagining things? Hey, Casey, someone's coming through the trees on the other side of the road down there.
Well, I see.
Someone tall and lanky.
It's a kid. He's going toward the edge.
Yeah, he sees you. He's running, too, for the edge.
Hey, wait, kid, wait! I gotta talk to you. No one's ever gonna talk to me again. Jack, you've got to let me talk.
Run, Casey! He's almost at the edge.
Hey, stop!
You can't reach him in time. Oh, he stumbled. Grab him before he gets up.
I got it. Let me go over here.
He hadn't stumbled. He's only a few feet away from the ledge.
Young fella, for the scare you've given us, I ought to knock your teeth out.
Why don't you stop me? What do you care what happens to me?
He shouldn't care. Can't you realize that Casey's only interested in Myrna because, well, he was trying to help you? And let this sink in. If I weren't sure that he couldn't have any romantic notions about a child like your Myrna, I wouldn't be here with him.
You mean that you're Casey's real girlfriend, Miss Williams?
Oh, well, use your own judgment, if you have any.
I should have figured that. I'm sorry, Casey.
Well, okay, kid. Now, we're taking you back to town. We'll cut through these woods to the car.
All right. I can't stop you from taking me back, but I still don't want to live, Casey. While I was wrong about you, I wasn't wrong about having lost Myrna. She told me herself tonight that she hated me.
Jack, there are millions of girls in the world. Must you have just one particular one?
I don't want anybody else. Ever.
Brother, you're a true monogamist. Hey, car's turned into the road. Wait a minute. Wonder if the driver knows it's a dead end at the edge of the cliff. Yeah, guess he's seen where he was heading. He stopped. Say, wait. Let's see who this is.
Hey, Casey, that man getting out.
Holding his hands above his head.
Yeah.
Guy getting out behind him has a gun.
Man, that guy with a gun is Blackie Owen.
The racketeer?
Yes.
Don't, Blackie. Give me a chance. Don't.
Oh, he shot him.
Casey, be quiet, both of you. Keep back of these trees, out of sight.
Okay.
Blackie Owens is a dead shot, and none of us has a gun. If he knew we'd seen what we have seen, our lives wouldn't be worth a nickel.
He's getting back in the car.
He's driving away.
Wait, don't move from here till he turns off this branch road. Okay. Now let's go over and look at the body. Annie, Blackie Owens is one of the dirtiest gang leaders in this town. The cops have never been able to nail him. What we've just seen will send him to the chair and give us a front-page exclusive. Jack, I could kiss you. We wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been for you.
Casey, how can you think of front pages when you've just seen a guy murdered?
Get used to things like murder in the newspaper racket. Well, there he is.
Do you recognize him, Casey?
I certainly do. That gives me a good reason not to be too unhappy about this shooting. The guy who just had his last ride was Twist Yaco.
Well, he was Blackie Owen's chief gunman.
That's right, Annie. Blackie gave it to him right between the eyes.
He's dead.
That's our last year's daisy.
Never seen a dead guy before. It's awful.
Yeah. Remember that the next time you think of bumping yourself off, kid. Now come on to the car. to get a camera and shoot some pictures of this.
There'll be no
What?
pictures.
Casey.
Hello, Blackie.
Stick up your hands. All of you.
Okay.
I wouldn't have come back if I hadn't seen your car parked off the road after I turned the bend. It gave me the idea that there might have been witnesses to what occurred here a few minutes ago. And I don't want witnesses.
He's going to kill us.
Take it easy, Jack.
The young man, unfortunately for all of you, is right. You see, I prepared a very good alibi for this evening that your testimony would kind of spoil. I'll give you all your choice. Where would you like it? Between the eyes, like Yakko? Through the heart or in the stomach? You know, I pride myself that I never miss.
If it's all the same to you, Blackie, I'd prefer not to be shot. Yeah, you should have known better than to stand so close to a guy you meant to plug.
You got his gun, Casey. You got his gun.
Yes, I have. Now, Blackie, we'll go to my car and get a camera and take some nice pictures of you. Now, be good. Stick your hands in the air and get going.
Okay, but don't you want this...
What are you picking up there?
Huh? Can't you see? Pair of gloves. The lady dropped them when she stuck up her hands a minute ago. No use leaving them on the road. Yeah, miss.
Oh, yeah, they are my gloves. Hey, Casey!
He's grabbed
Let
her.
her go!
Drop that gun you took from me, Casey. If you try to shoot it, you'll have to shoot through this dame first.
He's holding her in front of him.
Let me go!
I always carry two gats, and you gave me a chance to get the second one, sap. Now drop that rod or I shoot this dame. Go on. Drop it.
You win, Blackie.
I thought I would. Now get over there with your friends, lady. I want to see you all in line like clay pipes in a shooting gallery. You're going to be first, kid.
Me?
Yeah. And you get it in the belly.
Jack killed him.
Yeah, that's right. Guess I'll save you to the last, Casey. Lady, you're next. I'm going to make this shot precise. Right between the eyes.
Those shots! Blackie's fallen.
I shot him, Casey. I got him, Miss Williams. Jack, you shot him. The bullet he shot at me hit the steel of the corset I wear for my back. I glanced off. But I pretended I was dead, and I fell close to the gun he made you drop, Casey. I've never shot anyone before.
Boy, I'm glad you shot somebody this time, kid.
I am a hero. I am a hero.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Great new discovery makes beer and ale easy to enjoy.
It's a new kind of bottle.
A different kind of bottle.
It requires no deposit.
No fussing with pennies.
You don't have to return it.
No bother with empty.
Just pour out the beer
and throw the bottle away.
It's light as a feather.
No arm-weary lugging.
It's sturdy and compact.
Saves space in the icebox.
It's easy to open.
And safe to drink from.
It belongs on the table.
It's at home on a picnic.
And, brother, what flavor?
That true brewery flavor.
Protected by glass.
As only glass can protect it.
Yes, the revolutionary new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. For flavor that's brewery bright, demand beer in bottles. For safety and convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Say, Casey, didn't you and Miss Williams kind of overdo that stuff about Wellington Cliffside in this morning's paper? No guy's ever been that much of a nature's noble man.
Boy, you'd have thought he was if you'd been there, Ethelbert.
I'm standing in our exact spot.
Well, maybe you're right. How did it go down with his girlfriend, who wanted to be Casey's girlfriend? Huh?
Swell. She was barely civil to me when I saw her today with Jack. I understand they're engaged, too.
Well, as my sister Edna says, quote, the only thing wrong with the younger generation is that it grows older.
Unquote.
What does that mean?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The part of Jack Cliffside was played by Jack Grimes, and Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Casey, did you see where my niece got engaged last week?
Oh, is her name Princess Elizabeth?
No, her name's Jane.
Then I didn't see it.
How do you like that? If you're not royalty, no one knows what happens to you.
You don't have to be royalty, Ethelbert. You just got to be famous.
Sure, like Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, Crime Photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Self-Made Hero. Casey, like most news cameramen, has a radio in his automobile that he keeps tuned to police calls. Tonight, as he and reporter Ann Williams drive leisurely toward the Express building after covering a routine assignment.
Calling car 55. Car 55. Come in, car 55. Car 55, Sergeant Brannon.
Brannon? Hey, we know Sergeant Brannon.
He's a good pal of mine, Annie. I didn't know they had him on prowl car duty.
Frisco. Report of shooting there. Proceed to alleyway on...
Hey, wait a minute. It'll be repeated. Listen.
Clark and Frisco. Report of shooting there. No further details. That is all.
Oh, more Casey, like we're only a few blocks from there. Maybe there's a story.
With pictures.
Next stop, 12th Street.
Between Clark and Frisco.
Oh, usual crowds collected, Casey.
And there comes a police car, Annie. We're getting here a jump ahead of Brannon. Get out. Come on.
Okay.
All right, get back, you people. Get back. This ain't no circus.
Oh, there's a patrolman over there,
The young
Casey.
fellow beside him must have had something to do with the shooting.
Why, he's just a tall, lanky boy,
I said get back, everybody. That means you and this lady, mister.
And we're press officers.
Oh, you're press, huh? Where's the car?
Here comes your sergeant. He knows us. Hello there, Brannon.
Oh, hiya, Casey. Hello, Miss Williams.
Hello, Sergeant.
What's the trouble, Johnson?
Why, this young fella here, Sergeant, he says someone took a couple of pot shots at him back in that alleyway.
I didn't call for assistance, officer, until I'd done everything possible to help myself.
Well, let's get inside this cigar store, then you can tell me what happened. Come on, Casey. All right, move back there. Let us through, will you? Come on, one side. Now then, let's have your story, Bud. What's your name?
The name is Wellington Cliffside. Only one S in Cliffside. At present employed as junior pharmacist at Black's 10th Street Drugstore.
Uh-huh.
I see you carry a camera, Mr. Casey.
Yeah.
Well, anytime you say, I believe in cooperating with the newspaper.
Now, wait a minute. I'm only a cop, but I still want to know what this shooting was about.
Oh, certainly, Sergeant. Well, as I've already told Officer Johnson, during the past month I became suspicious of two men who've been making telephone calls from the drugstore.
Mm-hmm.
I made it my business to overhear parts of their conversation. And what I heard, Sergeant, convinced me that they are spies.
Spies?
Foreign agents. Well, they must have become suspicious of my suspicions. For tonight, they acted.
Acted?
Yes, sir. A few minutes ago, I was standing there at the corner waiting for a young lady of my acquaintance when these two men passed me.
The two men have been making the mysterious phone calls, huh?
Yes, sir. I saw them go into the dark, deserted alley back of us. I followed them. Now I know they meant to lure me to my death. For when I entered the alley...
He says they grabbed him, Sarge.
Let him tell the story, Johnson.
Well, they seized me, Sergeant. One of them slashed at me with a knife. Oh, look, you can see the tears he made in my overcoat.
There in the left sleeve, huh?
Mm-hmm. And here in the front.
The knife didn't get stuck into you yourself?
No, I broke away, and they ran, with me in hot pursuit.
Uh-huh.
Then they pulled guns and started shooting.
The bullets missed you?
I was lucky. I chased them to the end of the alley.
With them shooting?
Well, I considered it my duty, Sergeant.
Then what happened?
Then I found that they disappeared, probably into one of the buildings on this street. I knew I couldn't find them all by myself, so I yelled. I should say I shouted for assistance. This policeman came up and, well, he can tell you the rest.
There ain't no rest, Sarge. Except I couldn't find no mysterious strangers around like this young fella described.
Okay, Johnson. Did this guy show you where the shooting and stabbing took place in that alley?
Yes, I did, Sergeant. I'll show you.
You stay here. Roberts.
Yes, sir?
You keep Mr. Wellington Rockside company while I have a look around out here. Come on, Johnson, and tell
it's
me.
Wellington Cliffside, Sergeant.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Well, Mr. Casey, I suppose you want to take some pictures of me for your newspaper.
Yeah, I think you're worth a couple of pictures, Doc. Now, hold up that overcoat sleeve to show the tear in it while I back off and get you in focus. All right.
That's a terribly phony story that he told, Casey.
Phonies can make good laugh copy, Annie. Kid's an amateur Dick Tracy.
I'll hold out the front of my overcoat, too, Mr. Casey, so you can get a picture of the knife cut there.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, Wellington, now hold it. Thank you.
Wellington, oh, let me through, please. Wellington.
Myrna.
Look at that girl, Casey.
Don't be such a
Oh,
kid.
Wellington, they told me how those awful men had tried to kill you. Oh, you're not hurt.
Oh, well, I got the best of them, Myrna. But you can see what they did to my coat.
Wellington. Oh, isn't it lucky you had on your old one?
Excuse me, Mr. Cliffside. Is this the young lady you were waiting for?
Oh, yes, Mr. Casey. Miss Williams, Mr. Casey, this is Miss Myrna Adams. Mr. Casey is on a newspaper, Myrna. He's just been taking pictures of me.
Oh, how nice.
How do you do, Miss
I
Adams?
knew all about those spies Wellington was after, Mr. Casey. I was the only one he told about them. Oh, Wellington, you've been wonderful. If they'd hurt you, I don't know what I'd do.
Oh, gee, Myrna, it was...
Sergeant Brannan's coming back, Casey, and there's a woman with him.
Ah, Sergeant. Did you find any clues in the alley that might help us catch those spies?
Plenty, young fella. Is this the guy, Mrs. Levy?
That's him, Sergeant. That long string bean of a kid.
What?
This lady lives in the flat building next to the alley. She happened to be looking out of her window when you were cutting holes in your own coat with a penknife.
All the windows were dark in the alley. The alley was dark.
I got the kind of eyes that see good at night. And why should I burn electricity when I'm only looking out my window? I mind my own business. I wouldn't tell the cops if they hadn't come asking me if I saw something.
And she saw you fire those shots.
I didn't fire any shots.
No, but you set off some homemade firecrackers that sounded like shots. Here's pieces of them I found back there.
Sergeant, look.
I saw you light a match to those firecrackers, young man.
Firecrackers?
Myrna.
There weren't any spies. No one tried to kill you. This was all a bluff.
Myrna, look.
You cheater, you cheap rug cutter, you firecracker shooter, you faker.
You gotta listen to me.
I never want to see you again.
Don't go away, Myrna, don't.
Yeah, you stay here, mister.
Will you? I gotta explain to her. You gotta let me explain, Sergeant, please.
She's gone. You've got some explaining to do to the judge after I run you in. Hey, Roberts, make out your report on this guy, and we'll take him to the station.
Okay, Sarge. Come on. You.
All right.
Hey, Brandon.
Yeah? What, Casey?
Don't run that kid in.
And why not?
Well, couldn't you see he was making a grandstand play for that Bobby Sox gal, and it flopped? Well, he's already taken one on the chin and hard.
Now, look, Casey, we cops have too much trouble with his kind of
I
police.
know, but do me a favor, will you, Brandon? I'll do one for you sometime.
I don't make trades. But I don't get any kick out of pinching goofy kids either. Look, Casey, you can have Wellington Brookside if you only take him away from here. If you don't, well, that mob out there has heard what's happened, and they'll kid him right.
I'll take him away.
Okay, thanks, Casey. I'll tell him to get in your car.
Hey, what's the idea, Casey?
I don't like to see a kid KO'd twice in one night, Annie. Look, and when you get to the office, kid, don't write this story, for laughs or otherwise. I'm forgetting the pictures I took.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
All right, come on. I'm going to drive the kid home, and I'll drop you on the way. Well, here you are, Annie.
Okay. So long, Casey. Goodbye, Wellington.
Goodbye, Miss Williams.
See you in a little while, Annie.
Okay.
Hey, kid, is that Wellington name, is that on the level?
My name is Jack.
Jack? Oh, that's mine. Okay, Jack.
I don't want to bother you, Mr. Casey.
It's no bother. Look, forget that Mr. stuff. Just plain Casey's all I rate. Cigarette?
Yeah, thanks. I was too ashamed to open my mouth while Miss Williams was with us. Now I want you to know I think it was swell of you to talk to cops into letting me go.
Sergeant Brannon was only looking for an excuse not to run you in. He's a regular guy.
I deserve to be run in. I must have been crazy to think I could get away with what I tried to do.
Well, all of us are a little nutty at times, I guess. We get over it, though. Here's some matches for that cigarette.
Huh? Oh, thanks.
Pretty kid, Miss Adams.
Yeah.
You like to tell me about her? Often does a guy good to get things off his chest.
Yeah. Mr. Casey, I've got a bum back.
You got bum back?
I fell down a flight of stairs a couple of years ago, and now I've got to wear a steel corset to keep it in place.
Oh. Well, your bum back and the steel corset have anything to do
Everything.
with
You see, Myrna, Miss Adams admires guys who do things. You know, like Clark Gable and Gary Cooper in the movies.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, I told her about my bum back. But I said it got hurt while I was playing football. I said I'd been the star halfback in high school. Then she found out I've never been a good enough athlete to even get on a girls' softball team. And that I just stumbled over my own feet going downstairs. Since then, she hasn't believed anything I've told her. Except for maybe a minute tonight before the cops called my bluff. She thinks I am, well, just what I am. Big, skinny clown who can't do anything regular guys can do. That's out of my own imagination.
Maybe if somebody talked to Myrna, she might look at things a little differently. Miss Williams might do that.
Oh, Miss Williams is another girl. She couldn't do any good. Oh, you might, though.
Me?
Yeah, she respects old guys.
Old?
Well, I don't mean you're so very old, but you must be all of 30.
Yeah? Pretty ancient, huh?
And you're in the newspaper racket. You must know cops and murderers and... Gee, I bet you've even talked to G-men and movie stars. Oh, Myrna will think you're almost as important a guy as Clark Gable or even Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, now,
Oh, she'll listen to you, Casey. Will you go to her and explain that I'm not just a heel?
Now, listen, Jack,
Oh, please, Casey.
Well, okay, fella.
Oh, gee. Thanks.
No use, Mr. Casey. I think it's very fine of you to try to defend Mr. Cliffside, but I never want to hear his name again. I consider him a drip.
Oh, no. Don't be like that, Miss Adams. He's a nice kid. He's crazy about you.
No, Mr. Casey. He and I are through. Forever.
I'm sorry. There's nothing more I can say, so I'll shove off.
Oh, don't rush away. You've talked so much about Mr. Cliffside, I haven't heard a thing about you.
Me?
Uh-huh. You've rescued people from burning buildings and captured burglars single-handed, and you're a real hero.
Whoever told you that was having a pipe dream.
Oh, no, you're just being modest, like I think all men should be.
Say, look, where did I put my hat, Miss Adams?
Oh, come on. Please sit down, Mr. Casey.
No,
and let's get better acquainted. There. I've always wanted to meet a man like you.
We'll continue in just a moment. Good evening, Dorothy.
Hello, Tony. What's our subject tonight?
Pie plates.
Pie plates?
Mm-hmm. Pie plates. Not ordinary pie plates, but a new kind of pie plate. The biggest bargain in years.
Why, it's made of glass.
Well, this is the Anchor Hocking program, and this new Fire King oven glass pie plate is something special.
For instance?
It bakes pie you can be proud of, not once in a while, but every time. Crusts are light, fluffy, and well-browned and never scorched. And it comes clean almost instantly without scrubbing.
Well, you've sold me, Tony.
Yes, this big 9-inch Fire King oven glass pie plate with a 2-year guarantee against oven breakage is being featured tomorrow and Saturday at 5 and 10-cent stores and all stores that sell household glass at a special bargain price of only 25 cents, slightly more in distant cities. Look for the Fire King label. Ask for it by name. Not just an oven glass pie plate, but a Fire King oven glass pie plate. A product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Give me a cup of black coffee, Ethelbert.
Okay, Casey. You want one, Miss Williams?
No, thanks, Ethelbert.
Casey, you look like you got troubles.
I'll say he has, Ethelbert. In a neat red-headed package, trimmed with short skirts and a pair of bobby socks, a hero worship complex, and a very unbashful personality.
It isn't funny, Ann.
You're talking about a woman, huh?
Oh, not a woman, no. A goofy 17-year-old kid that ought to be spanked. Wish I had the nerve to do it.
She's developed a crush on Casey. Phones him at the office several times a day and waits for him on the street so she can gaze at him and sigh.
Casey, how did you get yourself into anything like that? You ain't no cradle snatcher.
Ethelbert, all I did was to call on her one afternoon last week in order to try and square something for somebody else.
She isn't the girl that Cliffside kid set off the firecrackers on account of.
That's who.
Huh?
But Cliffside doesn't know yet that Casey squared things so beautifully.
Will you get it, Walter?
I put off telling him that she won't listen to anything that I say in his favor because, well, he's miserable enough as it is. You know, he phones me a couple of times a day, too, Ethelbert, to ask how I'm making out with her. I can't stall him much longer. Oh, I must have been nuts to get myself mixed up in something like this.
Telephone for you, Mr. Casey.
Why? Who is it?
Mr. Cliffside, sir.
I thought I was about due for my nightly call from him. He's probably been trying to get me at the office.
Well, since you can't help him, you better stop stalling and tell him the truth, Casey.
Oh, I can't, Annie. Excuse me.
You know, Miss Williams, Casey sure has a talent for getting himself into situations that ain't too easy to get out.
Hello?
Casey?
Yeah, Jack. How are you, fella?
Casey, I just learned the truth
Huh?
about you and Myrna.
What do you mean?
I met her on the street a while ago. She told me nothing could ever be fixed up between her and me, and that she was in love with you.
Damn. Now, listen,
I
kid.
guess well stunt you pulled. Kidding me into thinking you were my friend and then double-crossing me.
Listen to me,
I've
will
listened to you long enough. I called up now to let you know that what you've done is the last straw. When I leave this phone, I'm going to the river.
The river?
I don't want to live any longer, Casey. I'm going to end it all.
You young dope, where are you?
Never mind where I am.
Jack, I've got to meet you. I've got to talk to you.
You or no one else is ever going to talk to me again. I won't be in your way after tonight, Casey. You can have Myrna.
I don't want Myrna. Jack!
Goodbye, Casey.
Jack! Hey, kid! Hey! Operator! Operator! Operator!
This is the operator.
Look, what was the number that just called here?
You've been disconnected, sir.
I know that. Oh, never mind. Annie.
Yes, Casey?
Annie, that darn fool kid says he's going to throw himself in the river.
What?
The way he sounded, I don't think he's bluffing. We got to stop him, Annie.
You know where he is?
No, but there's only one place that kid had picked for a suicide, the cliff at Rocky Point.
You mean the place they call Lover's Leap?
Yes.
Oh, but Casey, that's way
I
out
know
on the
how far it is, Annie. But he wasn't calling from around there because there isn't a public telephone within a mile of the place. He'll have to reach it by bus, but we've got a car. Look, Annie, I may need you to convince him that I'm not trying to steal his Myrna. Come on.
Casey, if that crazy kid has picked another spot on the river to throw himself in...
I'm not afraid of that, Annie. What I'm afraid of is we may not get there in time. If he does jump, Ann, I'll be responsible.
Now, don't talk like that.
It's such a mess of it.
No, you have not. It was that little fool of a girl who did that. No, I'd like to wring her neck.
Well, there's no use blaming her. No. This is far. You'd better go with the car. I'll run it off the road among the trees here and turn off the lights. If he saw it, he'd suspect I was after him. Maybe he'd get away. Because if he hasn't gotten here ahead of us
now
and already...
Stop thinking like that, Casey.
Well, get out of the car and come on, Annie.
All right.
We'll go out to the cliff through these trees. It's pretty bright. What we've seen on the road.
This is a horrible, desolate place.
Yeah. Annie, we can see the edge of the cliff from here. And there's no one on it.
Well, that means he hasn't gotten here yet.
May mean he has gotten
now,
here.
Now, stop imagining things. Hey, Casey, someone's coming through the trees on the other side of the road down there.
Well, I see.
Someone tall and lanky.
It's a kid. He's going toward the edge.
Yeah, he sees you. He's running, too, for the edge.
Hey, wait, kid, wait! I gotta talk to you.
No one's ever going to talk to me again.
Jack, you've got to let me talk.
Run, Casey! He's almost at the edge.
Hey, stop!
You can't reach him in time. Oh, he stumbled. Grab him before he gets up.
I got it. Let me go over here.
He hadn't stumbled. He's only a few feet away from the ledge.
Young fella, for the scare you've given us, I ought to knock your teeth out.
Why don't you stop me? What do you care what happens to me?
You shouldn't care. Can't you realize that Casey's only interested in Myrna because, well, he was trying to help you? And let this sink in. If I weren't sure that he couldn't have any romantic notions about a child like your Myrna, I wouldn't be here with him.
You mean that you're Casey's real girlfriend, Miss Williams?
Well, use your own judgment, if you have any.
I should have figured that. I'm sorry, Casey.
Well, okay, kid. Well, now we're taking you back to town. We'll cut through these woods to the car.
All right. I can't stop you from taking me back, but I still don't want to live, Casey. While I was wrong about you, I wasn't wrong about having lost Myrna. She told me herself tonight that she hated me.
Jack, there are millions of girls in the world. Must you have just one particular one?
I don't want anybody else. Ever.
Brother, you're a true monogamist. Hey, car's turned into the road. Wait a minute. Wonder if the driver knows it's a dead end at the edge of the cliff. Yeah, guess he's seen where he was heading. He stopped. Say, wait. Let's see who this is.
Hey, Casey. That man getting out.
Holding his hands above his head.
Yeah.
Guy getting out behind him has a gun.
Man, that guy with a gun is Blackie Owen.
The racketeer?
Yes.
Don't, Blackie. Give me a chance. Don't.
Oh, he shot him.
Casey, be quiet, both of you. Keep back of these trees, out of sight.
Okay.
Blackie Owens is a dead shot, and none of us has a gun. If he knew we'd seen what we have seen, our lives wouldn't be worth a nickel.
He's getting back in the car.
He's driving away.
Wait, don't move from here till he turns off this branch road. Okay. Now let's go over and look at the body. Annie, Blackie Owens is one of the dirtiest gang leaders in this town. The cops have never been able to nail him. What we've just seen will send him to the chair and give us a front-page exclusive. Jack, I could kiss you. We wouldn't have been here if it hadn't been for you.
Casey, how can you think of front pages when you've just seen a guy murdered?
Get used to things like murder in the newspaper racket. Well, there he is.
Well, do you recognize him, Casey?
I certainly do. That gives me a good reason not to be too unhappy about this shooting. The guy who just had his last ride was Twist Yaco.
Well, he was Blackie Owen's chief gunman.
That's right, Annie. Blackie gave it to him right between the eyes.
He's dead.
That's our last year's daisy.
Never seen a dead guy before. It's awful.
Yeah. Remember that the next time you think of bumping yourself off, kid. Now, come out of the car. Let me get a camera and shoot some pictures of this.
There'll be no...
What? Casey.
Hello, Blackie.
Stick up your hands. All of you.
Okay.
I wouldn't have come back if I hadn't seen your car parked off the road after I turned the bend. It gave me the idea that there might have been witnesses to what occurred here a few minutes ago. And I don't want witnesses.
He's going to kill us.
Take it easy, Jack.
The young man, unfortunately for all of you, is right. You see, I prepared a very good alibi for this evening that your testimony would kind of spoil. I'll give you all your choice. Where would you like it? Between the eyes, like Yakko? Through the heart or in the stomach? You know, I pride myself that I never miss.
If it's all the same to you, Blackie, I'd prefer not to be shot. Yeah, you should have known better than to stand so close to a guy you meant to plug.
You got his gun, Casey. You got his gun.
Yes, I have. Now, Blackie, we'll go to my car and get a camera and take some nice pictures of you. Now, be good. Stick your hands in the air and get going.
Okay, but don't you want this...
What are you picking up there?
Huh? Can't you see? A pair of gloves. The lady dropped them when she stuck up her hands a minute ago. No use leaving them on the road. Yeah, miss.
Oh, yeah, they are my gloves. Hey, Casey!
He's grabbed
Let
her.
her go!
Drop that gun you took from me, Casey. When you try to shoot it, you'll have to shoot through this dame first.
He's holding her in front of him.
Let me go!
I always carry two gats, and you gave me a chance to get the second one, sap. Now drop that rod or I shoot this dame. Go on. Drop it.
You win, Blackie.
I thought I would. Now get over there with your friends, lady. I want to see you all in line like clay pipes in a shooting gallery. You're going to be first, kid.
Me?
Yeah. And you get it in the belly.
Jack killed him.
Yeah, that's right. Guess I'll save you to the last, Casey. Lady, you're next. I'm going to make this shot precise. Right between the eyes.
Those shots. Blackie's fallen. I shot him, Casey. I got him, Miss Williams. Jack, you shot him. The bullet he shot at me hit the steel of the corset I wear for my back. I glanced off. But I pretended I was dead, and I fell close to the gun he made you drop, Casey. I've never shot anyone before.
Boy, I'm glad you shot somebody this time, kid.
I am a hero. I am a hero.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. Extra, extra, read all about it.
Great new discovery makes beer and ale easy to enjoy.
It's a new kind of bottle.
A different kind of bottle.
It requires no deposit.
No fussing with pennies.
You don't have to return it.
No bother with empty.
Just pour out the beer
and throw the bottle away.
It's light as a feather.
No arm-weary lugging.
It's sturdy and compact.
Saves space in the icebox.
It's easy to open.
And safe to drink from.
It belongs on the table.
It's at home on a picnic.
And, brother, what flavor?
That true brewery flavor.
Protected by glass.
As only glass can protect it.
Yes, the revolutionary new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. For flavor that's brewery bright, demand beer in bottles. For safety and convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Say, Casey, didn't you and Miss Williams kind of overdo that stuff about Wellington Cliffside in this morning's paper? No guy's ever been that much of a nature's noble man.
Boy, you'd have thought he was if you'd been there, Ethelbert.
I'm standing in our exact spot.
Well, maybe you're right. How did it go down with his girlfriend, who wanted to be Casey's girlfriend? Huh?
Swell. She was barely civil to me when I saw her today with Jack. I understand they're engaged, too.
Well, as my sister Edna says, quote, The only thing wrong with the younger generation is that it grows older.
Unquote.
What does that mean?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King Oven Glass, Anchor Glass Containers, Anchor Caps and Closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. The part of Jack Cliffside was played by Jack Grimes, and Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Control 1 to car 59, clear coach 7, KMA 394. Car 50T at Overland and Denton. Traffic accident, ambulance follow-up. Hit and run felony involved, code 3. All units in the vicinity, be on the lookout for black sedan, out-of-state plates, no further description. Maybe southbound on Overland. Should have heavy damage to right side of car.
This is Don Reed, a police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Black sedan, radio buried in glove compartment. No identification as a police car. Driving? Sergeant Ron Perkins. We're all dressed in civilian clothes. Sports suit, overcoats. This is Detective Unit 5-6 on the night watch. At the moment, we're checking southbound traffic, looking for a hit-and-run driver. And while you're with us tonight, remember, the people you meet are not actors. You're listening just as it happens, because this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound is authentic. Wherever Detective Unit 5-6 is called, you follow, as the official police recorder transcribes the investigation. Night Watch, presented with the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We transfer you now to Detective Unit 5-6, operating somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
We've checked out the southbound traffic looking for this hit-and-run suspect. So far, no luck. Here's a quick picture. Arriving at the scene of the crash. Siren clearing a path through the traffic. Two-door coupe rolled over inside, demolished. Traffic car, ambulance on the scene. Flares throwing out weird shadows. Strong smell of gasoline in the air. Man lying across the seat, bleeding profusely. Ambulance attendants administering first aid. Woman standing next to car. Police blanket around her. Eyes glazed. Obvious shock condition.
Are you all right?
Calling through the broken glass.
Don't move him. Are you all right? All right. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Look at our car.
You want to tell me what happened?
I don't know what happened. I'll tell you the truth. Look at our car.
Sit in the car a minute. Let me go.
No, we were just driving along and they hit our car.
Did you see what kind of car he had?
And I didn't see nothing. It was so quick.
Everything will be all right. They'll have you down at the hospital in a little while. Your husband's okay.
He's hurt.
Okay.
He's hurt. Come here, honey.
What's the matter, honey?
Are you all right? We're going to the hospital, baby.
What's he doing to me, honey?
Look at our car, baby.
Oh, look
at it. The guy hit us.
Husband placed on stretcher. Staring at wreckage of car. Moving him into the ambulance.
Up here.
Look at our car.
Wife up front. Ambulance disappearing in the traffic. Well, we got them on their way.
Not the only ones we got on their way. Take a look at this.
Where'd you find that?
Jamming the grill work of the car over there.
Well, what do you know? An out-of-state license plate.
Let's get this on the air.
That guy took off after clobbering that car. He figured he had it made.
Except for one thing. Left his calling card. Fine, 6 to Control 1.
Control 1 to 5-6. Go ahead.
5-6, we have additional information on the hit-and-run felony at Overland and Denton. The suspect's license plate was dropped at the scene. We advise all of you.
Control 1 to Unit 5-8 clear. KMA 394. All units on frequency 4 stand by. Cars 50 and Detective Unit 56 at 2932 Maple. That's 2932 Maple. Woman screaming for help. Code 2. Marlowe, 10-4.
5-6 to 1, Roger. We're rolling.
Code 2. Use the red light. Hurry up. Woman screaming for help. Our climatic conditions tonight are not exactly conducive to high-speed runs. There's a heavy fog pouring in off the ocean. Actually, we won't turn our red light on. It reflects into the fog, makes it tougher to see. Well, we're rolling in second gear now. Gives us better control. Don't have too far to go. There goes our windshield wipers on. It helps a little bit. But we're going to have to crawl all the way. Now, this call, woman screaming for help, could mean anything. It's a case of not crossing your bridges till you get there. Wait and see what happens. A couple more blocks to go and we're in business. I'll roll this window down, maybe help a little bit.
Can you see that sign over there?
Wait a minute, I can't even make it out. Up a little more. Yeah, this is it. This maple. Well, at least we've found the street. That narrows it down. It's so foggy in here, you can't even see the houses. And here comes the black and white car from the other direction. At least I think it is. It's something with a flock of red lights on it. Well, this is it. Figure standing on the curb. Headlights of the other car silhouetting. Now our headlights. Woman caught in the crossbeams, waving. Uniformed officers, Blumenstein and Walter, hustling over with us. Woman, tiny, short-sleeved dress, trembling, tears, hair wet, stringy.
Excuse me. My husband and my mother-in-law have been drinking quite a bit. I only had one small cocktail. They've been drinking for hours now. My husband and my mother-in-law. And my mother-in-law wants to take my little girl away. Please don't let her.
She wants to take your little girl away?
Please don't let her.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to tell us the whole story from the beginning so that we can...
My husband said he was going to kill me. I only weigh 98 pounds, and he's a great big bully. He's not going to beat me up anymore.
He's not going to beat you. Is your husband here?
Husband coming out of house. Very tall. Wife, Arms around officer. Hiding.
Your wife's complaining. A little trouble in the house. She's been drinking quite a bit.
It's not true. She's a little bit nervous. She's under the doctor's care for a mental breakdown. She imagines things are not true, and I control her.
Mm-hmm. Well, now about her story about your mother take your child with her or something.
She usually keeps
that?
her because she isn't able to keep the child herself.
My mother-in-law takes her weekends. I have singing lessons every weekend, and I'm tired weekends, and she keeps her over Saturday night. But I don't want her to take her tonight because she's been drinking too much, and I'm afraid.
Well, now you told us when we came here that your husband has been drinking
he
too much
too, of course he has.
But he doesn't appear to me to be too intoxicated.
He must hold his liquor very well, then. He's certainly been drinking. You threatened to kill me, and I had to run next door. I was afraid you threatened to kill me.
I did not.
You did, too.
I was trying to take all my money and leave me, you said.
I did not.
You did, too. I got a witness to it.
I did not say I was leaving you. Cross my heart and hope to die.
You're so confused.
I did not say I was leaving you.
What kind of trouble are you under the care of a doctor for?
Just because a person goes to see a psychiatrist for 5 months. As soon as I started taking singing lessons, I snapped out of it. You know that. I needed an interest in life besides just housework. Anyway, I take singing lessons, and I'm going to be a singer. I have a voice. I'm going to be a singer, and maybe he's jealous. But anyway, he's been being very mean to me lately, and tonight it started with a quarrel about dinner, that we didn't have the dinner on time, and the kids were hungry, and then it got worse and worse, and his mother's been drinking a lot. I said, your mother did. Your mother said we didn't have dinner on time. So then I said, next time, why don't you take us out to Chinatown for dinner, and then there won't be a quarrel about the dinner. And then your mother said, call a taxi. I'm leaving. I've been insulted. And so then you said, no, I won't call a taxi. So I said, if your mother feels that she's been insulted, by all means, call a taxi. Because I said I meant no insult. And I said, if you don't like the way I'm acting, I said, you don't have to stay with me. If you're going to criticize me, you don't have to stay with me.
How much has she had to drink tonight?
One small one.
Oh, you did have one.
One small one, I admit it.
You're intoxicated. You're just confused.
No, I'm not intoxicated.
Well,
you can't get intoxicated on one small one.
Maybe go inside and talk to your mother-in-law.
If you wish to, but before you go in, I want to just tell you this. That I don't want her going up to your mother's when your mother's been drinking so much. That's the point I'm making.
You only had 2 small drinks all evening.
Darling, your mother has been drinking too much.
Is it material to you whether your mother takes her or if the baby stays here?
Well, I think the baby's safer. My mother-in-law isn't here with us, so she's so upset she might do almost anything.
I'm not upset, and I wouldn't do almost anything.
Actually, I believe your wife is deemed fit to take care of the child until she's legally ruled otherwise.
Moving up on the porch.
So I believe the child's
Middle-aged woman making an appearance. Hair up in curlers. Little girl bringing up the rear.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Policeman! How are you?
You kids want to go back inside there? That's the little girl, huh?
He's all right.
Wife ducking behind officers again. Mother-in-law, hands on hips, glaring.
You think she's been drinking?
I know she's been drinking.
Well, she's the one that took the first drink, and to be sociable, I drank with her.
Mm-hmm.
How many, though? I only had one small one.
I only had 2.
I think you better have a psychiatrist examine Mrs. Country.
I've already been to a psychiatrist for 5 months. You know that.
I came home last night. The child was making sentences about the cut her throat, and I took her out of the bathroom before she got a razor blade.
That is a lie.
That is the bathroom, and I came home looking for a razor blade.
I was not looking for a razor blade. You're lying.
That is true. The child.
The child itself will bear it out.
That is a lie.
That is not, officer.
Okay, then let me just tell you this and see why there would be any reason for me to cut my throat.
I'll tell you what. We'll let your husband decide what to do.
One other time, she ordered me out of this house when my son invited me here, and I brought some peaches for a child to eat. And she came to me and told me I was poisoning the child and for me to go home and never come back to her house. Now, that's the truth. Don't you dare deny that.
Well,
it would be better if I never saw you, my dear.
I'll tell you.
You invited her here and told me to bring her here, didn't you?
You know you take your mother. Don't lie about this. I didn't lie about the psychiatrist. Almost every time you go up there, you take liquor to your mother. I won't see my child sacrificed. I've seen your mother so drunk she fell down. Don't lie. Haven't I seen your mother so drunk she fell down?
You exaggerated to us when we came up here. You said...
No, I did not exaggerate to you.
You had me believing that your mother-in-law was stumbling drunk.
I've seen her stumbling drunk where she fell down.
You want to step over here for a minute, sir?
I have, and you were there.
Look, we appreciate your problem. You know we can't take sides.
Your mother seems to be the main source of agitation here, and I'd suggest you take her home. Also suggest that you try to get some more treatment for your wife. If we can help, here's my card.
Okay, thank you.
Why don't you give her the word?
Wife out on porch. Husband bending down. Put his arms around her.
The baby's going to stay here.
I'm glad you did, because if you hadn't, I would have divorced you. I'm glad that you see it my way.
Yeah. I want to do anything to make you happy, Gary. You've been married 12 years now. There's no reason why you can't be married another 12 years. No longer, is there?
He's a very smooth worker. I know him. I ought to.
Well, if you want to take care of the baby, you better go in the house and take care of the baby
Not
while
with him.
he takes his mother home. See?
When I see you and your mother drive off, I'll go in the house. Not till then. I know you. If you were a woman, you'd understand. Please take her home and don't bring her back anymore.
Husband taking off coat. Putting around wife. Has mother-in-law by the hand. Heading for car. Disappearing in the fog.
Thanks a lot, Bluey. We'll see you guys later.
You know, seeing all these things makes a guy wonder about getting married.
Yeah, doesn't change my mind any.
You are listening to Night Watch and following the activities of Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty. Remember, the people and sounds you are hearing are real, and the investigations are recorded in the field as they actually occur. And now, back to Night Watch, as we return you to Detective Unit 5-6, somewhere in the field, and your official police recorder, Don Reed.
All units in the vicinity in cars 50 and 56 in 51 district and 2205 Welltone. 2205 Welltone. Prowler in the backyard now. Code 2. 501 10-4.
5-6, Roger. We're in the area. We'll approach on Welltone and check out the house from the front.
50 to 56. We're just north of that location. We'll come in through the alley.
Roger, 50.
Prowler call. Reported in the backyard. We'll take the front. Radio car will come in through the alley. This is about our third prowler call. The same general area in the past few days. Hold on. Probably of all the types of calls received, this is the most difficult to pinpoint. It's liable to turn up with anything. Stray cats trying to get into a house. Wind blowing wire against the screen. Then again, just a good old-fashioned burglar trying to break in. We're within a couple of blocks now. Fog is cleared. There goes off our lights. Rest the way in the dark. Checking the streets for anything out of the ordinary. There's two figures coming out of a driveway. Girl and a boy. Arms around each other. Not very good burglary suspects. Street's dark. There's a porch light on the middle of the block. Probably it. Right. That's it. The number checks.
5-6, code 6 on Welltone.
5-6, 10-4.
Detective to the rear. We'll cover the front. Young woman standing on the porch, bathrobe pulled tight around her throat. Trembling.
I have to. That baby's tried to keep the puppy in. Do you want to come see you? The puppy barked in last week's my milkman. Money was stolen from the porch. Afraid to go to bed night. I thought after they took the money last week, maybe they'd come back, thinking I'd put it out again.
Oops. Woke the dog. You're a little late, fella. Flashlight signal from the back. Nothing out there.
And I can hear footsteps. I know that it's not a cat or anything.
Yeah.
And the other night, my neighbor was telling me someone came over her wall. They just went over from the back property there. I'm getting, so I'm afraid to go to bed because it's no sooner than the house is dark. It seems there's somebody out here.
Do you have your lights, on in the house?
Well, I always hear it after I go to bed, and all the lights are off. And I thought, well, since they took my money last week, I put the milkman's money out, that possibly they'd come back thinking I'd put it out again.
No.
But my husband's been in the hospital for 14 months, and I'm just getting scared to go to bed at night.
Well, I'll tell you what I would like to have you do in the future. First place, we'll leave word up at the desk so the cars can give you good protection down here. But next time you hear anything, don't turn any lights on. So just dial the operator and say you have an emergency, you want the Culver City Police. She'll connect you immediately. You give the man your address, tell them there's somebody in your yard right now, and then just do it without them looking in. If they can look in the house and they see you go to the phone, or if you turn a light on, they're going to take off before we can get here. And that's the only way we'll be able to get them, if you'll just quietly notify the police and then just stay inside till we get down here.
Sorry.
So if you'll do that, we'll have a chance to get them for you next time.
Well, I hope so, because golly, I'm getting tired. My eyes are just plugging out and staying up and reading.
Well,
Come on, baby. You
don't have to worry. We'll be out here to help you on it.
Oh, bye. Thank you for coming down. No, you go lay down, baby. Go on. You can't come in the house.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Back to our radio unit. Control 1 calling us on the air.
5-6, code 1. 5-6, code 1.
5-6, go ahead.
1 to Detective Unit 5-6. Car 50 wants you to contact them. Code 2. 50, can you read 5-6? 50 to 5-6. We're in the alley directly behind you. Found a juvenile suspect hiding back here. You want to meet it?
5-6, Roger. I'll be right there.
Swinging around to get into the alley. Radio car in the rear, holding a juvenile suspect. Found hiding back there. Just a bit bumpy in here. Yeah, here's our main alley. Pitch dark. Radio car. Spotlight trained on uniformed officers. Young boy here in custody.
What do you got, Bill?
Well, we were cruising through the alley back here, and we found this young fellow hiding behind the telephone pole over there. I don't know if he's got anything to do with the prowler call or not, but Sergeant Dirk's over there talking to him.
Okay, let's go over and check him out.
Suspect, 10, 11 years. Butch haircut. Hands on hips. Defiant.
I didn't do anything.
Well, why did you walk down the alley?
I always walk down the alley.
Well, you always walk down the alley.
I always walk down this one. You can ask anybody.
Why don't you walk down the streets like a normal person would?
I don't know. I just walk down the alleys.
And you're going straight home?
Yes.
Where were you before I saw you, though?
I was up there walking down.
You weren't in this yard at all?
I just walked over here, down here.
You weren't in the yard?
Yes.
You wouldn't lie to us, would you?
I'm not lying, sir.
What else have you been taken into the juvenile officer for?
Nothing.
No curfew violation?
No.
Just for entering that boy's house?
Yes.
What if this lady identified you?
Well, let her identify me. Let her have a look at me.
You still weren't around the house at all?
I still wasn't. Let her have a look at me.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
How old are you?
12.
You know, you shouldn't be out wandering up and down these alleys,
Right.
regardless of whether you use it for a regular route or not. Because you'll always be questioned if you're intercepted by the police unit.
Well, you can ask this man. I was walking down the alley and I
Well,
just
let's
turned here.
square something away there right now. There was time enough for you to jump over that wall, run up there and hide behind a telephone pole, and then start walking back here nonchalantly.
All right, but I didn't. Let the lady look at me.
She didn't see you.
Then what do you want me for?
Because I think you were in the yard.
Turn around.
Checking out the young fellow's pockets. Very determined look. Sarcastic smile. Sort of dares the officers to find out anything.
You
better change your route home.
Right.
And start walking down the street.
But I always like down
I
there
don't
to
care
kiss.
what you always do down here. Stay out of the alleys. You stay out of the alleys and stay on the regular routes of travel, you won't be in any trouble. If we catch you wandering down these alleys again, you're going into the juvenile officer. And if you go in often enough, you'll go to a juvenile home. Now, understand that. You have no business walking down these back alleys or through backyards. Maybe or maybe not you weren't in this yard, but you're in this area. It makes you a likely suspect. And if there's many more such incidents, you're going to be in trouble. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Bill, can I see a minute?
Yeah.
He probably caused the prowler call. Won't be able to prove it. So I suggest if it's okay with you and Dirks that call the juvenile car and let him take him home and talk to his parents.
Okay, Perk, will do.
We'll see you later.
Meet us in the alley at the 2200 block on Welcome.
He's a nervy little guy. Won't be roaming around the alleys this time of night.
Now, some neighbor take a pot shot at him. He won't have as much nerve.
What you have just heard is real, recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now back to headquarters and the desk of Police Chief W.N. Hildebrand.
The first investigation tonight involving the hit-and-run driver resulted in the suspect being taken into custody the following day, when the Detective Bureau traced the license plate dropped at the scene. The maximum penalty for hit-and-run is 1 to 5 years in the state prison. The second case of the disturbance revolving around a mother-in-law resulted in the recommendation that the wife have further psychiatric treatment for nervous disorder. The final interrogation of the young boy found loitering in an alley late at night was returned home by juvenile officers and his parents advised. In the overall pattern of police work, this case will be filed away with hundreds of others, but it is important in one respect. Every person, juvenile and adult alike, reaches a series of crossroads. A wrong turn, and overnight, a potentially good citizen could be turned into a criminal. I cite, for example, the hit-and-run driver tonight. The case of the 12-year-old boy roaming alleys at 1 o'clock in the morning is a violation of curfew, an offense in itself, but a serious situation could have developed had it continued. This is one of the crossroads of which we speak. To point out what can be done to control juvenile delinquency is one of the reasons for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins and described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. Night Watch is produced by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock.
You, Vance?
Yes, Markham. Well, the district attorney is behind a locked door. Most interesting, Markham. How do I get in?
This way, Vance. I'm unlocking the door.
Good evening, Vance. Hello, Markham. All this secrecy indicates an occasion I should enjoy. Am I correct?
Quite possible, Vance. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, you sent for me, Markham. I'm here. Shall we ask your other visitor to come in here from the next room so we can get started?
You knew I had someone waiting next door?
Certainly. You wouldn't lock yourself in, Markham. As long as I've known you, I've never seen you display a single evidence of fear. You locked your door, therefore you are trying to protect someone. Whom?
My only surprise is that you didn't know that, too. It's an informer, Vance, a stool pigeon. Come in, Ricky.
Yeah, DA. Here I am.
Ricky, this is Philo Vance. I want you to tell him what you told me a while ago.
Oh, gee, DA, what I told you was personal, just between friends.
Please include me among your friends, then, Rickard.
Do I have to tell this guy what I told you, DA?
I wish you would.
Okay, then. Okay. Listen, Vance, the DA and I has got a deal. When I hear something he ought to know, only nobody will tell him, I tell him.
Nobody will tell him, so you tell him.
Sure. Listen, Vance, there's a dame due to hit this town this week, and she's going to start running things here the same as she ran them in the Midwest. And where she goes, trouble goes, too. Big trouble. Killings, bank holdups, kidnappings, the works. Yeah, that's what I was telling the DA.
A woman is coming to town, and that means trouble, eh? Well, that's not too strange an association.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is this town's going to break wide open when she shows up, and that's going to be soon.
Really? Rickard, tell me, who is this woman?
You mean, what's her name? Well, search me. I don't know. All I know is she's tall and dark and terrific looking. And she always wears dresses of one color only. Nobody knows her name. Everybody calls her the Lady in Blue. It would be my suggestion, Danny, not to let the Lady in Blue into this office.
Legal advice or a friendly tip?
A friendly tip, Danny, actuated by the fact that I wish to be retained by you as your lawyer for quite some time yet.
May not be around long run of things if I let the Lady in Blue in here. Well, let's see. Davy, let her come in. Out, Buffy. That door there. Call me later.
I hope you will be able to answer the phone when I do. Bye.
Davy, I said to send that to...
Hello, Danny.
Yeah.
Aren't you going to ask me to sit down, Danny?
I as soon as I can breathe normal again. You're the Lady in Blue?
That's what I've been called. You knew I was coming to town?
Everybody knew it. What do you want with me?
I'd like to do business with you, Danny. Things are a little slow where I came from. I need activity. I can find things to do here. Things you're already doing.
All right. I get that. But the way you look, the way you're dressed, the way you talk, what do you want with racket?
Racket? I'm not associated with any racket. I do things more legitimately. My methods may be a little illegal, but my enterprise is on. For instance, you're in a racket. I've suddenly decided to be your partner.
Nice deciding. What if I don't like? I know you brought a couple of your boys along, so don't think I'm being tough.
No, you're too smart to play that way, Dan. You have a bodyguard in the next room. I have one of my boys watching him. I don't know about yours, but mine shoots straight. And often. Will you talk to him?
Take that hood of yours out of here, lady, and you go with him. We don't have nothing to talk about.
No.
Tony, don't let him come in, Davy.
You told me, lady? Davy here is giving me some trouble.
Davy. He shot Davy.
Only in his arm. I don't like guys that pull guns. You call me, lady?
Yes, Danny. Gus is a protective measure. Danny, we'll drop our business discussion for the day, but we'll meet again.
We'll meet again, lady. I promise you that. I'll find out what your game is.
I'm sure you will. Only, as a glance in the next room will tell you, we're both playing the same game. But the score is 1-0 in my favor. How do you do, madame? May I help you with your selection? It's quite possible. You only saw. Yes, I am Madame Marie. Madame, you have a beautiful figure. And I have the creation that will set off the blue of your eyes.
Please come with me. We can do business here, Madame Marie. I'm not interested in gowns. I'm interested in working for you. Working? A woman like you is looking for a position? Not exactly. Madame Marie, effective today, everything that you purchase from manufacturers here and abroad must go through me. A service for which I charge 10%. Do you understand? No. No, I do not. You will. Oh, now, there's a beautiful gown. That blue evening night. An import, of course. How much is it? $400. But I still do not know what you're trying to do. I need no one to buy for me. You'll change your mind. I'll take that down. Send it to me at the Rickmore Street, 928. Oh, 400, you said? Very well, here you are. Good day, Madame Marie. Oh, you'll be hearing from me. No, what does it mean? Evelyn, I'm not to be disturbed. I'm going into my office. Thing like this cannot happen. Monsieur Danny?
Never mind the mature business. I got trouble enough.
Danny, this is Marie from the dress shop. 6 months ago, I joined your association. You promised me I'd never be disturbed by anyone. Just now, I was disturbed.
By a tall, good-looking doll dressed in blue?
Yes. She didn't know I was already a member of your association, did she? I mean, that must be it. She just didn't know.
She knew all right. Only she told me she's moving in and she's doing it. I'm going to see her. Something tells me she's going to be moving right out again.
Sit down, Danny. We're quite alone, and there's nothing for you to be afraid of. You like my new gown? I bought it today.
I like the gown, lady. It's your ideas on doing business I don't like. You're cutting in on Madame Marie, I understand.
Well, as long as you understand, I see no need to discuss it further. You like the gown, really, don't you?
Listen, lady, I don't like what's going on here. I was doing all right. I was doing fine, and you cut yourself in. I'm not taking it, lady. I'm telling you now, I'm not taking it.
But then, there isn't really anything you can do. Look, would you care to take me to the theater tonight? I'll wear this new blue gown. I've some wonderful blue eyeshadow that matches and luminous stardust for my hair. You'll be very proud of me, dear.
You want me to take you to the theater? Hey, lady, you go for me a little.
Why?
Why? On account of you're only the most terrific game I've ever seen, that's why. Say, you want me to take you to the theater?
Is it a date, then?
Oh, could be, lady, could be. So you like me a little, huh? Well, I like you a lot, lady. You got what I ain't got. Glad.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Lady, come here a minute. I always wanted to know what it would feel like to have a swell dame like you on my arm. Come here, lady. Come on.
You want me closer? You want close? I think.
Oh, lady, this is living. Hey. What did you clip me for?
I step on ants when they start to crawl down there. You affect me the same way.
Oh, I do, huh? You don't want to play then, do you? Step rough. Okay, if that's the way you want it, that's the way you're going to get it. Lady, you're going to be sorry you slapped me in the kisser. Take my word for it.
Really? What are you going to do?
Plenty. I'll fix you for this, lady, beginning now. You know that date we had for the theater? Well, it's off. Fool around with that.
Well, Mr. Markham, we got another murder.
I see, Sergeant Hicks. Danny Claxton, isn't it?
It was. That's the way we found him, lying face up here in his apartment, knife in his heart.
Clarence will be interested when he gets here. Coincidentally, I had to wake him up. After all, only homicide detectives and district attorneys stay awake all night.
Call him back and tell him to stay away, D.A. We can solve this murder without him. I'll have the guy who knocked off Claxton within a week.
You know, Heath, I was living in hopes that you'd bring Claxton in one of these days so we could send him up the river where he belongs.
Someone sent him down the river. Hello, Martin.
Hello, Vance. Sorry to get you out of bed.
I'm sorry you got out of bed, too.
Good evening, Sergeant Heath. So this is a big-time racketeer's apartment. And that a big-time racketeer's corpse.
We're waiting for some men from the morgue to remove the body, Vance. Sergeant Heath has had the knife that killed Claxton taken to headquarters.
Sure did. She and check the fingerprints right now.
I hope you find some. A knife killed Claxton, eh, Martin?
Yes, Vance, a knife. Now we have a corpse, and so far, 3 suspects.
Really? Who are they?
Well, there's a lady in blue whom we were warned about last night, remember, by my personal informer?
Yes, of course.
And there's a cold-blooded killer named Tony who works for the lady. We got him right away, but he's out on bail.
Wonderful device, that business of bail. Who's the third?
A former attorney who was Danny's business advisor, a man named Smythe.
Also out on bail, I suppose?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heath.
Yeah, Van. What can I do for you?
Find anything in the room that might be a clue?
Not a thing. But maybe you will. You generally do. But look, don't bother me, Vance. I'm busy.
Vance, you want to look around or shall we go?
We might just as well go. Apparently, there are no clues to be uncovered. Coming, Sergeant Heath?
Yeah, I'm coming. I'll leave the man outside the door to wait for those guys from morgue. Turn off the light, will you, D.A.?
Certainly.
Holy mackerel, it's dark in here. Open the door, will you, D.A.? It's right next to the switch.
Certainly, I've got it right here.
Don't open that door, Markham. Don't do it for a second, anyhow.
Oh.
Hey, Vance, what are you staring into a dark room for? You can't see anything. Hey, where'd you go?
I'm over here by the body, Heath. And I did see something. Something very interesting.
In the dark?
Yes. You can open that door now if you like, Markham.
Hey, Vance, what could you possibly see on that corpse in a dark room?
I'll tell you about it sometime, Sergeant Heath. At about the same time that I tell it to the murderer.
This is Attorney Markham. The Blue Lady murder case developed as a result of the knifing of Danny Claxton, whose reign as racket king has been challenged by a glamorous woman known as the Lady in Blue. As Vance had anticipated, there were no fingerprints on the knife. Suspects include the lady, her favorite gunman, Tony, and a disbarred lawyer named Smythe, who might well inherit Claxton's racket empire with him dead. Vance found some sort of clue in Claxton's darkened apartment after I'd asked him there. And, since all suspects are out on bail, he phoned to tell me he was going to the Richmore Hotel to see the Lady in Blue. He could be there about...
Please sit down, Mr. Vance. I've been waiting to meet you. And, it's been your waiting for us.
Thank you. You know, if there should be a mental contest between us, one of us must lose. In view of that and my self-confidence, I appreciate your hospitality.
You mean if there is a contest, I won't win? If you knew as much about me as I about you, you might not be so certain. We're very much alike.
I'd hate to believe that. You and Danny Claxton didn't like each other, did you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly. He was quite fond of me.
That's not difficult to understand.
You know, Vance, I'd like you to tell me something. Something about me.
Yes?
What do you think of me?
Are you quite sure you want me to tell you?
Quite.
Well, as a woman, you're perfectly gowned, beautiful, exciting.
Exciting, Vance?
Very much so. Many men must have fallen in love with you.
Many men? Yes. In one man? No.
Is there something else I might tell you about yourself?
You told me that I wanted to hear.
There's no question about that. Of course, I could go further. Let's take the surface view. The gown you're wearing is startling, but it's right for you. The jewelry is exquisite. Your hair becoming, fashionable, but too perfectly groomed. Nothing is wrong with you, lady. Therefore, something is wrong with you.
Oh, please don't stop that.
If I were you, I don't think I'd strive so for effect. That hairdo of yours, for instance. What are those little things that glisten on top of it?
Oh, that's sawdust. When lights hit it, it has the effect of sparkling.
You couldn't possibly be content to not stand out when there are no lights. A theater, for example.
No, you're quite right. For occasions like that, there's a luminous stardust on it.
Sounds wonderful.
Oh, right. Frank, I like you. You're the man I never met in my life. You understand what I mean?
I think so. And under other circumstances, something must be done about that.
Not under these?
I'm afraid not. I'm engaged in a murder investigation. Well, I must admit that for the last few moments I've neglected it a bit. Will you tell me something?
Anything. Within anything.
Danny Claxton was murdered in his apartment last night. Were you ever in that apartment?
No.
So the contest commences. The gauntlet has been hurled.
And the challenge accepted.
Oh, expecting company.
Not that I know of.
I was just leaving. I'll answer the door. Lady, may I say that this has been one of the most pleasant interviews I've ever had.
Just a moment. I'm glad you said that. No matter what happens from here on, I'll remember that. You did something to me. I shouldn't like what you did. But I did. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, fine. Go right in.
Lady, I've got to talk to you. What did Vance want here?
What is it you want here?
Lady, I work for Danny Claxton. I know everything he did, how he operated, who paid him, and whom he paid. I imagine you're taking over here. I could be valuable to you.
My intention in coming here was to take over. Now I'm Mr. Sir.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. So you want to transfer your allegiance from the dead to the living, Mr. Smith. You want to serve me.
With Danny out of the way, why not?
Was it you who saw to it that Danny was out of the way?
Did I kill him? Why, lady, what difference does that make? The king is dead. Long live the queen.
Wait a minute, Mr. Markham. Let me go to work on this Tony here. I talk a language you can understand. Tony, sit up in that chair.
Don't bother me. He's all yours, Sergeant Heath. I hope you get something out of him. You have my best wishes, but also my gravest doubts.
You talk to me. Tony, listen.
You bore me, Capper.
I'll bore you. I'll do something till you bring you. Leave me. Look, you work for the lady in blue. She told you to knock off Danny Claxton, so you knocked him off.
With a knife?
Sure, with a knife. Oh, I know all about how you're a gun toter. I know your reputation, but you pulled a switch to toss us off. You hoped. You killed Claxton, didn't you? Or did you or didn't you?
Didn't I? Go away, Heath. Go far away. I guarantee nobody will look for you.
You start talking or nobody will ever find you. Tony gets it.
Hold it, Heath. Who is it?
Sorry, Markham. Vance.
Wait a second, Vance. I'll be right out.
Tony, you killed Danny Claxton, and I'm going to prove it.
Hello, Vance.
Glad I found you, Markham.
It sounds like you've got news on the Claxton killing, Vance.
Oh, that. I suspected last night who killed Claxton.
You did?
Certainly. This afternoon, I visited the lady in blue. Just as I was leaving, Claxton's former employee, Mr. Spade, came in. My appearance there was very fortunate. You see, I thought I'd known who killed Claxton. But now I have proof.
Well, man, don't just stand there as if you told me it looked like it might rain tomorrow. Who killed Claxton?
I know, Markham. But I have no evidence that would satisfy a jury. Ask the lady in blue, her friend Tony, and Mr. Smythe up to my apartment at 9 tonight. You and Heath be there, too. I think I'll supply the proof we need at that time. May I take the liberty of using a moment or two to describe this knife I'm holding?
Come on, Vance. I've wasted enough time getting these three people up to your apartment.
A moment more won't hurt you. Now, please, everyone, look at this knife. It's Arabian. The handle is of ivory, and the blade solid steel. I've selected this knife because it closely resembles the one used to kill Danny Claxton. Now, for the purpose of this experiment, I need an assistant. Someone to pose as the murderer. May I ask the lady in blue?
Why, certainly, then. What is it you'd like me to do?
For one thing, I'd like you to look slightly less glamorous. It's completely demoralizing, distracting, and downright inconsiderate.
Really? I was hoping you'd like this down. That's why I will.
Will you take this knife, please, lady, and hold it in your right hand?
Like this?
That's fine. Thank you. Markham.
Yes?
Please stand over by the door, next to the light switch, will you?
Of course, I'll be right over here.
Now, Tony, please don't fall asleep. This might be interesting to you.
Yeah, I know.
And Mr. Smythe. I'd like you in particular to watch and see how close I come to showing exactly how Danny Claxton was killed. First, let me ask all three of you. Were any of you ever in Mr. Claxton's apartment?
I never was.
Not me. Well, I've been there, but not in the past week.
Very well. Now, my very intriguing lady in blue, you have the knife. I'm going to show everyone what happened the other night. You, lady, will pretend to be the murderer. I'll be Claxton. Now, you slip up behind me. Please get behind me. Throw your left arm around my neck. As you do that, I try to reach back with my hand to seize the knife like this.
Vance, be careful. You're ruining my hairdo with your hand.
I'm sorry. Markham, will you turn out the lights, please, all of them?
Turn out the lights? I don't know why either of these, but maybe I'd better turn them off. Okay. I don't see a thing. Neither does anybody.
I think you will now. Everybody, please look at my right hand. The hand that just touched the hair of the lady in blue.
Vance, the hand is glowing. Hey, what have you got on your hand, Vance? Radium?
Not exactly. It's just proof that the lady in blue stabbed Claxton.
You were too clever, Vance. If you'll never live to prove what you think, I'll see to it.
Vance, he's got that knife. Look out. Keep the lights. Turn on those lights. Right, D.A. He stabbed Vance. Pete, do something. Do something. I'll do something, all right, D.A. I'll open that door, let my cops in. We'll drag it downtown.
That isn't necessary. If you want me at headquarters, I'll bring it. Mr. Markham.
Yes?
You saw me stab Vance. I killed Claxton the same way. I don't know how Vance figured it, and you'll never know now. But he was right. I'm ready, Mr. Markham. Nothing's very important anymore. I've just killed the only man that's ever interested me.
Come in, Markham. Come in.
Hi, Vance. Sleep well?
Wonderfully. Sorry I had to put on that act last night. Did it scare you?
Definitely. Let's see that trick knife of yours, Vance.
Nothing much to it, Markham. Here it is. The blade disappears into the handle when you touch the point. See?
Why, yes, of course. Had me worried for a while last night, though. Well, Vance, I know now that you killed Claxton, but you knew before. Was it whatever you found when we turned out the lights in Claxton's apartment that told you the lady in blue had killed him?
Yes, it was. It was Claxton's right hand, Markham. It glowed in the dark. Because it had touched the hair of the lady in blue, and on her hair was a glamour accessory, a phosphorescent preparation known as stardust.
I see.
As soon as I found the lady in blue wore stardust, I knew it was she who'd been at Claxton's apartment.
Ah, the lady in blue was a lovely woman, Vance. Lovely to look at.
But hardly delightful to know. So for a moment at her apartment yesterday afternoon, I was beginning to find it hard to believe that.
Well, Vance, you did it again.
Yes, Markham, I guess this is the end of the Blue Lady murder case. But I wish the lady in blue had had a different beginning.
Calling all detectives. Some crimes appear to have no motive. Others have too much motive. But I once had a case in which both conditions existed. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. For a private detective like me, Jerry Browning, there are two kinds of crime that are really tough. Those with no motive and those with too much motive. I was driving home through deserted streets when I heard the gunshot. Automatically, I glanced at the dashboard clock. The hands lacked 1 minute of midnight as I slammed on the brakes. The woman was lying on the pavement almost directly before the now dark entrance of the old Victoria Hotel. I bent over her, saw that she'd been shot through the upper right arm. I made a tourniquet of a handkerchief and my fountain pen. By then, the woman recovered consciousness. She was about middle-aged, thin, angular-faced, and with wispy gray hair. Don't try to move. There's been an accident. You're hurt, but not badly. I'll call an ambulance. I dashed into the hotel, shook a sleepy elevator operator into wakefulness. There's a woman out on the sidewalk, shot. Call an ambulance and the police. The woman was lying where I'd left her. There wasn't much chance that her assailant would still be in the vicinity. Still, it doesn't hurt to look around. I didn't find anybody, but I did find something. A revolver in the gutter. And a couple of minutes later, what had been a deserted street was now teeming with cops. A big cop dashed over to me.
Shame on you for shooting a poor defenseless lady. Will you hand over that gun or must I bang you over the head if you...
When I stopped to help a woman who had been shot and even found the gun, a cop tried to arrest me. Well, that's happened before, so... I'm Jerry Browning, a private detective.
You mean private detectives can go around shooting people?
Captain Doherty came over about then.
How'd you happen to get the gun, Jerry?
I explained that I'd found it in the gutter, surrendered the weapon. Who is she, Captain?
Miss Jessica Brandt, assistant cashier at the Merchant National Bank. Lives only a few blocks from here. Said she couldn't sleep and was taking a walk.
Did she say who shot her? Doherty shrugged.
She mentioned 6 people who want to kill her, including the president of the bank. I think she's got hallucinations.
I pointed to the gun Doherty was holding. Maybe so, but that's the most solid hallucination I ever saw. The next morning, I had to go to police headquarters, sign a statement about how I'd found Miss Brandt and the gun. When I'd finished, Doherty remarked,
"We've checked ownership of the gun, Jerry. It's registered to Stephen Perry at the Victoria Hotel. I sent a couple of men out to bring him in. Hang around a while, will you?"
Stephen Perry was a stout, elderly, and frightened man.
Yes, that's my gun. I'm a railroad man. Come home late at night, so a few years ago I got a permit to carry a gun.
Did you also get a permit to shoot it at citizens?
No, sir. I didn't shoot it at anybody. And in fact, my wife doesn't want me to carry it at all. Last night she got so excited about it, I just chucked it out the window.
Well, that sounded interesting. And what time did you throw it out?
At 11 o'clock, just about 11.
Doherty looked as though he believed the earnest little man.
Which means somebody found it and had an hour to find a use for it.
Then can I go home?
Certainly not. Lock him up.
After Perry had been led away, Doherty sat down, scratched his head.
I sure don't know what to make of this deal. Perry don't know Miss Brandt. And over at the hospital, the dame keeps yelling that there's a conspiracy to kill her. She suspects everybody, except Perry.
Let's go down to a bank, see what people there have to say. The president of the Merchants National Bank had plenty to say.
Miss Brandt is efficient and unpleasant in equal parts. She's quarreled with all her fellow employees, and if I hadn't inherited her from my predecessor, I'd...
He shrugged helplessly. You'd like to kill her? The bank president gave me an icy look.
I do not consider that remark funny. Good day, gentlemen.
The names on Miss Brandt's list of people who'd cheer at her funeral included, besides the bank president, the head teller, Miss Brandt's brother, the superintendent of the building in which she lived, the driver of the bus she took to work every morning, and a neighbor lady across the street.
The man I left on guard at the hospital says she gave him a whole flock of other names, but these ought to do for a start.
Just a nice, friendly lady, huh? Well, good hunting.
Oh, no, you don't, Browning. You started this, you'll see it through.
It took the best part of a day's chasing around to interview all the people on the list. They all had fine alibis. They were at home, sleeping at midnight. Also, they all agreed that Miss Brandt was suspicious, truculent, nosy, opinionated, and caustic. Their favorite candidate for the person least likely to be missed. But all of them denied shooting her. Along about 5 o'clock, Doherty wiped his brow.
You know what, Jerry? I think that dame is so mean she probably up and shot herself.
That's the one thing I don't believe, Doherty. Isn't in her character. Anyway, the gun was lost a full hour before she came along. I stared at the perspiring captain. Doherty, I've got an idea. Let's go talk to that guy you locked up, the one whose gun it is. Mr. Perry, you said you were a railroad man, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I'm a dispatcher at Central Station.
You've got a watch in your pocket. Tell me what time it is now. Perry dragged out an old stem winder.
20 minutes to 5.
I looked at my own watch. It said 20 minutes to 6. You have railroad time, Mr. Perry, but the city is operating on daylight time right now. So when you threw the gun out of the window last night, it must have been not 11 o'clock, but
midnight. Well, I'll be. Jerry, that gun must have hit the sidewalk, going off as the Brant dame was passing by, and hit her accidentally.
I nodded. That's exactly what happened.
Can I go home now?
Certainly not. Lock him up. I'll teach you to go around shooting people and wasting my time.
Well, that's just about all there was to it. A mystery solved when I realized how stubbornly railroad men refused to admit the existence of daylight saving time. Perry paid a fine for mishandling a dangerous weapon, and as for Miss Brant, I understand she came out of the hospital a changed woman. Acted practically human from that time on. Maybe she figured that the next time a gun went off in her direction, she might not be as lucky as the first time. Like I said, crimes without motive, or with too much motive, are bad enough. But when you get both on the same case, then it's time to ask somebody the time. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
I was up the coast with 2 murders behind me. Telling all to a nice white-haired old lady when the clock struck 12.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The House That Jacqueline Built.
They say the end of an old year and the start of a new is a good time to take stock. To stand back and give yourself the once-over. Do a reissue on that tired list of resolutions. But for a private detective, that routine only means tallying up the times you've dirtied your hands on someone else's murder or dirtied your brain with their schemes. So you let the hide on your heart grow a little thicker, pull the part of your mind that feels things a little farther back into its shell, and maybe plan on later hunting up a cup of kindness or two someplace. But even that has a price tag on it these days. So there was work to do and a fee to collect before I could pick up the tab on an evening's fun.
Hey, you're a detective?
That's not a fair question. Won't you sit down?
Fantastic. I tell you, I'm going crazy with this horrible trick of fate.
What's the matter? What's going
The
on?
house, it's gone. It's vanished.
What
And
house?
all the papers with it, years of research, months of grueling work in the jungles, volumes of preciousness, all gone. Whisked away from the very heart of a teeming city, an entire house.
Now, look, if you just sit down and tell me who you
I
are,
see no object. I must have action. I must locate.
Who are you?
Professor Felix Piper.
What's all this talk about jungles and research?
The botanical research, tropical herbs in South America, years of it all for nothing now because the house has disappeared.
Look, you said that several times. Now, look,
You investigate things. You've had experience. I want to hire you now. I go to where a house should be, a house in which I myself have stood. And what do I find? A vacant lot, a hole in the ground. And all I would...
Professor, take it easy. Here, come on over to the couch and lie down. Take it easy, will you?
Yeah, well, thank you. Oh, I'll do it. It's all been such a shock. Oh, silence and sudden death. The long trip to get our papers and then to find the house gone.
Yeah, I know. Now, look, if you just lie there a few minutes until you feel better, we'll start over. A little closer to the beginning.
That's all right.
Oh, Professor, what's the matter? What's happened here?
Well, today the house has disappeared, and the professor's collapsed trying to tell me about it, and Oh. Who are you?
I'm Professor Piper's assistant.
What do you assist him with?
Stephanie, oh, I'm glad you got here. Yes, don't worry. It's nothing. I'll be all right. But let's not waste any more time. You've got to find out what happened to that house.
Please, Professor Piper, don't excite yourself. Let me explain to the detective.
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
I'm Stephanie Fraser.
Hello.
Please, the house died into the paper.
All right, Professor, all right. Yes, all right. Mr. Marlowe, I presume we got as far as telling you that for over a year we've been in South America, in the interior of Brazil, studying tropical herbs.
Yeah, part of that got in there somewhere, I think.
Yes, of course it did. Tell him about the house.
One step at a time, please.
Now, look, Professor, I've got something here that'll do you the world of good. Me, too, I think. Now, try this. Take your time about it.
Yes, I will.
Mr. Marlowe, could I speak to you in the other room for a moment?
Of course.
I'll be right back, Mr. Piper.
Yes, but hurry.
Volatile, isn't he?
Yes, but a brilliant partner. As I was saying, Mr. Marlowe, we've been almost completely out of touch with civilization for over a year.
Really? You'd never know it.
Beauty parlors before miracles. Please, Mr. Marlowe, let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
Professor Piper's collaborator and partner, Maxwell Stuyvesant, caught fever and died 3 weeks ago.
Where was this?
Brazil.
Where the nuts come from? Nothing, huh?
Look, Mr. Marlowe, they'd worked together for years, and all their notes and papers were kept stored at Stuyvesant's place here in Los Angeles. We came here to get that material.
And the house was gone.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Certainly is.
We all thought Maxwell Stuyvesant's wife, Catherine, was living in it. She owned it.
In her name?
Yes.
Oh.
Maxwell actually owned nothing. He didn't want to. He was gone all the time.
That didn't fit too well with Catherine, huh?
Right. She wanted Stuyvesant to stay home, and he always promised her that someday he would, and they'd live a happy life together. But, well, she was a young woman, impatient, I guess.
Yeah. Where's she now?
Well, one of the neighbors, an old woman, said she thought she remembered hearing that Catherine went to Nebraska.
Nebraska?
And that's all we know. Professor Piper and I are stumped. We came to you because we want action and want it fast. Will you help us?
Well, the whole year's been screwy. There's no reason why this should bother me. Tracking a runaway resident through the metropolitan wilds of Los Angeles didn't sound so tough. So after Stephanie gave me the address 8840 on Orange Drive and told me that she and the professor could be reached at Villa 3 in the Worcester Garden, I got in my car and drove out Orange Drive to where a house numbered 8840 should have been. I found that said house had been moved out 6 months ago, and in the middle of the night, too. But where, why, or who had done the job, nobody knew. Until I got around to a Mrs. Elma Lathrop, whose house backed the Stuyvesant place from across the alley. She blocked her front door with a waistline and said she'd never heard of Rye Crisp. Gave me an eye as warm and as sympathetic as an ice cube.
Remember that? Huh. I should hope to tell you I remember. Craziest thing I ever saw. Them men working all day and all night, getting that little house up on rollers and out of there. I'd like to know what all the rush was about.
So would I. You wouldn't happen to know where they took it, huh?
No, I wouldn't. That Catherine Stuyvesant wasn't a very sociable type person. But if that's the way she wants to be, it's all right with me.
That's good. Now, look, I don't suppose you'd know who she sold it to.
Nope.
What company did the moving?
Oh, wouldn't I, though? It's the Gilligan Wrecking and Moving Company, and believe you me, the name fits. Them clumsy oxes. In such a rush, they backed a big truck over my pomegranate tree. A beautiful, full-grown tree in the pink of health. Did I make them pay?
I'll bet.
Now, you listen.
Have I a choice?
I tracked that outfit down and made them shell out through the nose for that. Was I burned?
Well, bully for you. Now, look, where is the Gilligan Outfits office, Mrs. Lathrop?
At Adams and Rampart Street. 410 Rampart.
410, huh?
But say, what's going on anyway? Why are you asking me all these questions?
Well, frankly, I'm a pomegranate fancier myself, Mrs. Lathrop. Happy New Year.
You want something?
Yeah, this is 410 Rampart, isn't it?
That's correct.
Well, your sign outside says Blukman's Novelties. Are you one of them?
Ashtrays, paperweights,
Okay.
bonds, silver baby.
Okay, honey, okay. Now, look, I'm looking for the Gilligan Wrecking and Moving Company. I was told they had this place 6 months ago.
That's right. But they're out of business now. They went broke last September. Boss left town in a hurry.
How do you like that?
Not much. Mr. Gilligan owed everybody wages, including my boyfriend. He used to work for Mr. Gilligan. That's how we met back.
That?
They were moving out as we moved in. It's a small world, huh?
Getting smaller all the time. Now, look, I'd like to talk to your boyfriend, Miss,
Bessie.
Bessie.
Well, Bat lives real close to here. The Beekman Room.
Oh, thanks, Bessie. What's Bat's last name?
Battenschlag.
Who?
Battenschlag.
Yeah, anybody'd know that.
Well, you better just call him Bat.
All right.
And,
Tell him to drop around, will you?
I wish I was a tender apple blossom or sunshine.
I wonder who wrote those lyrics.
I wish it was the sunshine. Who is it?
Name's Marlowe. I want some dope on a job the Gilligan Company did, Bat.
All right, just a minute.
Well,
How did you get to me?
Bessie. Oh. By the way, she said for you to drop around.
Oh, yeah? Dumb dame. Don't I every night? Come on in, buddy. Excuse the robe. I was in the shower.
Sure. Now, look, Bat, were you working for Gilligan 6 months ago?
Yeah, why?
You remember moving a house from 8840 Orange Drive?
8840 Orange Drive.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Oh, yeah, that one, too. That was the screwiest deal I ever saw.
Where'd you move it to, do you remember?
All the way to San Pedro. Big hurry-up job. The boss kept saying we were racing the weather. Nobody could figure it.
Racing the weather? Why?
That beats me. We set the house off down at the end of Front Street in the Harbor Salvage Company yard.
Harbor Salvage in San Pedro.
Yeah.
Tell me, Bat, was the house empty?
Well, certainly. You don't think...
No, Bat. I mean the furniture.
Oh. Well, why? What's all the fuss?
Well, some people are interested in locating that house.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's too bad.
How come?
I got a big hunch it didn't sit very long where we left it, buddy. The Pacific Ocean was only 6 inches from the back door.
I'm Pete Nyers, mate. What's on your mind?
Well, if you're the head man of Harbor Salvage Company, a house is on my mind.
That's me. But I don't want any more house jobs. I did one this year, and that's plenty.
6 months ago, house delivered by Gilligan?
That's it, mate. And I did a masterpiece, if I do say so myself. Sure wouldn't chance it again, though. Too shifty.
Never mind your career. What happened to that house?
What happened? Why, I loaded it on that old woman's barge.
What old woman?
As I was saying, I loaded it on that old woman's barge, battened her down, ship shape in the last 2 days, good sailing weather, and sent her out to sea.
You mean that house left here on a barge?
That it did, mate. Bound for the Golden Gate in the upper arm of San Francisco Bay.
Oh, fine.
Little shrimp fishing town in the backwater there called Wilson. If I remember right, it's on San Pablo Bay, about 15 miles north of Berkeley.
Now, do you mind telling me who the old woman was who owned that barge, Nyas?
Not a bit. Kindly old soul she was, named Jacqueline Beatty. Went aboard with the house and waved goodbye from the front door. She pulled out. All smiles, too. What's the matter, son? You look like a deckhand who's lost his sea legs.
What had started 3 short hours ago as a checkup on an L.A. resident had evolved itself into a chase up the coast after a houseboat, which was a project I distinctly did not want to jump into without first a nod from my client. In fact, I was ready to scuttle the whole business. So I found the phone and called Villa 3 at the Wilshire Gardens.
Yeah, hello. Hello?
That you, Matthews? This is Marlowe.
Oh, hiya, Phil. What can I do for you? But make it snappy, will you? I'm up to my ears. Hey, wait a minute. Phil, look, you called up here expecting someone else to answer, didn't you? Who?
A guy named Felix Piper, maybe.
Nice fit. What's the connection?
Client, what fit?
Ex-client, Marlowe. He's it. Somebody
Huh?
attacked him. Yeah, with a knife. A very fancy knife, like some Indians in Brazil use, the boy tell me.
Oh.
You better drop in here. Where are you now?
San Pedro.
What are you doing down there?
Yeah, well, you wouldn't believe it, Matthews. Really, you wouldn't.
Morning. Yeah, see if we can get all of that bell out now.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Marlowe.
Hi, Matthews. Any progress?
Too soon. Anyway, I'm counting on you for that. Come on inside, have a look.
Okay. When did it happen?
A couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
What was his dodge, anyway? We found a club membership card lists him as a botanist. True?
Yeah, as far as I know. Spent a lot of time in research in Brazil.
Where the nuts come from?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, there's your client, Phil. Professor Felix Piper, and somebody nailed him right between the shoulders.
Hey, Matthews.
Hmm?
Something's awful haywire.
What do you mean?
That's not the man who hired me.
In
just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, one fellow who made a New Year's resolution years ago not to get married certainly saw it blow up with a bang a couple of weeks ago. A fellow by the name of Andy, of Amos and Andy, opened his mouth at the wrong moment, and there he was, married to the wrong woman. Listen for Amos and Andy and Andy's Bride on most of these same CBS stations tomorrow night. Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The House That Jacqueline Built. When I told Detective Lieutenant Matthews that the crumpled form at our feet identified as Felix Piper, and the Felix Piper who had hired me were not one and the same, he arched a single eyebrow slowly. When I told him the rest of the story, both eyebrows practically leaped from his forehead. So all in all, it was 30 minutes of steady gab, my solemn word that what I had said was nothing but the truth, and a blunt reminder that a private detective's license is revocable before I was free to go back to my apartment on Franklin, while the police went to work. That made it exactly 4 p.m., when, key in hand, I reached my front door lock, just as it swung in and away from me.
Come in, Mr. Marlowe.
Wow, the globe-trotting Stephanie. How'd my place ever get on your map, baby?
Please, don't joke. Come in.
Thank you. Lovely apartment you've got here.
Mr. Marlowe, please. This is no time to be funny.
Why not? Everything else plays funny. Your lost L.A. house turns up floating on the outskirts of San Francisco.
What?
A screwball botanist from South America who's maybe also a killer wants a bunch of hocus-pocus
Also a
papers.
killer. What do you mean, Mr. Marlowe? Felix Piper didn't kill Corday.
Corday. That's his name, huh? You get around, don't you, kid?
Yes, Martin Corday. He was on the floor of my villa when I got back. That's why I came here. The janitor left me.
Yeah,
and I thought
let's not change the subject. This Corday, who is he? Or was he?
Scheming, ruthless man we knew in South America. An importer.
Wait a minute. An importer wants a botanist paper? Come on, baby. Tell me the truth.
Mr. Marlowe, there are no papers.
Oh, that's great. You mean that all this about the house is phony, make-believe?
No, it's true.
But
no papers. Only jewels.
Oh, no.
Rubies, Mr. Marlowe. In a little pouch. $30,000 worth hidden in the house.
Where in the house?
The fireplace. Behind a brick somewhere on the right-hand side. You see, those rubies belong to Felix and that Maxwell Stuyvesant I mentioned. Now they belong to Felix alone. They were for their old age.
Expression's nest egg.
So they could carry on their work. You don't believe me?
No, not quite, no. And for two very valid reasons. One, why'd you lie in the first place and say it was papers?
Because we didn't know if we could trust you.
And now with a man dead, you have to, is that it?
No, I don't have to, but I do trust you, Mr. Marlowe.
It may not be mutual, Stephanie.
What do you mean?
Well, if I buy all this, the jewels, Piper and Stuyvesant's unique retirement plan, Corday posing as Piper to some way cut in, there's a new hooker.
Which is what?
Corday's murderer. It should now be you or Felix Piper.
No.
Then who?
Corday's partner. A swarthy-looking little man. I don't know his name. I last saw him with Corday in South America. You see, the original plan was that I come up here ahead of Felix. But he was too anxious. He couldn't wait. He followed almost at once.
So?
So, somehow or other, Corday and this swarthy man found out about our plans and decided that Corday should pose as Felix and that's for their scheme.
And what?
Well, there must have been a double cross. Corday probably trying to do away with the swarthy man, but getting done away with himself instead.
Where's Felix Piper now?
In a second-rate hotel on Santa Monica.
Phone number there, do you know it?
Phone number? Yes, I have it right here in my suit.
All right.
Crestview 8 something. Yes, here. Crestview 84144.
4144. Okay, here, you talk to him, Stephanie. My nerves won't take the chatter.
What should I tell him? Mr. Felix Piper, please.
Now, tell him for the time being we're going to skip the police. But you and I are going up to San Francisco on the next plane and then out to a place called Wilson to look for a houseboat. No less rubies. Yeah, also tell him to meet us up there at the Crystal Auto Court. You got that? It's a place I've stayed at a little beyond Berkeley. On the road to San Pablo Bay.
All right. Stephanie, Felix. One moment.
Yeah. Tell him to stay clear of swarthy men tonight. Especially small ones. They're dangerous. It was 2 hours and 30 minutes later when Stephanie and I drove into the quiet fishing village of Wilson on San Pablo Bay that hugged the bend of the sloping shoreline like it was afraid of falling in. Our best information would be the local gas emporium. So I drove my rented car in at a round-shouldered one-pump station. Something freckled and gangling with a shock of flame for hair pulled himself out of it, then arms and legs working independently, wobbled over, braced himself against the car.
Gas or just information, folks. Don't be ashamed. Everybody from out of town gets lost in Wilson. It's so big.
Ain't it funny? Look, if that's the case, we'll own up right away, Red. We're looking for a houseboat.
Yes.
Well, then you better try the water.
This boy kills himself, doesn't he? Look, Red, we're in a hurry. This houseboat belonged to a lady named Jacqueline Beatty. No more jokes, huh?
Yeah, don't worry. There's nothing funny about that. Screwy old widow. Believe me, she's sad.
Sad? Why?
Well, about 6 months ago, she took every cent she had, went down to L.A., bought a house, and bought a barge, and put them both together and come back here.
To do what?
To sit. To do nothing. All day and all night long. She never leaves.
You know why?
Nope. Neither does nobody else. Except that her husband was an artist, painted sea pictures, so she likes it around the water. But she's nuts, I tell you. Acts like the place is, well, acts like it's made of gold.
Gold?
Now, look, Red, tell me, how do I get there? We're reporters from L.A. doing a story on her place.
Oh, newspaper people, huh?
Yeah, reporters usually are, boy.
Well, that's different. Smart, Ellie. It's 1 block straight ahead, then right, and down to the bay.
Thanks, Red. Happy New Year.
Yeah, it sure is.
John went ahead and 3 right, and we're down to where the town and the bay trickled up to meet one another. We saw it. A white 3-room cottage afloat, surrounded by fishing boats and assorted barges. The front door opened at our knock. Not Tugboat Annie, nor the scraggly pioneer woman, rifle-cradled and bony arms. Just anybody's grandmother, and under a white lace shawl at that.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Well, yeah, I believe so. You're Mrs. Beatty, huh?
That's right. Mrs. Jacqueline Beatty.
Oh, well, I'm Philip Marlowe, Mrs. Beatty. This is Miss Stephanie Fraser.
How do you do?
We're reporters from L.A.
Reporters?
We were going through Wilson here when we heard about your houseboat and how you brought it all the way up from Los Angeles.
You had a particular reason for wanting this house, Mrs. Beatty?
Oh, my, yes.
What was that?
Well, that's a long, long story, my boy.
I see. Well, tell me, Mrs. Beatty, the house is exactly as it was in Los Angeles, huh?
Oh, to a T, Mr. Marlowe. Would you like to see it?
Oh, yes, we'd love to.
Fine. Then, shall we say lunch tomorrow?
Well, Mrs. Beatty, we're on our way back to Los Angeles now tonight.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
But, well, you see, I simply have to tidy up some before company. Well, perhaps another time.
Well, I think lunch tomorrow will be splendid, Mrs. Beatty.
Of course.
Good, good. Then until midday tomorrow, we'll have a buffet for the 3 of us in front of the fireplace. Good night, Miss Fraser.
Good night.
Mr. Marlowe.
Good night, Mrs. Beatty.
Well, is it just a sweet old lady?
I don't know.
But when will we?
Well, about midday tomorrow. Come on, let's get back to the Crystal Auto Court and your boss. Felix Piper out and alone is a combination that worries me plenty.
No, Mr. Marlowe. Mr. Piper hasn't shown yet, but he should any minute now. He called a half hour ago from someplace in Berkeley and said he was coming out here in a taxi. Well, now, let's see. A single cabin for Miss Fraser here, number 6. And a double, number 11, for you and Mr. Piper. Right, Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Crystal.
Okay. Now, Miss Fraser, if you'll come along with me, I'll show you the way. Be back in a minute, Mr. Marlowe.
I'll just tidy up Phil, then I'll come back here and wait with you for Felix. I'm so worried.
Yeah, I know. He'll be all right once he's with us.
I hope so, Phil.
Oh, Mr. Crystal, can I call L.A. on this phone here?
Oh, sure, Mr. Marlowe. Long distance is 110.
Operator. Yeah, I want to call the Los Angeles person to person. Party I want is Detective Lieutenant... What? Delay. Oh, yeah, New Year's Eve. Well, look, honey, I'd like to put the call through anyway. Never mind.
Marlowe! Oh, yeah! You're the freeze! You got away, Mr. Marlowe. Did he kill her? It was a man.
Get hold of yourself, Crystal. What did he look like?
Crystal!
Take it easy, fella. Hold on tight. Did you see him? Was he small, swarthy?
I'm not sure, Mr. Marlowe.
Think, Crystal. Think. What did he look like?
Well, he was kind of short. Maybe swarthy. He was also fast. I couldn't tell.
All right. Come on away from us. We'll go back to your office. Now, listen to me carefully. You phone the police. Huh? I'm going to a houseboat on the San Pablo Bay where I think we'll find a small, swarthy man. We'll push a nice old lady around without batting an eye.
But why?
About $30,000 worth of rubies. After I'd met Felix Piper and told him what had happened to Stephanie and brought him up to date on everything else, I slammed my right foot down hard on the accelerator and kept it that way until we were back at San Pablo Bay out of the car and running toward Jacqueline Beatty's houseboat, where I figured the swarthy man who seemed to know every move might show. But there I was wrong, because Jacqueline was all alone, safe and sound and surprised.
Why, Mr. Marlowe, you weren't expected till midday tomorrow. And that girl, isn't
But she won't be with us, I'm afraid, Mrs. Beatty.
By the way, we're not reporters, Mrs. Beatty. The lady in question is dead. And so is another man.
Oh.
And all because of $30,000 worth of rubies in a pouch that's behind one of the bricks in that fireplace.
Yes, and I'm going to find them right away. They've got to be here. This poker should sound them out in a hurry, yes. What's that, Phil?
Mrs. Beatty.
We've been too long.
The news of these rubies doesn't seem to surprise you. Hey.
What is it, Mr. Marlowe?
A hunch, Mrs. Beatty. Get out of the way.
A gun?
Yeah. For a man named Corday.
What is it, Marlowe? What did you say?
Corday. As in Martin Corday, and it looks like I was right.
Yes, but it may not do you any good. My shoulder.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe, is he going to die?
Not until the state gets its hands on him. Yes. You see, Mrs. Beatty, he's killed twice tonight, right, Corday? Come on, if you want an ambulance, talk.
Yeah, they had it going on, and Stuyvesant was double-crossed by Piper on his deathbed. Stuyvesant wanted the rubies to go to his wife, Catherine.
Hold it, Mrs. Beatty. Go on, Corday. The real Piper was a crook, huh? Decided to get the jewels himself, is that it?
Yes, but he was also dumb. No. Stephanie, his secretary, crossed him for a pretty deal with me. It was all her idea. Going to you for help with me, posing as Piper. Oh.
Go on.
Oh, Mr. Marlowe.
Go on, Corday.
Yes, and Stephanie decided to double-cross me.
After you stabbed the real Piper because he got up to L.A. in your villa sooner than expected, huh?
Yes, but she couldn't cross me. I was following her all the time.
She didn't phone you from my place?
No. I was outside your door then, and she was talking to a number she made up. You're lucky you handed her the phone when you did. If you hadn't, she would have shot you. It was all lies. It was lies. The swarthy man included. There isn't one.
Mr. Marlowe, he's...
Just unconscious, Mrs. Beatty. I'll get an ambulance.
Yes, hurry. I'll show you where the phone is.
Yeah. After you tell me about the jewels, huh? The rubies, Mrs. Beatty. Your lack of surprise about them being hid in the fireplace, I mean. How come?
Well, I found those 6 months ago when I bought this house from Catherine Stuyvesant in Los Angeles. By the way, Mr. Marlowe, how did you know that man was Corday?
Fireplace, honey. He went to the wrong side. It was worth a shot in the dark.
Wait. The phone's over there. You know, I noticed the loose brick on the right-hand side of the fireplace the moment I walked in. You see, I built this house with my own hands.
Really? Why'd you move it up here, honey?
Because my husband and I spent our honeymoon in this house. And we found our happiness here at San Pablo.
Oh. You also found the rubies and sent them back to Catherine Stuyvesant?
Yes, Mr. Marlowe. Well, Happy New Year, Mr. Marlowe.
Happy New Year, Jacqueline. By the time I said goodbye to Jacqueline and walked outside, the first sun of 1950 was glinting across the waters of the bay. 1950. Another chance for Marlowe and for the world. I hope we both do better with it this year.
Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Lois Corbett, Howard McNear, Georgia Ellis, John Daner, and Parley Bear. Detective Lieutenant Matthews is played by Larry Dobkin. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard O'Run. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time each carried a torch, and each was burned by it. The heel, the hero worshiper, and the hard-bitten blonde. And all because of a woman already 2 days dead.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy, calling Washington. United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, the case of the Society Swindlers. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big favorite. And America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember, why take less when Pepsi's best? And now, to Counterspy. 22 stories above the streets of Manhattan, in the paneled library of a penthouse, a well-groomed man in a satin smoking jacket sits at a heavy oak desk. His eyes are fixed impatiently on the sweet second hand of his unique alarm wristwatch as a dark-haired woman reads from a list.
General and Mrs. Ralph C. Maxton, Dr. and Mrs. Charles Nestor, Commissioner and Mrs. Stephen W. Otis. Oh, by the way, Alfred, Mr. Otis has just been elected chairman of the board of General Oil.
I know all about Otis. Please continue, Carla.
Mr. and Mrs. George R. Pace, Ambassador and Mrs. Victor Pagano, Mr. and Mrs. Lance.
That'll be all, Carla.
But, Alfred, I haven't finished the list.
You heard my alarm watch. Time is up. 3.5 minutes.
You're a strange man, Alfred.
Time is money, Carla. About that list. See to it that the guests appear at Mrs. Grayson's party for the World Refugee Fund.
With my name on the invitation as co-hostess, no one will dare refuse to appear. They're all deadly afraid of what I may write in my weekly column.
One unkind word from Countess Carlo Monroney, and they're in hot water. That title pays you real dividends, doesn't it?
Thanks to your cleverness in organizing the World Refugee Fund. Oh, dear, sweet charity. What a blessing to mankind. Oh.
Mr. Batson.
What is it, Zero?
Olson's here.
He's 20 seconds late, Zero.
Yeah, I know, boss. I kept him out in the hall, like you said.
Let's see. It's 2 minutes to 8. 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's enough time to give Polson.
Alfred, you'll be back?
In 1 minute and 45 seconds. All right, Zero. And down the hall. Zero. Did Polson walk up from the 20th floor as I ordered?
Yeah, boss. Everything's set.
Good evening, Polson.
Hi, Mr. Batson. You want to see me?
Polson, you've worked the roulette table for me at 11 of our charity parties. You're an excellent croupier, and I pay you well.
No complaints, Mr. Batson.
Then, Polson, why did you withhold some of the money from your table at last night's party in Philadelphia? I'll give you exactly 20 seconds to explain.
I don't get you. I was watching you, Paulson. You cut yourself a nice slice. Oh, you got me wrong, Zero. I wouldn't do a thing like that to Mr. Batson. You're a liar.
Zero, let him go.
Okay, boss. I can explain, Mr. Batson.
There's no time left to explain. You wasted it lying.
Please, just give me You heard the boss. Time's up. Get moving.
Zero, open the elevator door for Polson.
With pleasure.
That's the way out for you, Polson.
The elevator's not there.
It's 22 floors below, and you're going down to meet it.
What?
You're taking a suicide dive, Polson. That's why I had you get off at the 20th floor and walk the rest of the way up to be sure you wouldn't be traced to my penthouse. All right, Zero.
So long, Chiseler. Minute and 30 seconds on the nose for Polson. You timed it just right, Mr. Batson.
Of course, Zero. That's the way to treat time. Exactly right. Good evening, Countess Moroni.
Why, Alfred Babson, charming of you to come.
I hope this party will provide you with plenty of material for your society column.
Oh, yes. And the roulette table's just piling up money for the World Refugee Fund.
Ah, sweet charity.
I got your signal, Alfred. Anything wrong?
Come into the study, Carla. Have a minute and a half to talk to you. Carla, I heard something this afternoon that may mean trouble.
Oh?
About a man called George Walsh, the cleverest and biggest fake charity organizer on the West Coast. I've just learned that Walsh is headed here to begin operations in East Coast society circles.
But Alfred, we have that big affair at Vera Ashton's home outside Washington next month. Are you afraid of trouble over that?
That you can leave to me. More important, Carla.
Yes?
You are a valuable asset in this business. If Walsh should try to buy you away from me...
Don't you trust me?
You know about Polson's suicide? The same thing could happen to anyone else who double-crossed me. My watch tells me our time is up. I have to be going. See you soon, Carla.
To David Harding, Chief, United States Counterspies, Washington. Copy of report from Counterspy Attaché, Paris. Investigation of United States charity organization, World Refugee Fund, reveals that monies forwarded here from United States are deposited in Paris banks under name of Jean Lebeuf. There is no evidence of monies being used for relief of refugees.
I beg your pardon, madam. Is there any way I can help you?
This is Counterspy headquarters, is it not? I wish to see David Harding, and I don't need your help for that, young man.
Madam, you shouldn't be in this corridor at all. You'll have to be announced. That's the rule.
Rule. Government by bureaucracy. It wasn't this way when Grover Cleveland piloted our ship of state.
Who shall I say is calling?
I'll say who's calling when I get in there.
Very sorry, madam, but I can't...
Young man, remove your hand from my arm or I'll slap your face. Very well. Ruffian. An organization of ruffians. So there you are, David Hardy.
Well, Vera Ashton, for a moment I thought a tornado hit the building.
We have an appointment, I think, David.
Vera, you haven't changed a bit. Now sit down and cool off that temper of yours.
David, I have a good mind to send a letter to the president about the way you run this office, and I would. If I didn't love you so darn much.
You're a sweetheart.
Oh, you're not fooling me with that sugar talk, David. Why did you ask me to come and see you?
Vera, I see by the columns that you're giving a charity party next week out at your place in Chevy Chase.
It'll make every other affair this season look sick. Countess Carla Moroni is my co-hostess.
And the proceeds are to go to the World Refugee Fund. Now, Vera, as a favor to me, I want you to switch your sponsorship to another charity instead of World Refugee.
David, are you mad? Why, Countess Moroni is making all arrangements. Her name on the invitation is a guarantee of success.
My agents, Vera, have been investigating all organizations sending money overseas for relief. Most of them are worthy groups, but we've uncovered a few exceptions. The World Refugee Fund is one of them.
Ridiculous.
Here's a cable report from our attaché in Paris. The World Refugee Fund is a phony front for a charity racket.
Countess Moroni should be told about this.
Our records show that every charity party sponsored for World Refugee was arranged by her.
You mean then she should be arrested?
Oh, no. Just now, she's of much more value to us on the loose. Now, I'm interested in getting at the big brains behind this sleazy racket, and I've already started a trick to smoke him out. Do you want to help?
David Hardy, that's the silliest question you ever asked.
Then I'll let you in on a secret. A big West Coast charity racketeer, George Walsh, is coming east to operate in society circles. His assistant, a fellow named Ralph Harrison, will be with him. And he's going to call on you, Vera.
Good heavens. Oh, David, is this another of your techniques?
Still can't fool you, can I? But seriously, Vera, I hope to trap that unknown racketeer behind Countess Moroni. And there's nothing like the assumed threat of gangland claim jumping to bring an unknown criminal out into the light.
But, David, what has a fight between criminals to do with me?
Vera, I'm making your charity party next week the battleground.
Mr. Harding, I found this memo from you on my desk.
Oh, yes, Peter.
Mr. Ralph Harrison has the 5 o'clock appointment tomorrow in the solarium of Mrs. Vera Ashton's home. What's it supposed to mean?
Just what it says. You will keep that appointment as scheduled, Mr. Harrison.
And now, Mr. Harrison, allow me to present you to my dear friend, Countess Carla Moroni.
Countess?
How do you do? Carla, darling, as I told you on the phone, Mr. Harrison is Assistant Director of the Federation of European Charities. Do sit down, both of you.
Sure.
Some tea, Carla? I can only stay a moment, Mrs. Ashton. You said you wanted to discuss something with me about our party here on Friday. Yes, well, you see, Carla, darling, Mr. Harrison's been showing me amazing figures of the work of his organization in the rehabilitation of war orphans. And he has convinced me that the proceeds of our party should go to his group instead of...
Mrs. Ashton, our party was arranged for the World Refugee Fund. Besides, the invitations are all out with my name on them.
Well, I'm sure the Countess won't mind lending her name to another worthy cause.
I certainly do mind. Mrs. Ashton, unless you go through with our original plan, I'll have a great deal to say about it in my newspaper column. Good afternoon.
Just a minute, Countess. May I use your car? Excuse us, Mrs. Ashton?
Certainly.
This way, Countess. Countess, I want to talk to you about George Walsh.
Walsh?
Mm-hmm. He likes the way you work the angles. He's my boss. And he's ready to offer you double the percentage you get now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Countess, we know you're in the racket.
Racket? What impudence?
I'm at the Crescent Hotel, Countess. You can call me when you decide to accept Mr. Walsh's offer. Hello, Mr. Harding Peters.
How'd you make out, Peters?
So far, so good.
Then don't come back at headquarters. Meet me in half an hour at Pennsylvania and 18th, okay?
Okay, Dave.
Hello? Hello?
Caller, this is Alfred Babson.
Oh, at last. When did you get into Washington?
About 20 minutes ago with Zero and the other boys. I'm stopping at the Hotel Newton.
I've got to see you at once.
What's wrong?
That trouble you anticipated. It's here, in Washington.
Hey, mister. Got a light?
Yeah, here you are.
Car in the corner, Peters. Mr. Harding's waiting for you.
Drive over the viaduct. Right, Chief. Now, Peters, the New York field office has just come up with some interesting information. It may be the tie-in we're looking for.
Shoot. 3 weeks ago, a man named Steve Polson was killed when he fell or jumped down an apartment house elevator shaft. It turns out that Polson was a croupier at the charity parties for the World Refugee Fund.
Any evidence of murder?
No, but the penthouse of that apartment building is leased by an Alfred C. Babson.
Any dope on him, Dave?
No, Babson's a society playboy, and a checkup shows he's been an invited guest to all the parties. And he's right here in Washington. Arrived less than an hour ago. Harding, car 1, go ahead.
J12 reporting, Mr. Harding. Countess Maroney just went into room 907 at the Hotel Newton. Register shows room occupied by Alfred C. Babson.
Thanks. Peters, get back to your room at the Crescent. Now, if Countess Maroney's with Babson now, I think you can expect a phone call from her very shortly. I'll be most interested to know her proposition.
In just a moment, we'll return to Counterspy, brought to you by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Truthful glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi is best? No budget, no allowance, ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi is best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi is best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember.
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, back to Counterspy. In a Washington hotel room, charity racketeer Alfred Babson and Countess Carla Maroney are discussing George Walsh's offer.
See, Carla, Walsh's offer is double whatever I'm giving you.
Alfred, I told you I can be trusted.
Boss, we better pull out of this caper.
Yes, Cyril? Why?
Well, we heard Walsh is a tough customer with a mob of gorillas.
Maybe, but I'm not letting this plum fall off of my hands into his lap. Carla, the first step is for you to call this man Harrison and arrange a meeting right away. You take him for a drive across the river.
Why park here, Countess?
I want to talk to you alone, Mr. Harrison, about the offer you made me on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
You ready to switch over to the smart money?
I've been thinking about it seriously.
Can I tell Mr. Walsh it's all set?
Yeah, you can tell Walsh it's all set.
Hello, stranger.
Okay, Countess, go take a walk.
Yes. All right, Zero.
Nice dame, the Countess.
Look, Harrison, my boss has a proposition for your Mr. Walsh.
And what's the gun for?
Just to make sure you listen. Now, my boss figures there's plenty for 2 outfits in this territory. If your Mr. Walsh wants to play nice, okay. If he don't, then there's a lot of shooting.
And that means the law. And none of us make sense.
And it's a deal?
I'll have to talk to Mr. Walsh. What's his cut?
He and my boss can talk that over.
Where and when?
You bring Walsh to the Ashton Dames' big party tomorrow night. My boss will be out on the terrace. There'll be a white carnation in his buttonhole so you can spot him.
A white carnation?
You two show out on the terrace at 11, on the nose. Do you think Walsh will go for a setup like that?
Mrs. Ashton's party at 11. Chief meets your boss. Yeah, Zero. I guarantee you my boss will go for a setup like that.
All right, Zero, get going. What took you two so long?
Boss, I told you on the phone I closed the deal with Harrison, and I took him to where he could get a cab back to Washington.
And Zero had to pick me up again. After all, this is my car.
Very well. You keep driving around a while, Zero. This is the safest place to talk.
Has something new gone wrong, Alfred?
No, but I'm sure Walsh will try everything to put me out of the way. But this time, Carla, he's meeting his master.
No, Alfred. No more murders. I want to get out of this.
Carla, there's only one way out of this for you. The way Paulson took. Now, Zero, about the plan. This is to be timed to the split second. At Mrs. Ashton's house, there's a set of French windows which lead from the drawing room out to the terrace. Carla, at exactly 4 minutes before 11, you will go into the drawing room and switch on the lights.
Yes?
I want Walsh and Harrison silhouetted plainly against those French windows.
I see.
There's a row of bushes at the rear of the garden 100 yards from the terrace. I'll jockey Walsh and Harrison into position in front of the window. At 11:01, I light a cigarette. Zero, that will let you know you have exactly 2 minutes to get ready.
I'll be ready.
At 11:03, my alarm will go off. You won't hear it, Zero, so keep your eyes on your own watch. At 11:03, you fire with the telescopic sight. 1 shot for Walsh, 1 for Harrison. And remember, both of you, timing is everything.
Dave, I've got something that could have helped us on this case.
And what is it?
Well, I took out specifications for a miniature camera to one of the best manufacturers in the country. Told him the camera was to be used as standard equipment for all counterspies. Their production engineer gulped a couple of times and put our camera on a priority basis.
Oh.
Well, here's a dummy model.
Hey, Peters. This certainly is a honey.
Mm-hmm. Simple to operate, sturdily built, and films can be bought anywhere.
The manufacturer really did himself proud.
He's even going to use a faster lens for one thing, and the camera will be lighter in weight.
Oh. When can we get these in quantity?
I'll phone him you're okay. He'll start deliveries right away.
Do it.
It's too bad we couldn't use one of these cameras tonight on this Babson case, Chief. It'd be just the thing.
Yep, I'm sorry, Peter. But make your phone call and let's go. We've got a bit of a ride out to Mrs. Ashton's house in Chevy Chase.
11, Dave. There's the Countess coming out of the drawing room. Now, Vera, your cooperation is of the utmost importance.
David, I'm worth any 10 of your agents. I'll keep that miserable Countess figure away from the terrace, all right. I'll talk her deaf, dumb, and blind.
Vera, I love you.
Well, I'd better get started.
Come on, Peter. Go out on the terrace. Fine. Down there by the French windows, Dave. That must be our man.
Oh, white carnation in his lip now. Pardon me.
No?
You have the time?
Why, yes. Just 11.
We're on the nose, as Zero said you wanted it.
You, Harrison?
That's right. This is my boss, George Walsh.
Walsh, it's a pleasure. My name's Alfred Babson.
Babson, the pleasure's all mine.
Chief's been looking forward to this meeting, Mr. Babson.
Yes. And now, Babson, I'm sure I'm going to get just what I came for.
Walsh, haven't I seen you someplace before?
I've been seen a lot of places before.
Cigarette, Walsh?
No, thank you.
Harrison?
Thanks.
Lion?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Walsh, we'll have everything settled in less than 2 minutes. We both know what we want, and I'm a stickler for time.
I noticed that wristwatch of yours, Babson. An alarm on it. Nice gadget.
No, thank you. I had it made especially. Now, Walsh, let's hear your plan.
Okay, Babson. Here's my plan. Don't try to get out of it, Babson.
My arm.
The more you struggle, the more it'll hurt.
Oh.
That's a hammer hold the chief's got on you, Babson. Keep it up and you'll have a broken arm.
That's better.
What's the idea of this, Caper?
Go on, Babson. Over to the French window.
Oh, wait.
Move, I said.
But, Frenchman, we can't stand here.
No?
Somebody will see us. We'd better go inside.
We'll talk right here, and you've got only 60 seconds left.
60, Babson. Only 60.
You're right in front of me, Babson. When Zero shoots from those bushes down there, you get it first.
You know.
After the Countess made the appointment to meet my assistant, I had her car wired for sound. What I heard you, Zero, and the Countess say sounded very interesting.
Babson, 45 seconds left.
I'll be killed. Tell him not to shoot.
40 seconds, Babson. Now you're getting just what you gave Steve Polson.
I had killed Polson. I couldn't trust him.
35 seconds left.
Don't let Zero shoot. Stop him. Walsh, I'll give you anything you want.
Sounds as if you have an offer for me.
25 seconds, Babson.
Walsh, I'll clear out of the charity racket. You take over the whole operation. Everything. The Countess goes with it. You can have it all.
15 seconds to go.
Didn't you hear me? I'm giving you everything.
10.
No! Don't shoot! It's me! Don't shoot!
Now exactly 3 minutes past 11.
It's me! No! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't! I wasn't shot.
No.
But that shot...
Fired by one of my men as a signal, let me know that everything down there was under control.
But Zero...
We got Zero.
And with your confession, Babson, the government closes this case.
Government?
Babson, while your mouth is open in that stupid gate, keep it that way. Mr. George Walsh here is David Harding, chief of the Counterspy.
That's right, Babson, and I can guarantee you personally, when the time arrives for your trial, the jury isn't going to show you any charity.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but two. Get a carton of 6 and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to Counterspy. Listen on Thursday for the exciting Counterspy case of the high-class hijacker.
Bottle of chloroform, drops of green oil, and eyes without a body, the result is unpredictable. Add these ingredients to a clever and dangerous underworld operation, and the result is action. That's our case for next Thursday, day after tomorrow. I invite you to be listening for
Case of a High-Class Hijacker on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Leonard L. Bass, dramatized by Edward J. Adamson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer, with music by Jesse Crawford. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
It couldn't have been either an accident or suicide?
No, Patsy, it couldn't.
But Trudy says Mr. Briggs was alone in this study at the time.
I know it sounds impossible, Patsy, but somehow I believe he's telling the truth.
But who fired the gun that killed Briggs? Oh, that's really the $64 question.
No, Patsy. The newspapers are right about Briggs' estate. That's the $4 million question. Now for the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure starring Ron Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Lucky Bristol is a very polite individual. In fact, his first rule for success in running a gambling house is always be polite to the customers. As for his second rule, well, Lucky is in his private office now, politely explaining it to one of the said customers.
The way I figure it, Mr. Willard, what's the use of winning if you can't collect? And so I make it a rule to always collect.
Oh, how much do I owe you, Lucky?
Better than 50 grand. More than I ever let anybody gyp me out of.
Well, you know, Lucky, those are gambling debts. Legally, you can't collect a cent on them.
100% correct, Mr. Willard. So when I run into a welcher, I have to use methods that aren't so legal.
If you're threatening me...
Why, I wouldn't harm a hair of your head, Mr. Willard. But you could meet up with an accident, couldn't you?
What do you mean?
Oh, a couple of broken legs, maybe. It could even be a fatal accident. In fact, I am willing to bet that's what it would be.
Lucky, you gotta give me time. I'll be able to pay you every cent if you'll only wait.
Wait? How long?
Well, my Uncle Jonathan has millions. I'm his only heir. If you'd just be patient...
You mean wait till the old man kicks off? He might outlive the two of us.
But if anything happens to me, you'll never get your money.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it'd be better if your uncle met up with an accident, huh?
You don't mean that...
I don't mean anything. Why don't you ask the old boy to loan you the money?
Well, I'll try, but...
That's right. You try. Try hard enough, and maybe there won't have to be any accident. Well, Mr. Willard, it was over a week ago you said you were going to ask your uncle to loan you the money. How about it?
I've begged him a dozen times to let me have the money, but he won't.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Look, Lucky, I'm going to Lake Placid for the weekend, but I'll ask him again on Monday. So if you'll only wait until
I've
then...
waited a long time now, Mr. Willard. From now on, I'm making no promises.
Jonathan, Briggs' residence?
Hello, Kirby. I'd like to speak to my uncle.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harry. Just a moment, sir. He's in the study. I'll put your call through to him there. Hello?
Hello, Uncle Jonathan. This is Harry.
Oh, I thought you were up at Lake Placid.
That's where I'm calling from. I was worried about your cold.
I don't believe it. You knew very well that I'm so much better. The doctor said I could get up today.
But, Uncle, you've been in bed for the past week, and I naturally...
Yes. What you really called about was that money, wasn't it?
Well, Kirby can't hear you, can he?
What's the matter with you? You know I'm always alone in my study at this time of day.
Well, yes, Uncle Jonathan, I did want to talk to you about the money.
Well, you can save your breath. I won't give you one single solitary red cent.
But, Uncle Jonathan,
A penny, and that's final. If you...
Uncle Jonathan. Uncle Jonathan.
Yes, sir.
I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad asked me to come up here and take a look around.
Oh, yes, sir. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
The study is this way, sir.
You're Kirby, Mr. Briggs' houseman, aren't you?
Yes, sir. It was I who found the body after the accident. This is Mr. Briggs' study.
What? Why, it's like a room in a medieval castle.
That's what it is, miss. Mr. Briggs bought the entire room from the owners of McLennan Castle in Scotland and brought it over to America piece by piece.
Even the wall paneling? And that huge stained glass window across the room there?
Everything, sir.
How unusual to find a room like this in a big city apartment.
Yes, miss. The city and town photographed it last year for their October issue.
Oh, Nick. Look at this magnificent antique cabinet here by the door.
Yes, that's a highboy, miss.
And look at those old guns on the wall beside the highboy.
Mr. Briggs collected antique firearms, miss.
God.
Here is the one that caused the accident.
An old flintlock musket.
Yes, sir.
Well, it certainly is a clumsy-looking thing.
Just about as deadly at close range as a sawed-off shotgun.
Well, why do they call it a flintlock?
Now, you see, Patsy, the hammer holds this bit of flint.
Yes, I can see it.
First you have to cock it, and then when the trigger is pulled, the hammer falls, and the flint strikes against this piece of steel here and causes a spark.
Then what?
See this little hollow here?
Uh-huh.
That's called a firing pan. Holds a small amount of powder. That powder is ignited by the spark, and that sets off the real charge inside the gun barrel, causing the gun to be fired.
Well, if you have to go through all that preparation to make the gun shoot, how could it go off by accident?
That's what Matty was wondering, and that's why he asked me to take a look. Suppose you tell me just what happened, Kirby.
Well, sir, Mr. Briggs was in his study, as he always was at that time of day.
Early this afternoon, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. The clock had just struck 2:30 when Mr. Harry called from Lake Placid. He wanted to talk to his uncle, so I pushed the button for the buzzer in the study. And when I heard Mr. Briggs pick up the phone, I hung up.
How long after that did you hear the shot?
Not more than a minute or two, sir. I rushed in here and found Mr. Briggs in that chair behind the desk, dead. The gun was lying on the floor over there.
On the floor, huh?
Yes, sir.
Kirby, are you sure there wasn't anyone else in the room with Mr. Briggs?
Well, there couldn't possibly have been, sir. As you can see, there's no place to hide in here, and there's only one door. I was right outside, and no one could have got past me.
Well, how about that stained glass window? Does it open onto a terrace?
No, miss. Outside, there's a sheer drop of 23 stories.
Oh.
And it's the only window in the room, too.
Yes,
Well, guess the next thing is to talk with Mr. Briggs' nephew.
Oh, Mr. Harry hasn't arrived home from Lake Placid yet, sir. I expect him at 10 tomorrow morning.
I see. All right, then, you can expect me at 11.
Lucky, what's the idea of phoning me here at the apartment?
That was a nice, convenient little accident your uncle had, wasn't it, Willard? Convenient for both of us.
Look, Lucky, I can't talk to you now. I just got in from Lake Placid an hour ago, and there's some people waiting for me in the study.
You called me back?
Yes, of course. Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter. I was in my workroom.
Workroom? In an apartment like this?
Well, I make a hobby of astronomy, and I have a little place fixed up where I can build my own telescope. Sounds very technical. Well, it is, rather. Of course, I can't grind my own lenses, but I have them made to my specifications and then do the rest of the work myself. Well, I suppose you want to know about Uncle Jonathan.
Shall I leave, sir?
No, that's all right, Kirby. Keep on with your work. Need any help with that ladder?
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I can manage. I'm all through except cleaning the stained glass window. I'll do the outside first.
The outside? My goodness, how do you get at it?
Oh, it's very simple, miss. Mr. Briggs had the window mounted on a special frame so that it swings into the room. You see?
Oh.
Very neat arrangement.
It's a beautiful window, Mr. Willard.
I've always thought so. As you can see, it represents Satan being cast out of heaven. Well, Mr. Willard, about your uncle's accident. I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I was talking to him by a long distance when I heard the shot. And then a moment later, Kirby picked up the phone and told me what happened. How do you think it happened? Well, it seems pretty obvious to me. The gun fell off the wall and was discharged by the jar when it hit the floor.
You mean to say that a gun like that hung on the wall loaded?
It never was loaded, as far as I know. That's the...
You killed didn't pull his gun on you.
Jonathan, forgot all about it. Better call him right now. There's a phone in the living room if you want to use it. Thanks. Better come along, Patsy, in case you want any of those figures you have for us.
All right, Nick.
Good gracious.
Well, what's the matter, Kirby? Something wrong with the window?
Yes, Mr. Harry. Something very odd.
What is it, Kirby?
Satan's left eye.
Kirby, look out! What happened? It's Kirby.
Oh, Nick, look at the ladder. It's half out the window.
He lost his balance. I tried to grab him, but it was too late. He fell. 23 stories down to the street.
From the antique stained glass window, the evil face of Satan seems to leer triumphantly down into the room where violent death has struck twice within 24 hours. We'll see what happens in just a moment. With Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Swindler. A room transplanted from a medieval Scottish castle to the tower apartment of a Manhattan skyscraper has been the scene of two apparently accidental deaths. 2 hours have passed since the second tragedy, and Nick and Patsy, on their way back to Nick's office, have stopped in front of a small shop.
I never saw this place before. Giuseppe Serino, second-hand books and magazines.
Giuseppe's quite a character. You'll like him.
Oh?
Ah, Nick. Counterspy, my friend.
Hello.
Long time I don't see you.
How are you, Giuseppe?
It's the bene grazie.
Good. This is Giuseppe Serino, Patsy. Giuseppe, Miss Bowen.
I am very happy to meet you, Senorina.
Hello, Giuseppe.
Giuseppe used to be in Vaudeville.
Oh?
See? When I am not so fat like this, we play all the big guitars. The four flying Sorinos. Tumblers extraordinaire.
Giuseppe, I wonder if you have a copy of City and Town for October of last year.
Sure. Back this way. We got them all.
All right. Is that the issue of City and Town that Kirby said contained a picture of the Briggs study?
Mm-hmm. How's business, Giuseppe?
She's no good. Everybody, she's got too much money. Can afford the new magazine. No one's the old magazine.
Well, if you'd like to pick up some extra cash, I've got a job for you.
Well, no, I take.
Fine.
October 1946 you are, huh?
Yes, that's right.
Here she is. Almost like new.
That's it, Giuseppe. Thanks.
Is the picture there, Nick?
Just a minute. Okay. Here it is.
In color, too. Oh, the stained glass window certainly shows up well.
Yes, and here's what I was looking for.
What?
A gun. That 17th century flintlock. I knew it couldn't have fallen from the wall beside the highboy and landed where it did.
Why, it's on the highboy in the picture.
And I'll bet that's where it was when it killed Jonathan Briggs.
Yeah, but even if it was there, Nick, that doesn't explain how it could go off by itself.
No, you're right there.
But it may prove that Willard was lying about where the gun was. And with Giuseppe's help, I may be able to learn how the second so-called accident happened.
What kind of job do you like for me to do, Nick?
Something is right in your line, Giuseppe. A little tumbling.
Oh, I'm not so sure. It's a long time now since I do very hard stunts.
Well, this one won't be hard, Giuseppe. We can do it right in my office. And it's easy. As easy as falling off a ladder.
He's a hard worker for fat men like me.
Oh, Nick. You've made him fall off that ladder a dozen times. First you have him lean to the left until he gets off his balance. Then you have him lean to the right.
Yes, and every time he and the ladder fall in opposite directions.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, Patsy, if Kirby had been leaning away from the window opening, he'd have fallen inside the room. And the ladder would have fallen across the sill the way we found it.
But Kirby didn't fall inside. He fell outside.
Then he wasn't leaning away from the opening. If he'd been leaning toward the opening, he would have fallen outside, and the ladder would have fallen inside the room.
But why?
That's what Giuseppe's been proving for me. When you fall off a ladder, your feet instinctively push it away from you in the opposite direction. But suppose it happened this way. You're not hurt, are you, Giuseppe?
No. But what's the big idea? Push the ladder when I'm in the look.
Sorry, Giuseppe. I had to prove my point. You see, Patsy? When I pushed, Giuseppe and the ladder both fell in the same direction, just as Kirby and the ladder did this morning.
What? Oh. You mean you think Willard pushed Kirby out the window?
From what we've seen here, I think he did.
But this test of yours isn't proof that he killed Kirby.
No, but when you add this to the fact that he was probably lying about the gun hanging on the wall, Mr. Willard appears to be a very suspicious character as far as I'm concerned.
But Nick Willard was in right cast and he couldn't pull the trigger of the gun by...
But he could have, shall we say, made arrangements.
What kind of arrangement?
Come on, Patsy. We're going to take another look at Jonathan Brake's study. Maybe that will answer your question. Lucky for us, the police sealed his room up right after Kirby was killed. If there's any evidence here, nobody's had a chance to destroy it.
Mm-hmm. Even the stepladder's still here.
Fortunately for us. I need that to get where I'm going.
To get where you're going?
Yep.
Where's that?
I want to take a look at the top of the highway. There.
Be careful that you don't fall, Nick.
I won't. Let's see.
What are you looking for, Nick?
Uh-huh. Just as I thought. Climb up here beside me and I'll show you.
It better be good, Nick. I don't like ladders.
It is good. See here?
Oh, what a shame. That beautiful finish is all scratched up.
Yes. That must be where the gun rested. And here's a dent in the wood paneling near where the butt of the gun must have been.
Meaning what?
When the gun went off, the recoil threw it back against the wall where the dent is.
Uh-huh.
And it bounced off the highboy onto the floor.
Uh-huh.
A gun like this would have to have quite a kick.
Well, what do you suppose those books are doing up here?
The butt of the gun were propped up on those books, and the muzzle were resting on the edge where these scratches are. Where would the gun be pointing?
What? Right at that chair where Mr. Briggs was sitting when he was shot.
Mm-hmm. You begin to see how he was killed?
Oh, yes. From such a short distance, it couldn't have missed.
Right.
But, how was the gun set off? You still don't know that.
I think I do. See these burn places here?
Yes, they look like cigarette burns. But nobody could lay a cigarette down up here. It's too high.
Patsy, take a look at the face of Satan in the stained glass window there across the room. See anything strange about it?
No. No, it's pretty badly warped, but that's just age, isn't it?
Look at his eyes.
Why, they don't match.
Exactly.
Oh.
The right one is yellow, and the left one is white. Now, do you remember what time Mr. Briggs was killed?
About 2:30, Kirby said.
Right. And about 2:30 tomorrow, I think we can put this case in the file, marked case closed.
Why did you insist on my meeting you here in the study at this time, Mr. Carter? I had an appointment for 2 o'clock with a friend.
This is more important, Willard. Sit there behind the desk, please.
All right, but what is this all about?
Now, everything is just the way it was 2 days ago. You're sitting where your uncle was when he was shot. And the gun is back on the highboy, loaded and primed.
What?
On the highboy, Willard. Not on the wall where you said it was. And it's pointed directly at the chair where you sit.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Sit back in that chair.
It's a gun if it should go off.
To kill you, just as it did your uncle. But there's no flint in the hammer this time, so it can't possibly go off. Can it, Willard?
I won't stay here.
You'll stay in that chair if I have to hold you there. What time is it, Patsy?
2:29.
Carter, let me out of here. In a minute or two, it'll be too late.
You're in no danger, Willard. The gun can't go off by itself. Or can it?
For the love of heaven, look at Satan's left eye. In a few seconds.
So you know about that left eye. You put it there, didn't you?
Well,
And you phoned your uncle at exactly 2:31 the next day to be sure he'd be sitting in that chair at the right time, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
You'd better know what I mean if you want to get out of that chair, and you better talk fast.
Yes, I did it, but...
How about Kirby?
He noticed the eye. I had to do something quick before he had a chance to tell you.
So you pushed him through the open window.
Carter, let me out of this chair. It's after 2:30 now.
Oh, don't worry. The gun isn't loaded.
Isn't loaded?
Now that we have the truth from you, nothing's going to happen.
That's where you're wrong, my friend.
Lucky.
Things are going to happen right now. Don't move, Carter. This gun of mine doesn't have to wait for the sun.
Lucky Bristol stands in the doorway, his revolver aimed at Nick, and it looks as though Jonathan Briggs' study may be the scene of still another killing. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Harry Willard has confessed to the murder of his uncle, Jonathan Briggs. But before Nick can take him to the police, Lucky Bristol, the gambler, appears in the doorway, a revolver in his hand.
Well. Lucky Bristol. How do you fit into this picture, Lucky?
I'm just protecting a little investment of mine, Mr. Carter. Mr. Willard here owes me $100,000.
100? It's only 50,000.
It's 100,000 now, Mr. Willard. Or do you want me to tell Mr. Carter he can put his hands down?
No, 100's all right.
And keep it half the price. When you didn't show up at my place at 2 o'clock, I came up here to see why.
Well, you found out. Now what?
Now nothing. I'm leaving.
Well, what about them? They know about Uncle Jonathan.
Well, if I were you, I'd make sure they didn't tell anybody.
You mean I've got to...
I don't know what you're going to do. I won't be here. But before I go, you better get Carter's gun to do it with.
Yes, of course.
Don't try anything, Carter. I'm still protecting my investment.
Don't worry. I know when I'm licked.
Okay, Lucky. I got Carter's gun.
Okay. I'll send a couple of my boys around late tonight in case there's anything you want carried out of the building and left someplace. So long.
You're going to let this man make a fool of you, Willard?
What do you mean?
You think we've got to be killed to protect your secret, don't you?
Well, of course.
How about Lucky?
I don't kill you.
How about Lucky? You're going to let him walk out of here knowing enough about you to send you to the chair?
Smart guy, aren't you, Carter?
Yes, he is smart, Lucky. I never thought of that.
Why, you poor sap.
Keep your hands away from your pocket, Lucky.
You cheap little punk. If you think you can get away with anything like this.
Stop, Patsy.
I told you I'd get you.
Oh, nice work, Nick. Let them shoot it out with each other, then you shoot the winner's gun out of his hand.
Where'd you get that gun, Carter? I thought Willard...
Didn't occur to Willard that the gun he took wasn't the only one I had. I carry this one in the shoulder holster for just such emergencies.
You're a lucky stiff, Carter.
I may be lucky, but I'm no stiff. All right, Willard. You can get up off the floor now.
I'm shot, Carter. Hurts bad.
You live. It's only your shoulder.
Take your gun back, Nick. Willard is all through with it.
Thanks, Patsy. Better call the police ambulance for Willard. And tell Matty to send along the hurry-up wagon for his pal.
Right away, Nick.
They may ride down to headquarters separately, but they'll end up in the same place when they answer for their crimes.
Nick, when are you going to explain what's been going on? I don't understand it at all.
I didn't want to try to explain until I could show you a little experiment.
Huh?
Patsy, when you were a little girl, didn't you ever set a piece of paper on fire by focusing the sun's rays on it with a magnifying glass?
Sure, all kids do that. So what?
So you can set off gunpowder the same way. And that's just what Willard did.
Go on, I'm listening.
Willard replaced Satan's left eye in the stained glass window with a special lens he'd had made. A lens that would focus the sun's rays right on the powder in the firing pan of the old flintlock.
And he fired the gun that way? Well, I'll be darned.
It was the charged spots on the top of the highboy that gave him away. You see, he had to experiment for several days at the same time in the afternoon to be sure that he had the lens set in the window at exactly the right angle.
Golly, that must have been pretty complicated. Figuring the angle of the sun, the right kind of lens, the right time of day, and everything.
It was, even for an amateur astronomer like Willard. But fortunately, his uncle was sick in bed for a week, and Willard was able to use the study undisturbed.
So he was able to set the gun, go to Lake Placid 300 miles away, and then call his uncle on the phone at just the right time so he'd be sitting at his desk when the gun went off.
Right. Now you know as much about it as I do.
Oh, well. I knew Satan was dangerous, and I've heard of the evil eye. But I never expected to see a stained glass Satan with an eye evil enough to kill a man. Oh, that's really something.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. My stories start in many different ways. This one began with a man who was blind and ended when he saw his blindness went deeper than his eyes.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
It was after 11 when I turned into that section of North Clark that begins to wake up then. Tonight it was jumping no more than usual. It just seemed that way. I threaded my way through the visiting playboys from Keokuk and St. Louis and the whining panhandlers and the sad-eyed gals. Then I stopped for a minute to watch old Pop. There he stood as I'd seen him stand night after night before the little burlesque theater, sawing away at the same old tune and the same old battered fiddle. I walked up to him, listened for a moment, and then...
Thank you, thank you.
Business good tonight, Pop?
Randy.
Uh-huh. You never miss, do you?
Not my regulars. How have you been?
Oh, good, good. You?
All right.
Business good?
Lousy.
Well, still early. Midnight shows ought to bring in some tariff.
Uh-huh. What's it look like tonight, Randy?
I don't have to tell you, Pop. I think you can see more than I can.
Yeah, that's the trouble with being blind. It's not what you miss without eyes, but what you do see. I can feel them, Randy. The cheap sports. The ones who drop a penny in my cup. Drop it in from way up because it sounds heavier when it hits. Big shots. The ones who drop $50 when they're with a girl and pass me up when they're alone.
Where do I fit in, Pop?
You never change. Always a quarter. Night you drop in something else, I know something's wrong.
Well, the show's breaking. Here come the girls.
Dancers, they call themselves. Dancers, cheap, shoddy.
Careful, Pop.
Well, if it ain't Horace Greasy.
Greeley. It's Horace Greeley. How are you, Pearl?
Feet are killing me.
From what? Standing in one spot?
So I should move around? Here.
Thank you.
For nothing. Ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, Randy.
Well, you have to wait your turn.
See the show?
No, should I have?
Nah, new one's moving in tomorrow. Bigger and better.
And bearer.
When I'm paid to wear more, I'll know I'm washed up.
How's it going?
Same old grind. Ha, get it?
Every night the same lousy joke.
So what? Every night you play the same lousy tune.
Oh, who asked for hyphen?
Long time ago, I played better.
Yeah, I played fiddle for the czar, so comes the revolution. Honest, Pop, you know anything else?
Who'd recognize it around here if I did?
So where's your hi-hat?
Oh, shut up.
Now, listen.
Cheap burlesque dancer.
Hey, wait a minute. Who you calling a
You, all of you.
Hey, Pop, now, Pop, take it easy. What's the matter with you?
Now, let me alone. Just let me alone, that's all.
Hey, wait a sec. Well, what's eating on him?
He blew up like a boiler.
Yeah. He ain't never done that before. And calling me a cheap dancer. Who does he think he is? Plays for nickels and sops himself in cheap wine when he's got the price. Hey, Randy.
What?
No wonder. He was sober.
Yeah, I saw that, too.
First time I ever seen him come out from under that cloud. He's sick.
Well, maybe there's something else for him.
Nah, he'll take his nickels and dimes, buy a bottle, and soak in it. Believe me, there's nothing wrong with Pop that a wet cork won't cure.
I don't know. There was something else.
Honest, you give me the willies.
Okay, Pearl, I'll throw in a cup of coffee. Come on. So we had coffee and we talked about Pop. No one knew where he'd come from. He just showed up one night with a battered fiddle under his arm and started playing. It was a half hour or so after I left Pearl. I moseyed through the street, found myself back at the same place I started, but Pop wasn't there. I told myself he was well in the middle of the pickling process. Nothing to get excited about. He'd show up tomorrow night. But that ever-loving curiosity rang up a tilt inside me. I went hunting. I didn't find Pop. And when I passed an all-night hock shop, something in the window sent me inside.
Yes, sir. You see something you like?
Yeah, that violin in the window.
The violin? Oh, sure. You want to see it?
Yes, I'd like to.
Sure. It ain't often I get a piece like this. No, sir. It ain't often I get a chance to offer something like this. Horowitz himself couldn't want one any better.
Yeah, I'll tell him when he gives up the piano.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where'd you get this?
From a collection. It's a fine old violin, maybe 100 years. A few scratches.
How much did you give him for it?
Give who?
The blind man who brought it in.
Yeah, how come you know where I got it? Huh? How come?
I'd know this violin on 100. Now, come on. How much do you want for it?
$20.
15.
I paid that.
Okay, 20. Give me the receipt.
Just take it. Give me the money and take it.
The receipt, Buster. I need it for my expense account.
You a copper?
Why ask that?
If you ain't, why you asking all the questions? Why?
What's bothering you? If you got this violin legitimately, you'll sell it without all this ping-pong.
I got it legitimately.
Okay, then. The receipt. Neither of us is getting any younger.
Well, I ain't got a receipt.
Oh? Why not?
Look, the guy comes in. He wants to hock this fiddle. I can't give him no dough on it, not like he wants anyway.
So?
We make a deal of swap.
For what?
I'm only telling you this because I don't want no trouble. But he wants a rod, a heater.
You let him have a gun?
Yeah, but...
Was it loaded?
Maybe a couple of shells in it, but...
Got anything on paper? His address, maybe?
No.
But you let him have a gun?
He was blind. I ain't going to give anybody a rod if they look like they're going out for a heist. I got a legitimate business. What could a blind guy do with a gun?
Figure it out.
Look, I'm trying to tell you that I'm clean. I tell you I'm clean.
I had no idea where to look for Pop, but I thought maybe one person might know. Pearl. I found her backstage just about ready for her last turn.
You like it, boys? Come on, boys. Hey, Randy, grab yourself a fan and cut in any place.
Now, Pearl, this has got to be quick. You know where Pop lives?
Huh?
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong?
He traded his violin for a gun.
What for?
I'd like to know. Now, come on, you got any idea where he lives?
No. But I walked a couple of blocks with him one night. He was too stiff to do it alone.
Yeah?
Then he turned off in some street. I didn't go no further. Feet were killing me.
Which street?
I never look at street signs. There was a candy store on the corner.
So you know the street?
I guess so.
All right, then let's go.
But my aunt...
Forget it for now. Pop's liable to do something with that gun.
Okay, I'll fix it. Don't make no difference anyhow. New show opening tomorrow. Hey, Gracie! Gracie! Yeah? Come here. Sure. Oh, pleased to meet you. You ain't. And you ain't gonna. Now, listen, you gotta go on in my place. Me? Me? You've been yammering how good you are. Now's your chance, honey.
I don't know nothing.
It ain't education they want out there. Here, take my balloon. Blow it up a little bigger. You need it.
Oh, but I can't.
All you gotta do is be careful of the guy in the first box. He's got a rubber band and some bent pins. Let's go, Randy.
We tore out of the theater before she had much more than just time to throw on a coat. I'll say this for Pearl. She didn't catch cold easily, but if there was a wind blowing, she'd have been a sensation. Anyway, she found the street, and a few questions and answers sent us to what is politely known as a theatrical boarding house. And then outside Pop's door.
Bust it in, Randy.
Pop! Hey, Pop, it's Randy. Open up.
Bust it in.
Okay, look out.
Wait. Pop.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. What do you want?
Oh, we're coming in, Pop.
No.
We're coming in.
Yo, Sponge, what's the idea of throwing a scare in
Wait a
me?
minute, take it easy, Pearl. All right, let's have the gun, Pop.
There it is, Randy.
Give it to me.
You look better in a fiddle.
Crying Jack, that's what it is, a crying Jack.
No, he's sober.
And for this, I let Gracie do my act. I'm ruined.
Get out of here, both of you. Leave me alone.
Just a minute.
Randy, don't point that.
You couldn't fire this in a million years. The firing pin's filed off.
He cheated me.
No wonder he let you have it. Okay, Pop, what's the idea?
I thought I could kill myself.
Okay, you thought you could kill yourself. Why?
I wanted to stop living this way. I wanted to stop lying to myself.
So all of a sudden you don't like the way you've been living?
Shut up.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Pop, you want to talk about it?
Well, he already did. He already said
No. That's not the whole story.
You know, don't you, Randy?
I know there's something else. What is it?
Yes, there is. There's 9 years of lies and cheating. 9 years of running away from something I want to face but can't. Tonight, I want to stop it.
Stop what?
Stop the whole thing from coming down. Coming down and killing me. And her.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on The Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. The stories presented on Cavalcade of America feature Hollywood and Broadway stars who portray the many men and women responsible for the building of our country. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now, back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
For a moment after Pop said that, he stared into space. His sightless eyes seemed to be seeing something neither Pearl nor I could sense. And then...
Over on the dresser, Randy. Picture, face down. Get it.
Okay. You mean this one of a girl?
Yes, bring it here.
Gee, nice.
Here, Pop.
I haven't seen it in 5 years. Since my eyes...
She's a beautiful girl, Pop.
That's Vicky, my daughter.
This classy-looking dame?
Yes.
You know, I've seen her someplace.
She's famous.
What about it, Pop?
I'm a great old man for a kid like that. Busted, broken down, blind, playing for nickels and dimes.
Look, if she's the right kind, what difference does it make what you did?
I lied to her. For 9 years I've lied.
Well, what about? And when did it start?
When she was a kid. I was playing in the vaudeville house. She was going to school. That and learning to dance.
And her mother?
Left. Ran out. But I didn't care. I had Vicky. On days when I didn't have to be at the theater, we had big dreams. Great big dreams. I'd play for her. She'd dance. You're not allowed to get tired. Now, come on. Once more.
Too fast.
Just right, Vicky.
That's enough, Dad.
Okay, Lazy. Come here. What's the matter, honey?
Nothing.
Now, come on. Let's have it.
I can't dance as good as the rest of the kids.
Who said so?
Me?
What's your teacher say?
Nothing.
What do you want her to do? Hang flowers on you? Now, listen. Listen. What do we always say?
We'll go all over the world together.
That's right. And you'll be the greatest ballerina in the world. I'll lead the orchestra for Vicky. France, Italy, England. Great big oysters full of pearls. You wouldn't let me down now, would you, honey?
I don't want to.
Besides, we've always got each other, Vicky. No matter what happens, we've always got each other.
I don't ever want to leave you.
You won't, honey. Never. Now, come on. Let's try it again. Better. Better. Yeah, she got where I said she would, Randy. Famous.
But you, what happened between the two of you?
Things got bad. I had to take a job with a cheap band. Traveled. I kept her in school, and then...
Go on, Pop. Then?
I hit a grease toboggan.
Bottoms up, huh?
Yeah. In my eyes. But I kept writing to her, telling her I was doing all right. I sent her money, all I could. I lied to her. Told her I was playing with a big orchestra. 1,000 times I tried to pull myself together. I didn't.
Where is she now?
Coming here. To Chicago.
How do you know that?
Randy, on the table there, a copy of the billboard. Get it? Turn to the personals.
Mm-hmm.
I get it every week. No matter where we were, we'd keep in touch that way. I pretended to keep moving around. I mailed in fake addresses so she wouldn't know.
What's in this one, Pop?
I always had somebody read the column to me, and this morning, you'll see it, Randy.
Oh? Dad from Vicky. That it, Pop?
Yes.
Dad from Vicky. We'll be in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me Washington Boulevard and State under the clock at 10 in the morning. Please be there.
But I can't.
How did she know you were here?
It was my last address. She just put it in, hoping.
Well, look, what's so tough? Just meet her. Like I said, if she's any good at all, she won't care what you...
No, I won't.
Pop, you've been running away for 9 years. You can't keep on doing it.
Let her see me? No, don't you see, Randy? She's famous. She's Mivanya.
Wow, she is famous.
And it's still 10 to 1. She's got legs like a piano.
Oh, come on, hold it, Provo. The ballet's here in Chicago, huh?
Yes, I heard that their first American tour in 10 years. Randy, I want to meet her. Talk with her. Touch her face again, but I can't. Not now.
Pop, you're going to meet her tomorrow.
No.
She'll be here for only 3 days. During that time, you'll be what she thinks you are. She doesn't have to find out anything else.
I never told her I was blind.
Well, is that a crime?
Oh, Randy.
Pop, you're going to be under the clock tomorrow morning at 10. It was easy to say, just like that. But I wondered what would happen. Playing with other people's lives is like splitting an atom and including yourself in the chain reaction. But I wanted Pop to meet Vicky. I stayed with him that night, got him into a clean press suit, made him shave, and stay out of striking distance of anything that looked like a bottle. And then it was 10 in the morning.
That's 10, Randy. That's 10 o'clock.
Yeah. Give her time, Pop.
Let's go, Randy, before it's too late. Let's go. Take me away from here.
You look all right. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
She's bound to find out.
Not from me or you.
She'll want to know what I've been doing, where I've been. Randy, I've told so many lies.
I'll have a few more on me.
Do you see her?
Not yet.
I hope she doesn't come. I hope she does.
She will.
What'll I say? Randy, tell me what to say.
You'll know, Pop. Nobody will have to tell you. Now stand still. Take it easy.
Help me. Help me tell one more lie.
He didn't have to tell one more. Vicky didn't show up. Not at 10, not at 10:30, or not at 12 when we finally left the corner. I didn't want to leave Pop alone, so I took him to my apartment. I left him there in the lobby with the clerk keeping an eye on him while I went calling. Calling on a lady named Vanya. My press card works magic, especially backstage. I got in to see Vanya, all right.
It is so charming, Monsieur Stone.
Yes, of course, charming. I expected to meet you earlier.
Oh, so? I'm glad you did not. I'm afraid I do not look my best before noon or later.
Maybe that's why you didn't show up.
Pardon? Show up?
Hello, Vicky.
You called me what?
Just Vicky, for the present. I may think of something else later.
I do not understand.
Look, baby, I got a hunch you were there this morning. You saw him and decided not to stop. Is that it?
Well, if this is a joke, Monsieur Stone, I do not appreciate it.
Oh, please, let's stop the polite tennis.
But you're insane. Now it is tennis?
He was blind. You saw that. He wasn't what you expected after all these years. Or maybe, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, maybe you didn't recognize him.
You will please to excuse me one moment. Igor, please come here. You would like maybe a drink?
No, thank you. Look, Vicky, you can drop the Iron Curtain disguise. You see,
Oh, Igor, please come in.
A pleasure.
Igor, this man is crazy. This is from a newspaper.
Oh, that is very nice.
And who are you?
I am the ballet master. What else?
We'll leave that unanswered for the time. To get back to you, Vicky.
He calls me Vicky.
Hmm? Why?
Well, that's her name. Now, look, don't give me any more of this now.
Yes?
But you're a brunette.
A little gray, perhaps, but on the stage.
Wait a minute. Let me get a closer look.
Igor, keep him away.
I will go for help.
No, never mind. You're not Vicky, are you?
Please, Monsieur, I am Vanya.
Ludmila Mivanya Krochenko.
One of those is enough. Okay, I'm sorry. It's all a mistake. I thought you were someone else.
But that is impossible.
I know. I apologize again. I made a very bad mistake. Please forgive me.
Oh, it is nothing. Please to come again.
Sure. Invite some fawns over. We'll spend another afternoon. She wasn't Vicky, but she was Vanya. I felt a little like the guy who opened the wrong door in a Turkish bath. I hurried back to Pop, took him up to my apartment, sat him down and told him what had happened.
I'm not lying, Randy. I'm not.
I saw Vicky's picture. I saw Vanya. At first, a guy could make a mistake, but not with a good second look.
Randy, I swear to you.
Come on, Pop. Give it to me straight. What's the deal?
Why should I make up such a story?
That's what I'd like to know. Brother, I bid. Hook, line, and sinker. I took the bait. Why'd you throw it?
For the last time, Randy, I didn't lie to you.
A gun with no firing pin, a fine, long story about a daughter. Great buildup.
I'm going, Randy.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
You still think I...
Excuse me, won't you? Yeah. Pearl. Oh, sure, we were there. We had a... What's that? Oh, now, look, honey, if you... Give me that again. Hold on a minute. Pop!
What?
Pop!
What?
Sit down, wait a minute.
I'm going.
You're going to sit down and you're going to wait. Now, come on.
Oh, what's the matter, Randy? Is that...
No. Okay, Pearl, give me the rest. Yeah? What's the address? I got it. Now, look. I'm going to bring Pop to you. Hold on to him like a mink coat. Don't let him out of your sight, and then I'm going to go to that address.
Yes?
How do you do? My name is Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star. He's my press card, Social Security.
What do you want?
May I come in?
But...
Thank you.
Hey, you've got a nerve.
Yeah, today I've got to have. May I sit down?
And if I say no?
Well, I'll have to stand. I can say what I want standing up.
All right, what do you want?
I want to know why you weren't under the clock at 10 this morning.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dad, from Vicky, in Chicago the 8th. Please meet me.
Where'd you find that out?
Billboard magazine, personal column.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I do. And so does your dad.
Where is he? How is he?
Well, first tell me why you didn't show up this morning.
Is he all right?
I guess so.
You guess. Don't you know? Answer me.
Vicky, you are Vicky, aren't you?
Yes, what about Dad?
You want to see him, don't you?
More than anything else in the world.
I thought so. Now, how about tonight?
Tonight? But...
I'll fix it.
You know who I am?
As far as I'm concerned, you're Vicky. That's all I care about. That's all he cares
I
about.
want to believe that.
Well, you can. Now, how about tonight?
But what'll I say?
Vicky, you'll know what to say when you see him.
I wanted to be there this morning.
Now, look, don't give me the excuses or reasons. Just meet me tonight.
Where?
I'll pick you up. A date?
Why are you doing this?
Human interest stuff. Let it go at that, huh?
But...
Tonight, and Vicky.
What?
Maybe you'll be a little shocked.
I will?
Yes, maybe you will. Now, I'll see you tonight, and this time, show up. I stayed with Pop all the rest of the day. I had a story now, right up to the final paragraph. What the tag would be, I didn't know. I wouldn't know until that night. All depended on how things turned out, and I wasn't at all sure. When you play Mr. Fix-It with people's lives and emotions, you're cooking up a surprise party. Anyway, I had to try it. And so that night...
Randy, what are you doing?
Now, take it easy, Pop. Everything will be all right. I hope.
Well, why did you bring me back here?
Well, this is where you always stand, isn't it? Right in front of the burlesque theater?
Yes, but I can't...
Pop, you've got to trust me. Do you?
I guess I have to, Randy.
Okay. Here, take this.
What is it?
You'll know what it is.
My violin.
Yeah, it was lonesome in that hock shop. It needs a chin to cuddle up to. Try yours on for size.
No, I don't want it. Randy, take me away from here.
Now, look, Pop. Today I stood under a clock for 2 hours. I made an idiot of myself in front of two people I never saw before in my life, and all for you. Now you're going to do something for me. Now you get ready to play that violin.
Randy.
Yeah, hiya, Pro.
Come here. Excuse us, Pop.
Randy.
I will be a second, Pop. Well?
Yeah. It's all set.
Good. How long?
Just a few seconds. Randy?
What?
You got your fingers crossed?
All 12 of them.
Run for your lives, boys. The dam is burst. Here they come, the gals of the chorus. 8 luscious beauties. Count 'em, boys. 8.
All right, stand over there.
Randy.
Yeah, I'm right here, Pop. I'm right next to you. Now, listen. Remember that piece you used to play for Vicky when she was a kid, learning to dance?
This one?
That's it. Play it, Pop. Now?
Why?
Oh, Pop, play it. Now, go on.
But...
Play it. Play it for me, huh, Pop? Hello there.
You...
Recognize the tune?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Randy, who's that?
Ask her.
No, it's... Dad.
Vicky.
Oh, Dad.
Yes, Pop. Vicky.
Here. No.
Yeah. Here, Pop. She's a big star, all right, but not quite in the same line you figured. But it's still dancing.
Dad, forgive me. I've been wanting to write to tell you, but I've been lying all these years. I pretended
You
that
lied. You pretended.
I was tired of lying, running away. I knew you'd find out I wasn't with the ballet when it came over here. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not dead.
You're not.
Why should she be, Pop? Now, how about you?
Vicky, my baby.
Pearl.
Huh?
Come on.
Oh, we waited for this.
We didn't wait 9 years, Pearl. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
See you later, Pop.
He didn't even hear you. Come on.
Worked, didn't it?
Could have gone haywire.
Oh, I don't know. The odds were with us.
Yeah. I gotta apologize to her.
What for?
No muscles in those legs.
So, there's the finish. It's funny. 2 people lying to each other, dodging, pretending, when all it took was a couple of words to end years of fear and doubt. Well, it just goes to show you. Blood's thicker than water, and pride is a lot thinner than love. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Russell Hughes with music by Frank Worth. The part of Pop was played by Charles Seal. Others in tonight's cast were Lou Krugman, Charlotte Lawrence, Betty Moran, Veronica Pataki, and Ann Whitfield. Frank Lovejoy will next be seen in Milton Sperling's production, Three Secrets, released by Warner Brothers. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs, get your programs here. More action-packed adventure mystery programs are yours for the listening Wednesday night on NBC. Hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, The Big Story, Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, and Brian Donlevy in Dangerous Assignment. For stellar suspense-filled radio drama, tune here Wednesday for great adventure mystery shows. Stay tuned for the first piano quartet on NBC.
National Broadcasting Company presents Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Diamond Detective Agency, a corpse in every plot.
Oh, Rick, that's awful.
I know, Helen, but my sense of humor's out of gas.
Oh, what's the matter? No business?
Not for a week. If a client walked in now, I'd probably swear it was an hallucination and referred to Bellevue.
Walt's been trying to get you. He called here about 5 minutes ago, said it was important.
I just got in the office. I'll give him a call.
Am I going to see you tonight?
You know it. Me and my empty wallet will be glad to stop over for dinner.
Well, I'll have Francis fix something healthy.
Tell him to cook some money.
I'll see you around 7 then. Don't forget to call Walt. Bye.
Bye. And I wish I was smiling, sure it's fine morning.
10 Levinson, homicide.
Oh, you want to talk to me, Fatty?
Rick?
How many people call you Fatty?
Where the devil have you been? I called you at your apartment all morning.
Helen just told me I slept late.
Well, why didn't you answer your phone?
Rent was due. Could have been a trap.
Can you come down here?
Well, if it's important, I can come down. But if a potential client gives up because he can't find me, I may have a crying jag all over your office.
I'll stock up on hankies. I wouldn't ask you, Rick, but it is important, very.
Well, don't sound like the last course of Gloomy Sunday. I'll be there. Relax. I knew Walt was on the level because every time he thought something was important, he came on in a higher register and began to sound like a harp. Well, I closed the office, set the bear trap in front of the door in case of a client, and left a box lunch. I might be gone for a good while this time, and if I caught something, there was no sense in letting it starve. The 5th Precinct was 20 blocks away, so being a practical man who always regards that lonely feeling in his pocket as the sure makings of a pedestrian, I insulted a few well-meaning cab drivers, and 30 minutes later I limped into the squad room of the 5th Precinct Police Station.
Yes? Is there something I can do for you?
In my business, you have to be conditioned to anything. Nothing should surprise you. But in my business, like any other, there's always a first time for everything. And it looked like this was it. For over a year, I had been walking leisurely into the squad room of the 5th Precinct and smiling inside when I spotted a cop with a battering ram for a head and landing barges for feet. He was always the best straight man I'd ever run across, and his name was Sergeant Otis Loveloon. But this day, dear old Otis was not to be found. Instead, sitting at his desk, looking up at me through a pair of thick horn-rimmed glasses, was something else. It pulled out a clean white handkerchief, removed the glasses, clouded them up with a quick breath that filled the room with the essence of sen-sen, and said,
Well?
Where's Otis?
You mean Sergeant Loveloon? He's been transferred.
He's been what?
Transferred.
Who are you?
Sergeant Andre Clume. Is there something I can do for you?
Andre Clume?
Sergeant Andre Clume.
Sergeant Andre Clume.
Just one moment.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
Look, Sonny, I'm going in to see the lieutenant.
You'll have to wait until I find out if he can see you.
Oh, he'll see me. He just called me.
May I have your name, please?
What? Citation.
Mr. or Mrs.?
Hey, this may not be so bad after all.
No?
No. We're going to have fun, Andre.
Are we?
Yes, indeed. Now, call in to the lieutenant and tell him Mr. Diamond is coming in to see him.
Yeah?
The gentleman you were expecting, Mr. Diamond.
He's getting introductions now? Send him in.
Yes, sir. The lieutenant will see you, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Sergeant Clume.
And something else, Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
Sergeant Loveloon warned me about you, and I can assure you right now that I have no intention of becoming the brunt of your obvious crude comedy.
Sergeant Clume, I don't think there's much you can do about it. Oh, Walt, I want to go on record right now as saying
Don't. I know.
Well, what is that out there?
The commissioner says he's one of the most valuable men on the force.
But how can you put him in a cop's uniform? It's like dressing Rasputin and the Mother Hubbard.
I miss Otis as much as you do, but strictly off the record, Sergeant Clume has relatives.
Oh, I thought so. I'm scratching all the way in here.
Otis moved over to the 11th Precinct.
Who's he working for now?
Lieutenant Crawford. They've had a suicide watch on him all night.
What's this Andre Clume supposed to be so good at?
He's only been with us for a couple of days. I don't know.
Well, if I keep thinking about him, I may have to be dipped in hot tar. You better tell me what you want to see me about.
You may not like it, Rick.
Oh? This is new?
Remember Ralph Baxter?
Sure. I sent him up while I was still on the force.
Yeah. Well, you worked on that case for over a year, didn't you?
You were in charge of the department. You know darn well I did.
Rick, you knew Baxter's habits better than anyone on the force.
Oh, now, Walt, what's it all about? Is Baxter loose?
Very loose. Busted out at 8 o'clock this morning along with 7 other guys.
Oh. All got away clean?
Every one of them. One of the best planned breaks I've ever heard about.
Now, if Baxter was in on it, it had to be. He's a smart boy, Walt. One of the smartest.
Yeah, well, the commissioner says we've got to pick him up before he does any damage.
Just like that, huh?
Just like that. I need someone who knows him so well he might have a chance of nailing him before the trouble breaks loose. And you know Baxter and trouble.
How come you're in on this, Walt? Somebody already get killed?
Truck driver.
Oh. Baxter's an unhappy boy. He kills to make up for it. Really does a fancy job.
You want to help me out?
You in trouble if they don't nail Baxter in a hurry?
The commissioner is relying on me.
Okay, then.
It's got to be official in case you have to make an arrest.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Got to swear you in as a deputy. Look, Rick, we've got to. I don't really care how you bring Baxter in and who gets the credit, but
what
will the commissioner say if...
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Walt. Every time I used to put on that badge, a book of rules and regulations went with it. I do it my way or not at all. Now, don't start running your motor. I don't want the credit. The department can have it. Besides, it's 20-1 in any man's book that I'll never even get close to Baxter.
Well, you stand more chance than anyone else.
Okay, then. You still don't have to worry about the credit. It's 50-1 that the newspapers will read. Private detective found with his head missing.
Okay, Rick. Your way. Andre.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Andre.
Yeah, some name.
I beg your pardon?
Bring in all the information on Baxter and the 7 other men who were in on the break.
Yes, sir.
Andre Clume.
Yeah.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
You want to look over this stuff, Rick?
Yeah. I want to know how the break was pulled off. Maybe if we can get a line on who helped them, we can get it Baxter that way.
A truck was used. A Ford pickup that hauled garbage regularly. The large garbage cans were placed on the truck and taken off to a dump. The 7 men and Baxter hid in the cans and were covered up with garbage.
Oh.
The men in the prison kitchen have all been questioned, but none will admit a thing.
Well, thank you, Sergeant.
Maybe you can tell us what happened after that, Sergeant.
Several miles outside of the prison, the men got out of the cans. One man climbed up into the cab of the truck and ordered the driver to stop. He shot the driver, and the men climbed off the truck, rolled it over a 44-foot hill.
44 feet?
44 feet 9 inches at the first point of impact where the truck went over. The hill, of course, varies at other spots.
Of course.
2 cars were waiting for the 8 men. Tire tracks were found and casts made. A report on these casts should be in at any minute.
Synchronize your watches, then, Rick. Tell me, Sergeant Clume, have you any idea who might have been driving the 2 cars?
No.
Turn in your MiGs and your ray gun, you're through.
Very amusing.
Now, please, Rick, for the sake of my psychiatrist, don't start on Clume like you did on Otis.
Might be a woman.
Clume?
Driving one of the cars.
Oh. Baxter was a known woman hater.
You don't say. I suppose the other 7 guys got together with him and formed a club.
4 of the 7 men were known to have had women friends at one time or another. But only one woman remained loyal after the men were sent to prison.
How do you know that?
I remember things.
He remembers things.
Oh. She visited the prison many times to see Tony Ligeti, one of the escapees.
Maybe you can remember the dates?
The first time was right after Tony was sent up, November.
All right, Sergeant. What's the girl's name and where does she live?
Jean Lawrence, 1782 East 12th Street, apartment C. B.
Butterfingers. I'll take this list of histories on the 7 guys.
You going to check on the girl?
Yes, and thank you, Sergeant Andre Clume. You've been a brick. I left Clume polishing his glasses, Walt looking sick. Jean Lawrence did live at 1782 East 12th, apartment B. So I looked up the landlady, a nice old reproduction of Whistler's mother with a hangover, Mrs. Shook by name. She was a little unhappy that I'd bothered her, but I finally sold her on the idea that she could shave any time, and aided by my best smile and the promise of a fast 5th, I finally got her to open the door to apartment B.
There you are, lover, but I can tell you right now, Jeannie ain't in.
Well, what's in this room?
Bedroom. She didn't come home all day yesterday or last night.
She didn't, huh?
You know, I shouldn't be showing you around like this, except that you look like a real nice fella.
And you're thirsty.
Oh, go on.
You see anyone else hanging around, say, in the last week?
Yeah. Come to think of it, about a week ago, some dark fella started coming over to see Jeannie. Used too much hair oil, greasy type.
Think you'd recognize him?
You bring me that present, lover boy, and I could recognize a clove of garlic in an onion warehouse.
I'd make book on it. May I use the phone?
Go right ahead, lover. Oh, by the by, 100 proof, huh?
100 proof.
Homicide, Lieutenant Levinson.
Walt, this is Rick. I'm up at the girl's apartment. Not here. But the landlady says she can identify some guy who's been hanging around here for the last week. So look up...
Hold it a minute, Rick. Something coming over the hot shop.
Okay. So, bottle and bond, is that right, dear?
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Lovely.
Rick?
Yeah?
Get that landlady in here, then meet me out at the end of River Street, Pier 14.
Something up?
Sus came up. Someone didn't want it to. When she hit bottom, the bricks in the sack must have torn it open.
What?
A dock worker spotted her floating near one of the pier pilings.
Jean Lawrence?
Yeah. I'll see you over there.
Something happened to little Jeannie. I could hear...
Found her floating in the river.
Oh. Well, if we're going down to the station, can we stop off and get that present?
Yeah.
Bottled in bond, you promised.
I grabbed a cab and took Mother McCrae over to the 5th Precinct, making one stop on the way for the promised present. I turned her over to the desk sergeant and took off for Pier 14 at the end of River Street. When I got there, I spotted the homicide prowl car and Walt standing near the ambulance. On the wooden floor of the pier, covered with a sheet, was the dead body of Jean Lawrence. The coroner had just finished his examination.
Well, give me a full report as soon as I get to the lab, Lieutenant.
This is a rush, Coroner.
It always is. Oh, hello, Rick.
Hi, Charlie.
Shot twice, then thrown in the drink.
Yeah, nice. Anything else?
Book of matches in her coat pocket. Probably don't mean a thing.
Lieutenant, we just got a report from the precinct. Hello, Diamond.
Oh, good afternoon, Clume. You're looking fine.
Oh, you'll be kissing each other on the cheek in a minute. What about that report, Sergeant?
The landlady Diamond brought in 22 minutes ago has just identified a picture in the morgue as a man who had been visiting Jean Lawrence for the past week.
Anyone we know?
William Nash, alias William Barnes, alias Bootleg Barnes.
Yeah.
5'11", black hair, brown eyes, slight scar.
Oh, hold it. What about his record?
9 arrests, 2 convictions. Robbery and assault. In the cafe business now at...
Red Dot Inn?
Yes, sir.
Matches you found on the girl, Walt?
Yeah, Red Dot Inn. Let's take a run over there.
Yes, gents, what'll it be?
William Nash, he around?
No.
Police.
He still ain't around.
He got an office?
Well,
He got an office.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Top of those stairs. Down the hall, last door.
Go around to the back of the bar, Clume.
Yes, sir. Hey, now, wait a minute. You ain't supposed to come back here.
See that he doesn't have any way to let Mr. Nash know we're coming up.
Just go ahead and tend your bar.
You guys want to get me in trouble?
Not unless Nash is really in his office. Then you don't have to worry about trouble. You're in it.
Let's go, Ray. Down the hall, he said. Last door. We both go?
Yep. Fire escape down there. This way, Sergeant Clume covers him. Can Clume shoot?
I forgot to ask him.
You get on there by the fire escape in case he gets past me.
Who is it?
Fire department.
What?
Yeah, we received a report that your cafe isn't properly equipped in case of fire.
Are you nuts? I just had no extinguisher.
William Nash?
Yeah. Now what the
Let's
devil...
go.
Huh?
You heard him.
Hey, what is this?
Police, let's go.
He's clean.
All right, copy. You want to haul me in. What's the charge?
Murder.
Murder? Now listen,
Start walking.
Who's murdered?
Gene Lawrence. Down the steps.
I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
Sure.
Everything all right, Lieutenant?
Go upstairs and watch this guy's office.
Yes, sir.
You need a warrant for this, you know.
I'll get one.
I tell you, I don't know any Gene Lawrence.
My friend, I know a little old lady who thinks you wear too much hair oil. She's going to make a very big liar out of you.
NBC is bringing you Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
All right, Sergeant, get the lineup going.
Yes, sir. Henry Phipps. Henry Phipps, alias Henry Phipps.
I ain't never seen a lineup before, lover.
The man you identified earlier from the picture. See if you can pick him out.
George Chalmers.
No, ain't him.
Chalmers, alias George Lippert, alias Geo the Lip, Sarge Petty.
Ain't him neither.
William Nash.
That's him.
William Barnes.
All right, hold him.
You sure that's a man who was calling on Gene Lawrence?
Yep, that's him. Why don't he use bay rum on his hair?
Nash.
Yeah?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
You know Mr. Gene Lawrence?
I told you I don't, Lieutenant.
He sure is a lousy liar.
All right, run him off.
Step down. Hal Ennis.
He killed Jeannie.
We don't know.
Yes, sir. He sure should use bay rum.
Well, Walt and I and a couple of the boys took Nash downstairs and worked on him for about a half an hour before I got tired and decided to see what I could turn up myself. Nash still wouldn't admit he knew the dead girl, and we still weren't any closer to finding Ralph Baxter. I was pretty sure that Nash was connected with Baxter in some way, or he would have admitted knowing the girl and denied the killing. So I went back to the Red Dot Inn with a warrant to search Nash's office. Sergeant Andre Clume was guarding the door in the best prescribed manner. Legs spread, arms folded, back straight against the door. You're flat.
Mm-hmm. What? Oh, Diamond. I have absolutely no excuse. I'll understand if you report me to the lieutenant.
No one could get by, could they?
Not without waking me.
Then you did what you told to. You guarded the place.
But there is no excuse for falling asleep on duty.
Unless you get tired. Now, forget it. I got a warrant here. Let's give this officer going over. And that's exactly what we did. We took the place apart, piece by piece. And I have to go on record by saying that Clume really knew his business. He didn't miss a thing.
This might be important, Diamond.
What is it?
Bills to William Nash from the garage.
Let me see. Nick's Garage, 13th Street. 1,000-mile service on both cars, $14.90. Parking space rental on both cars, $25.
2 cars.
May not mean a thing. I'll check it anyway.
2 cars were used in the escape, Diamond.
Now, don't get excited. You stay here. I'll call you from the garage. I left Clume and went over to Nick's garage, looked up the owner, and he showed me the two cars, both sedans. 48 Chrysler and a new Hudson. Nick told me that both cars had been taken out the night before and returned early that morning. He said that Nash had driven one and the girl the other. So I put in a call to the Red Dot Inn and Sergeant Clume.
Yes, the lab has two good casts of the tire prints.
Well, put in a call to the lieutenant and tell him to get right down here with him.
I hope you'll forgive me being a little premature, but...
You already told him to come down.
Yes.
Tell me, Sergeant, you don't know anything about the 5th at Hialeah, do you?
One by Step Up in One and...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Hello, Rick.
Well, this is Nick Miller, runs the garage.
Hi, Lieutenant. Miller, how about the cars?
This one and that one.
Hold this cast. I'll try the other one.
Okay. Fit?
No. Those tread prints on that can supposed to fit the treads of one of these cars? We hope so.
How about that one, Walt?
Like a glove. Try your cast on that car.
Fits this one, Walt.
Rick, both of the cars were used in the getaway.
What happens now?
Go back to headquarters and tell Nash we got him dead to rights. We'll sweat him till he cracks.
I got a better idea. Turn him loose.
What?
Nash knows that it's only a matter of time until we turn up his evidence anyway. And he knows something else. He knows Ralph Baxter. He knows if he spills anything, Baxter will kill him sure.
But we'll promise him protection.
Against Baxter? Baxter'd get him if it took 10 years.
Not if we get Baxter first. Nash probably knows where he's hiding out.
Walt, even if Nash knows where Baxter is, he'll be a long time telling you. In the meantime, Baxter can cause a lot of trouble.
All right, so I let Nash go. So what?
Get a hold of the newspapers. Tell them to run a story that you've picked up Nash for questioning in the prison break. But that you had to release him because of insufficient evidence.
You think Baxter will go after him?
Well, he'd at least send some of his boys. I think the girl was knocked off because she got out of line. You can bet that Baxter won't want Nash around for a witness.
Okay. Gee, you're kind of making Mr. Nash a sitting duck, ain't you?
Well, I guess you'd say that, Mr. Miller. Now, why don't you come on down to the station with us and answer a few routine questions?
Oh, hey, I don't know nothing about this.
That's what Mr. Nash said, but you can see what a liar he turned out to be. We went back to the precinct, and the garage owner was held for questioning. In the meantime, 2 men were sent to the home of William Nash, and the phone tapped. 2 other men took their places on a stakeout at the Red Dot Inn, another pair at the garage. The garage owner was cleared of any suspicion and told to go back to work, but warned not to say anything. About 4 in the afternoon, a call came over the hot shot at the 5th precinct.
My name is Barton. I've just been robbed.
Where are you calling from?
I own the Rome jewelry store. 3 men came in and tied us all up. They stole over $100,000 in gems.
Anyone hurt?
My clerk, he's still unconscious.
All right, what's the address?
Corner of Wilmot and 21st Street.
It looked like just a routine robbery at the time, so the robbery detail took over. Walt released Nash and called the papers. Around 4:30, Walt got a call from robbery.
Levinson.
Jennings, Walt. Those guys that held up the jewelry store over on Wilmot Street. The owner just identified one of the hold-up men, Tony Lughetti.
Oh, thanks. Rick, Tony Lughetti, one of the guys that busted out with Baxter, has been identified as one of the hold-up men in the jewelry store.
Now it starts. The gang had gotten away clean. No trace except the cab driver who spotted a green sedan in front of the jewelry store. 3 men in it. We waited.
Levinson.
Sullivan. Nash just got a phone call. Man said he wanted to see him for the payoff. Said to meet him at the place. Nash left the house. Fisher's tailing him.
Right. Nash just left the house. Got a call.
Let's go. We piled into the squad car and headed across town in the direction of Nash's house. A newsboy on the corner yelled the planted news of Nash's arrest, and the car radio told us what Nash was doing.
Suspect just went into garage. We're parked across the street. Instructions.
I'm about 2 blocks away. If he gets in his car, let me know.
He's coming out, turning north on Chestnut. See him?
There he is, Walt.
We've got him, Jennings. We'll tail him.
We followed Nash until he hit the outskirts of town. He drove for another good half hour, then pulled into a roadside eating place with a motel off to the left.
This looks like it.
Yeah. Drive past. We'll swing back. Nash is going into the diner.
We'll walk up. Attention, all units. I'm at a roadside diner. The stop-a-while motel near it. Suspect just went into diner. All units proceed with caution. A whole bunch might be in that motel.
Mm-hmm.
Hope the boys get here before things start popping.
You said it.
We can't go in.
Hey, there's Nash at the counter.
See anyone else?
Not from here. Let's walk over to the other side. Hey, Walt.
What?
Over there by the gas pump. Green sedan.
Think it might be the robbery car?
Nobody in it.
Look, 2 guys coming out of the restroom.
Yeah. And one of them, Tony Ligeti.
Baxter's boys.
I got a hunch Baxter's around. I got Tony going in the diner. He's going in to pick up Nash. Probably going to take him for a ride.
Let's take this guy before Ligeti comes out.
He hears us. He's turning around.
Police. He's going for a gun. You knocked him cold. Nice tackle, Rick.
Vassar, 28. Here's his gun. I'll dump him in the car.
Here come some of the boys. I'll wave them off. You get in the back of the car. Okay, I'll get in with you.
I wonder where Baxter is.
Can you look out that back window without being seen?
Yeah. 2 more prowl cars pulled up. If the boys in the diner don't spot him.
Nothing yet?
No. Hey, here they come.
Ligeti and Nash?
Yeah, holy cow, the whole bunch.
Is Baxter with them?
Yeah, and 1, 2, 5 others. They've spotted the cars. They're headed for this car.
You go out that side, I'll go out this.
You boxed up, Baxter?
Look out, Rick!
2 of them down. Baxter's heading around back.
Rick, don't go after Malone, you crazy!
Now he tells me. Stop, Baxter!
You get him, Rick?
Yeah, but just barely. That was my last shot.
How was the dinner?
Oh, if I'd eaten any more, I'd need a new belt.
You gonna tell me what you did all day and why you were so late?
Went for a long walk in the park.
Oh, that's what I love about you. Gone all day. Come in smelling like a shooting gallery until you tell me you went for a walk in the park. Oh, no.
I'll get it. Yes?
Oh, Rick, you going to give me a routine, or do you want to hear about Baxter?
Oh, Harold Appleknocker's tired. Let's have it.
Ligeti's dying in the hospital. 2 of the other boys died on the way. The guy you tackled is singing all over the place, and Baxter will have a quiet funeral tomorrow. The others we got locked up.
Your boys all right?
One of them got it in the leg. Otherwise, okay. You were right about the girl. Baxter killed her because he was afraid she'd talk. Seems she had a beef and walked out. Baxter got worried. Nash was to get his tonight, just like you figured.
Okay, Walt, thanks. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
And thanks, Rick.
Sure.
Well? Wanting to know if his boys were all right. Now, Rick, you've been doing something exciting, and I want to know about it.
Honest, baby, the park's very dull in the afternoon. Want to go stir up some action in it now? Good mood.
Rick, why do you lie to me? No. All right, come on.
Oh, wait. We're forgetting something. I got to sing a song first.
Oh, Rick, now that you brought it up, I want to go to the park.
Well, this will only take a few seconds. You just pucker up and hold.
Well, look who's here. I haven't seen you in many a year. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band, grandest band in the land. Had you dropped me a letter, I'd have hired a band and spread the welcome mat for you. Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do? Now I don't know where you came from, 'cause I don't know where you've been. But it really doesn't matter. Grab a chair and fill your platter and dig right in. If I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake, hired a band. Goodness sake, if I knew you were coming, I'd have baked a cake. How'd you do, how'd you do, how'd you do? Oh, how'd you do, how'd you do, how do you do? Well, still puckered?
Mm-hmm.
Think you can hold it till we get to the park?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, if you're patient, I always make it up to you.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Lieutenant Levinson was played by Ed Begley. Also in the cast were Virginia Del Valle and Wilms Herbert. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Tonight's show was written by Blake Edwards, and the entire production was under the direction of Jack Johnstone. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Richard Diamond's Private Detective will next be heard 2 weeks from tonight. Check your local newspaper for the time of broadcast. Listen next week at this hour for Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, Soldier of Fortune. Remember, at this time next week, it's Dangerous Assignment on NBC. This is Eddie King, inviting you to be with us 2 weeks from tonight when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. For all the family, try Father Knows Best tomorrow on NBC.
To requests representing millions of listening friends, the National Broadcasting Company is pleased indeed to bring you again The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Me, sweet. What number have I got?
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Oh, well, me, sweetheart.
Nothing's happened. Call me later, Dwight.
The white check. Look.
I didn't know you were in town. You didn't write to me or...
Effie, F.
Yes?
This is me in the flesh, Sammy the Spade. Oh, now what?
Goodbye.
Effie, I'm in a payphone. My nickel is running out.
Oh, Dwight, how can you be so cruel and play jokes at a time like this?
Wait, listen. Oh, you listening?
Yes.
I am not dead. Don't believe everything you read in the papers. Or hear on the radio. You were at my funeral. Is that what you were about to say?
Yes. It was lovely.
Don't believe that either. Stay right where you are, sweetheart, because I'll be there, alive and handsomer than ever, with an account of a caper which proves you can kill some of the people part of the time. My exaggerated report on the death of Sam Spade.
NBC welcomes back to the air a character who has captured the public imagination more completely than any other since the birth of Sherlock Holmes. William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Ain't it grand to be bloomin' well dead? Candles at my feet, candles at my head.
We're not open for business today. I mean, Mr. Spade's office is closed right now because...
I'll wait.
Oh, you look just like Mr. Spade. What's your name?
Spade. S-P-A-D-E. Spade.
Sam never told me he had a twin brother.
He doesn't.
But then you...
I'm me, Sam. Oh, wait, come here. Now do you believe me? Oh, what's the use?
You're so much like him.
Oh, never mind. Now get your pencil and paper and take it. Date November 17th, 1950. To Miss Effie Perry.
That's me.
From Samuel Spade. That's me. License number 137596.
You must have been the last one to see him alive. Did he tell you to give me a message?
Shut up. Subject, my death. Dear Effie, since the sight of me in the flesh, breathing, hungering, and living doesn't convince you, maybe this report will. Think if you can back to last Monday. Now, if you recall, it was about 11 o'clock when on the flimsy pretense that we needed stamps for the office,
You drew $2 from petty cash and stepped out to buy a pair of step-ins. And that's when my client materialized. He was small and thin and carried with him the unmistakable odor of stale flour. His black alpaca suit, string bow tie, elevator shoes, and white gloves had no bearing on his conversation.
Oh, dear. My name is Chester Swan.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, my name is Spade. What can I do for
How
you?
tall are you, Mr. Spade?
6 feet in my feet.
Weight?
178.
I always notice a man's bone structure, don't you?
Oh, always.
Open.
Huh?
Open. Let me see inside.
All right, yes?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fine.
Oh, well, now that you know me this well, Mr. Swan, what can I do for you?
Oh, dear. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Spade.
Well, really?
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Swan. You wanted to talk to me?
Yes, but I can't talk now. Mr. Spade.
Still here.
There. I live at 8516 Claremont in Berkeley. I'll be there tonight. Oh, dear.
This time, as he made his exit, he left $50 on the edge of my desk. And so, stupid me, I was at 8516 Claremont at the close of the day. It was a small white cottage with green shutters and a white picket fence. There was a hill in back and a brook in front. The sun was beginning to set on it, and it was all very picturesque. In fact, so much so that a girl with red hair, blue jeans, purple smock, oils, and canvas was making it immortal. She liked me immediately.
Here, hold this.
Certainly.
Like it?
Oh, yeah.
This is my first landscape. I'm a sprouting artist.
Obvious. Makes your own?
Not when I can get somebody to do it for me. Who are you?
Oh, I might be a fellow artist.
Don't do that. You're a liar. You're Sam Spade. I saw your picture in a newspaper clipping when I was helping Chester clean out his desk before he moved it.
But I...
You don't know an easel from a palette.
Oh, but I could learn.
I take it seriously.
Oh, then so do I.
I doubt it. You've never tried to get away, to stand off, to throw off the shackles, have you?
No. I'll have to admit that the urgency of living, the pressure of merely existing, has had the...
Catfish, Sam. By the way, I mean a Goodrich.
Catfish?
The world is full of unhappy people who never try to get away from it all.
Well, honest,
Stop it?
Well, I wanted to, really.
Honestly, Sam, get away from everything. Leave, dissolve.
I dreamed of it.
Never return.
Cross my heart.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing here?
To see Mr. Swan.
He isn't home yet. This house is a wonderful subject. Look, Sam, colorful, moderate, pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That is until the sun stops shining. But picture it at night in the fog, crushed with barrenness, full of death, brooding. I'm trying to capture that, too. It's what we've got to get away from, isn't it?
Absolutely. You and I...
Sam, as you start up the hill on Claremont, there's a green apartment house on the right. I'm in 420.
Well, maybe we'll find a way out together.
Maybe.
I waved her a fond farewell and sat on the steps of my client's house until he showed up at 6:15. He took me inside where the only furniture was an army cot and a portable barbecue.
I'm so glad you kept our appointment, Mrs. Spade. I'm so frightened. I've been upset all week long. I didn't know what to do. I just didn't.
And what have you been so upset about, Mr. Swan?
Well, lately, Mr. Spade, infrequently, for the last week, I've noticed a man. I think he's following me.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I'd see him in a car following my bus when I went downtown. Then he'd be waiting around at the bus stop in the evening when I came back. I've sold my house, and I'm ready to move. It's unnerved me so much, but...
Did he follow you home tonight?
No, but
well, would anyone be following you, Mr. Swan?
But I don't know, Mr. Spade. I don't know. I really don't.
All right, I'll try another tack. What does this man look like?
He always wears dark clothes and a hat. I'd say he was about your height.
6 feet.
I remember. Maybe heavier. Same bone structure, though.
Yeah. You haven't been to the police?
Oh, dear, no. A man in my business can't afford off-color publicity.
No? What kind of business is that?
The Bonton Mortuary.
Oh.
25 years. Same location. Oh, and I've worked hard. So very hard. And if there's something behind all this, something that has stopped me from being made the executive secretary of the Undertakers Breakfast Club when they hold their annual election next month, I don't know what I'll do, Mr. Spade. I just don't really know what I'll do. I just don't.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. You'll feel better. Just let it all out. Just really do. And he did. When he stopped crying, I instructed him to go about his daily habits as always and left, assuring him I'd get to the bottom of it all. I walked down to the corner ostentatiously, which is a neat trick well calculated to throw nefarious observers off the track and lull them into false security. And when the bus showed up 10 minutes later, I got on it, rode 3 blocks, walked back, and took a plant across the street. A clever ruse, as you see, to invite a showdown. 2 hours later, a man about my size in dark clothes appeared over the hill and crept stealthily to the front of my client's cottage. He had his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go of me.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm no peeping Tom.
No, you're the bloodhound type. I'm inviting you in for a real sniff at
Oh,
your
no,
dog.
you don't. Well, all right, then. I'll go quietly.
No, okay, that's better. Now we'll just walk on. The kick he landed on me wasn't according to Queensberry. I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared. When I recovered my faculties, I reported the incident to my client, who cried himself to sleep. After I bolted him in for the night, I stopped on my way down the hill at apartment 420 in the little green apartment house. She was still wearing the blue jeans and the purple smock, and she still had the same ideas.
Come in, Sam. You said you were serious about getting away from it all, and a whole day has passed.
It was the pressure of living. I'm here to apologize.
You are not the girl.
I'm sorry, Amy.
I love to be fooled, Sam. You're forgiven.
How's the painting coming? The one of Swan's cottage.
Slow. Fog is always tough.
Looks nice, though. How long have you been on it?
3 weeks, all told.
Well, then you've had a pretty good plan on the house, haven't you? Ever notice a tall, broad-shouldered guy in a dark suit casing the place?
Tall, broad-shouldered.
Pretty much like me.
Could anybody be pretty much like you, Sam?
No, you're right.
Sam, is there something wrong?
No.
Well, then don't stand there doing nothing. Do something.
Who, me? Amy fixed me a small dinner which had a strong turpentine taste to it, and then we mixed oils and painted and made fun. Next afternoon at the Hall of Records, I did a little spade work on Chester Swan. His application and permit to practice undertaking in the city of San Francisco were dated 1938. Details: unmarried, 52 years of age, graduated from mortician school in Ohio, listed 1 living relative, nephew, Theodore J. Swan, Toledo, Ohio. I was gathering the above information when I smelled whiskey over my shoulder, which is always good luck. It was Al Torrington, who was also in the private investigation racket in this city, and he was leaning, peering from my face to the card that I held in my hand.
Hey, he get over to you, too, sir?
Who got over to me, Al?
Him? That Finney with the tears. What's his name? My eye against the good.
Swan, Al. Chester Swan, mortician.
Yeah, that's him, Sam. The same one exactly. Came to my office 2 weeks complaining about somebody following him. And he did nothing about it. But I was too fat.
Oh, well, you are, Al. Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And some other the boys said he was around there, too. Wanted a private eye, but he wanted a man who looked just right.
How right?
Obviously as right as you are, Sam, because it looks like he picked you. Yeah. yeah.
Yes, it did look like he picked me. And I thought that over, and I didn't like it. And I called my client at home to tell him he was fired, but he didn't give me a chance.
Oh, dear, I'm so glad you called, Mr. Spade. I really am.
I called for a reason, Mr. Swan. I'm resigning this case.
Oh, dear, Mr. Spade, you can't do that. You really can't.
I don't think you've been quite honest with me, Mr. Spade.
Oh, dear.
Tears will get you nowhere. I made a routine check on your reasons for hiring me, and they don't quite fit with the reasons you gave. They really just don't quite, Mr. Swan.
It's no game, Mr. Spade. Believe me. He's back tonight. Right now, he's standing beneath the lamppost outside my window, and I'm frightened to death. But please hurry over, Mr. Spade, and let's get this business straightened out. Please.
And stupid me, I went over. And I found that little white cottage on the hill looking grim and gaunt in the heavy fog. Amy's words about it being crushed with barrenness, full of brooding and death, came back to me. And Mr. Swan's frightened words about a mysterious man in dark clothes waiting beneath the streetlight also came back to me, particularly when I noted there was no streetlight near the house. However, there was a light somewhere in the rear of the house, and the front door was ajar. Oh, Mr. Swan! Mr. Swan, are you here? Oh, Mr. Swan, it's me, Sam Spade. Are you here?
Mr. Spade? Is that you? Are you out there?
Where are you? Things happen fast. I turn around to find the front door me against the wall, but it made me forget where my aunt was.
Easy, Spade. Easy does it for you. Easy.
He let me down to the floor gently. I could still see the lights somewhere in the back of the house, and I could hear him talking to me way off.
Give me the needle. No, hurry. I can't watch. I'm going upstairs.
The needle went somewhere in my left arm, but not before somebody pulled my coat off, and for no reason I could think of at the moment, also tried to pull my finger off, so I couldn't dwell on it. By that time, the stuff in my arm was going other places, and I was going with it, even though there was action all around me.
This ought to do it.
No, stay away from me. Get out of here.
Vaguely, somewhere, somebody was shooting Roman candles or having blowouts or playing bebop. I just didn't care at all. I just didn't. The first thing I saw was sunlight. It was the kind you see in a picture. It was a picture of a little white cottage with green shutters. You guessed it. I was in Amy's apartment where we made fudge together. I got to my feet somehow. I knew the best thing to do with me. There was a fire escape in a window. I got out there and I weaved against the wall.
He's gone! He's gone!
What do you mean he's gone? He couldn't have gotten away with that load he was carrying.
I don't know. He was unconscious when I left.
Well, don't get scared. We've got to do something. There might be trouble. Now, let's get going.
I didn't wait to find out what they were going to do. I made my way down the fire escape and started walking for the street, and that's when I noticed my shoes didn't fit me anymore. They weren't mine. Neither was the gray flannel suit with the label marked Kid Cheese. Neither was the blue shirt. And while I was at it, the ring on my finger engraved Emerson High 1936 wasn't mine either. My new belt buckle had a big letter T on it, which is not my initial. It really isn't. And I didn't have any use for the eyeglasses in my coat pocket either. You were out when I walked in the office, F, but you'd been there. There was a black crate done up in a white satin ribbon hanging on the door. The desk blotter is drenched with salt tears. And an newspaper folded back to page 13, and I'll sue the Chronicle on this if it's the last thing I do, gave me a 2-inch spread. Item, November 15th, 1950. 15? What happened to the 13th and the 14th? Detective perishes in Berkeley fire. I read it through once. And twice. It was my obituary. You are listening to the first in a new series of adventures involving radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Later tonight on most NBC stations, Duffy's Tavern comes your way with another merry half-hour session, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager. There's a full serving of laughs garnished with chuckles and whipped up by Archie and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's just one of the many great Friday evening entertainment features on NBC. It's Duffy's Tavern, your cue for better listening where the 3 chimes always mean good times. Make it a Friday evening habit to tune early and stay late at your favorite NBC station. And now back to Caper Over My Dead Body, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I left the crepe on the door and went out to buy a new desk blotter and some more newspapers. The Hobo News had the best story, which wasn't much. Samuel Spade, licensed private investigator, perished Wednesday night in a fire in a vacant house in Berkeley. His warm friends will feel regret at the passing of a man who was always kind to the poor. None of us ever asked Sam Spade for a handout without receiving a kind word and bon mot as he turned us down. This is nice, but I wanted more. Figured I was fairly safe to wander about unrecognized. My ill-fitting attire acquired from my unknown benefactor would be disguise enough when combined with my 2-day beard. Engine Company 16, Berkeley Division, had handled the fire, and half a block away was a grog shop called the Shamrocks. I waited for a fireman to come in.
Bartender! What kind of a place are you running now? I've been here 5 minutes already.
All right, shut up, Patty. You just arrived.
Well, it seems like 5 minutes. A wee bit more, then, if you don't
That's
mind.
enough for you, Patty. You're still on duty.
I am not. I'm off now. The chief said I could be off. It ain't every day I receive such a shock to my system.
You received your shock 3 days ago.
And I'm still sick, man. Oh, the sight of him was terrible, terrible. Both as black as the good saint's beard. All twisted and horrible in death.
He was probably dead drunk and didn't know what happened to him.
And were you there fighting the flames and finding him like me? Oh, it was terrible, terrible, terrible. Terrible.
It wasn't that bad, and you've had your limit.
And who says so?
I say so.
Oh, you do you? And who are you?
Your brother-in-law.
Right now.
Well, maybe I can spot you one
I
time.
never drink with strangers. What's your name?
Old Doolin.
Right, you heard the man. Go ahead, pour. Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, fireman, you had a terrible experience 3 days ago.
That I did, Mr. O'Doulin. That I did indeed.
I've heard it a dozen times. I'll be at the other end of the
3 nights ago, Mr. O'Doulin, and we get a call to the house on Claremont is a fire. Well, see, when we get there, it's about all gone. Can't understand why it has been flamed so fast.
Wood.
It was the funeral fire of a man who lived in sin.
Huh?
A detective fellow. Sam Spade, he was identified as. Oui.
Oh, one moment, fireman. I've heard fine things about him.
Some of those uppity police fellows from the Division of Homicide said he was a nice fellow. But some of the boys at the fire station and myself, well, we got our own ideas about that.
What kind of ideas, Fatty, me boy?
What kind of good can any man be accomplishing in an empty house late at night, I ask you, Mr. O'Doulin? Oh, he was done to a turn, he was, when I burst in the door with me axe. Saved Satan the trouble.
Charge.
Empty whiskey bottles scattered all about. Sin, O'Doulin, sin. He'd gone to sleep with a smoking cigarette that set the whole place off. Vice rampant.
From there, I went downtown to a telegraph office where I sent a wire to Toledo on a long chance. When I was waiting for an answer on a not-so-long chance, I slunk into the Bon Pond funeral parlor to pay my respects to the departed. I stood in the back of that dimly lit chapel and scanned the scene. 3 of the boys from Homicide were there, blowing their noses. 2 chorus girls I thought had long since forgotten me were there in black, teeth being next. My insurance man was there, looking awful worried. 1 Chronicle reporter with photographer, a shoeshine boy from our building, and the bailiff from the courthouse, just to mention a few I could make out. And you were there, Effie, out front near a closed casket. I made out a bower of flowers from robbery detail. It said, "Goodbye, son." Baxter from the city morgue was the only one who looked at ease.
All right. Does anyone wish to, you, miss?
Many called him Sam, but I called him Sam. Oh, miss, his last papers.
I was touched, Effie, and I would have stopped the whole thing then and there, but I had to find out who was in that casket. I reeled out the front door with tears in my eyes and slid around to the back door and into Chester Swan's private office. And there I made a phone call and got an answer to my telegram, which caused me to make another call to his bank. By that time, most of it was right in place. A search through his desk revealed nothing, and a safe standing in the corner the same. But then my answer walked right in the door.
Oh, Sam, darling, I was so worried when I found you'd left there. I saw you at the funeral, and I thought you'd be here.
And the guy was with you? Was he worried, too?
Oh, dear, and that was Dr. Jacqueline. Sam, you'd been out for 2 days, and I didn't... Oh, Sam, you sweet. You got away from it all. You were straight down.
Yeah, they're burying me right now. I'm dead.
It's so wonderful, Sam.
Only one thing. Where do you fit? The paper. I was supposed to burn up in that fire, and what was left was supposed to look enough like Theodore J. Swan, class of 1936, Toledo, Ohio, to let beneficiary Chester Swan collect a nice pile of insurance money.
Sam, what are you talking about? Who is Theodore J.? What did you say?
Chester's only living relative. They're burying him right now. Somebody lost his caper. You want to tell me?
Darling, I was at the house the night of the fire, working on my foggy picture. You didn't see me when you went in, and later on you didn't come out. And I went over...
I was on the floor, and a man was bending over me.
He changed clothes with you, Sam, and I screamed, and he pulled out a gun, and I hit him with a hoe. and I drug you out on.
And then what happened?
I put you in my car and took you home. I was going to phone the police, but I decided it was something you were working on, and I went back to the house, and it...
And it was burning, and you knew the man you'd hit on the head was in there.
Believe me, Sam, I didn't know the house was going to burn down. I wouldn't kill anybody, Sam. I only wanted to...
You only wanted to help me, and you did right, Angel.
Oh, Sam.
That's all right. I'm your witness. You didn't start the fire.
Somebody really started it?
Chester. He thought it was me lying on the floor in there. The bank tells me he's about to go busted. He figured this one out with his nephew to scare up some insurance, though. I'm about the same size.
Hold me, Sam. Hold me. It's been horrible. This is the kind of thing I was trying to paint. Now I'm smack dab up against it and I'm sick. I'm stricken.
Easy.
Sam, you're really dead. Please, I went out, Sam. Just leave now. Let it go the way it is. They all think you're dead.
Oh, dear.
Huh?
But we know different, don't we, Mr. Spade?
He was holding a Navy Colt revolver in front of him with both hands. I couldn't make up my mind to rush him and count on his bad aim or stand still and be a perfect target while I tried to talk him out of it. Either way, he was a crazy man with a gun. He was getting ready to use it.
Sam, he's going to kill us.
Quiet, Aim.
Because my nephew was stupid enough to wear your watch and your suit when he exchanged clothes with you, I'm going to lose the Von tongue.
And that puts you in quite a spot, doesn't it, Mr. Swan?
Until a moment ago, yes, but now. Mr. Spade, the newspapers all say you're dead. The death certificate says the same thing. All of your friends are following your casket and my nephew's corpse to the cemetery at this very moment. Everybody expects you to be dead, Mr. Spade.
Thanks to you, Mr. Swan.
But now, nobody'd miss you if I killed you.
I'd miss you, Sam.
But I'd have to kill you, too.
Oh.
Did you notice you're still wearing Theodore's clothes, even his ring? Why, Mr. Spade, I could kill you and put you in a fire somewhere and collect my insurance on Theodore now, couldn't I?
No. Why, that's a terrible thing to think.
Huh?
Oh, you're not reasoning properly, Chester. You really aren't. How would you explain Amy? You just said you'd have to kill her. And what about the coroner's office? You're not there.
But if I...
And don't forget the medical examiner's got something to say, too. Not to mention the fact that you'd have to really burn me up to cover up the bullet hole. And furthermore, Chester, when you shoot me, if you happen to hit a rib and chip off some bone, they'd know I was shot before, and then homicide would be in on it.
Oh, no, stop. Nothing works for me. I'm a failure.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. Let it all out. We'll see you back. He did. And he's still crying in his cell downtown. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, you were so brave. You actually stood there and talked that crazy man out of murdering you. You were wonderful.
True, Effie? Amy thinks so, too. She's going to do me in oils when they let her out of the pokey.
Amy, jail? But what's that?
Oh, technical charge of an involuntary manslaughter. And Springer, as soon as the coroner's inquest is completed. Dear Amy.
Did she make good fight, Sam?
Fudge? Oh, that was the least of it.
Oh? What do you mean?
After the fight.
What the?
Panucci. Oh, boy. Say, go type that up, sweetheart, while I see if there's any mention of my miraculous resuscitation on the radio page. Go. There certainly is a mention of Sam Spade on the radio page for Friday. Sam Spade is one more in the list of great shows to join up in NBC's Parade of the Stars. Have you heard The Big Show? This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again on NBC. Listen to just a few of the star names who will be appearing this week. Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. Yes, it's The Big Show. It's big in music, big in drama, and big in comedy. Be sure to hear The Big Show Sunday. Good. I will sign it and you will keep it always. To remind you that I'm still here.
Oh, Sam.
Living, breathing, brave, and handsome. A paragon.
Sam, what will we do about the mail?
The mail? What mail? Where?
All the letters and postcards and telegrams and all that came in when people thought you... Oh, what will we do?
Oh, there's been enough tears tonight.
Oh, Sam, it's so good to have you back. Will you be the same as you always were?
Well, I'm going to try.
Because then you can't help but be, like they say, the greatest private detective of them all.
We'll see.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by E. Jack Newman. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Frank Worth. Join us again next week, same time, for another Adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.